to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Oh my God, you guys, I just barely got the last 2 tickets to today's Battle of Bands. Now, of course, my name is Makes and I'm here with Trouble and Impatious Panda, but Troubling, I think I want to take you along instead of Panda, if that's okay.
Oh, thank you so much. I've been wanting to go there for so long, and honestly, we'll have fun without Panda as well. I'm just kidding.
I see how it is, girls. Unfortunately for both of you, I am tight with the bouncers, so I already have my ticket. Don't worry about it. I'm good.
Excellent. Of course, welcome everybody that is watching today. We have a very special format. It already happened a little bit yesterday. We are going to go into that in a couple of minutes. But Panda, what's going on? What's Battle of Bands? Give us the deets.
Battle of the Bands is a tournament that's meant more as a fun event, as an event that players of all skill levels can qualify and participate in. It's part of the Stage is Yours initiative, where players were able to earn golden tickets, fight through yesterday's qualifiers, and make it into this 32-player event with a lot of different twists. There are going to be some different challenge packs that can be voted on by Twitch chat, and just a lot of fun elements that you don't normally see in an esports event, and which is why this is definitely not one. It's more a fun tournament that I think is going to be an absolute blast to cast.
I agree. I'm very excited for it because usually when we're watching these competitive events and then something comes up that's maybe a little bit more crazy, like an egg, everybody goes wild and is like, take it. But usually players don't like going for risks. Today, we are expecting just a little bit more of that, and there is a lot on the line for it. I actually brought my own to show you what you can win today, because the top prize not only, but also includes this beautiful Dimac jacket that we got in Vegas as well, Panda, you and I. And I love it so much. It's so nice. But of course, also there is going to be a personalized Remix Rumble vinyl, is I think how you say that word, as well as plushies and little legend eggs. And I mean, there's a lot of new cosmetics in this one, Trouble. I personally love when the Lunar New Year comes around.
The Sona, the new Sona that came out, there was a Lee Sin Chibi as well, where he's wearing these glasses. You know, it would be so cool if he was just walking away and just throws the glasses, doesn't look at the explosion that he caused behind him. That would have been so cool. But they all look so cool.
They do. Now, yesterday, I already mentioned it, top of show just now. The tournament already happened. Panda, explain to me what was going on yesterday.
So it's relatively simple. There were 4 games to be played by 64 players. Only half of this field, 32 players, would qualify to today's tournament, which is the finale that is broadcasted. And throughout these 4 games, you play your usual TFT, yes, but there were also 10 different challenges you can accomplish throughout every single game. You had a chance to go for these challenges. They are wacky, they are difficult, they are not, easy to do, but for players that found themselves in a spot to do so, they were rewarded with those extra points, and that filled up a style meter as well that made them the coolest tactician on the day, and also maybe just getting some extra points to make it to this top 32.
Surely you mean musician, not tactician, right?
That's right. For today, at the very least, yes.
Trouble, what's going on today? What are we doing?
Okay, we're keeping our casual DJs from musicians. We have evolved them into DJs, and we are also introducing Masters of Ceremonies. These are going to be packs of different challenges, and you might not, in Twitch chat, be able to vote which one you want to see. I'll just leave it for us to tell you a bit of later on. But as you can see, there's like all different packs, and also the super cool twist is that in the final game, we'll introduce a whole new set of challenges that no one can evade.
I'm really excited for that, and of course I always love it when Twitch chat gets to participate, but in order to make well thought through decisions, I'm going to require your full attention, chat. Make sure you are here with us, you have your noggin tuned into the same chords that we do to know what Masters of Ceremony are actually available to choose from. We're going to start it off with Jinx and Vi, as well as my cat who's just jumping by here. This is what we call the reroll pack. Now, it's a reroll pack because one of the challenges is ending the game with 5 3-star units, a little bit of punk reroll, but you could also field 4 target dummies, lead your entire pack into a pool that maybe gives you a target dummy, is something we're very excited for, but there is more.
Well, I'm gonna take it here. Sadly, I think I have single-handedly ruined all of these stats for Heartsteel. But yeah, the next pack of Masters of Ceremony is going to be Set plus Ezreal, the very beloved Heartsteel trade that has either ruined your game or guaranteed you a Giga Force. So very simple runes, cash out Heartsteel 3 times, very easy. Make sure to get last stand for that one. Cash out Heartsteel at least once. Who has not done this? Just put them in for 4 rounds, all good. Now the really cool one I think here is that to have 10 Heartsteel on your board for at least 1 round. And if you have reached that point with the 2 spatulas, with the +1 on Heartsteel, you are also guaranteed a Giga Force. So not only can you keep it for just 1 round, but you probably just win the entire game. And of course, finish a game with 5 Thieves Gloves equipped. I mean, this can come over from your augment, but also Heartsteel does drop a lot of Thieves Gloves. So yeah, this one has to be by far my favorite. But I think there's another one, which Panda, you were very excited about.
Yes, it is the 4-cost girl bosses, of which, of course, I am one. But in this case, it'll be Ahri and Akali. And this is going to be much more toned down from to the viewers. And it's going to be just trying to have something like a KDA trait on your board at the very end of the game. KDA is very flexible around superfans, around spellweavers, around executioner, even with Akali. So very flexible challenge. Ending the game with 3 or more Ornn artifacts is also one. Winning the game on 1 HP, going to have to try and aim for specific augments like Last Stand, for example. And ending the game with a 4-cost headliner, which is, I think, one of the most standard ways of ending a game of TFT. So much more around flexibility, around, I think, a more standard game with this one.
Yeah, so the big thing is there will be your normal point distributions that we always know, but on top of that, there will be style points, and those style points then lead into a multiplier of your normal points. But I believe it is time to vote. Let's see if we can get that one going into Twitch chat. Here are your 3 options for the first round. Ahri and Akali, Set and Ezreal, Jinx and Vi. We were just talking about all of these. Now, personally, you know, we split it up already a little bit to what we like. I would very much like to see a little bit more rerolling, everyone angling for those punks. I don't know about you guys, maybe something crazy?
One quick reminder, we're going to have a vote for the challenge pack for 2 games, and then after the reseeding, there'll be a different challenge pack and a different vote for games 3 and 4, and then the last of these remaining 3 will be the challenge pack for game 5, and as Trouble mentioned, there'll be a final different challenge pack for the final game for game 6. With that out of the way, I think we should all be in agreement here. Set and Ezreal is the only way forward. We want to see the D-Gen cash outs. Trouble, am I right?
Absolutely. I mean, final reserves, last stand, any augment that pretty much allows you to stay longer in the game is your best friend. You can get metabolic as well, like anything that will help you just tank these losses to get as much Heartsteel as possible. I mean, come on, how many times have any of us re-rolled for that Heartsteel Ezreal as a 4-cost unit, and then you see some random who's playing Ahri just get that Ezreal, and you're like, I guess I'll go 8 this time around.
I believe it was Kevin Parker who just tweeted today saying, time to play some AD flex today, and then in brackets,
Hell yeah.
of course, Ezreal. But I can tell you that now the voting is open. It says, choose your masters, and we want to see those votes fly into the Twitch chat poll, so make sure you get your votes into it. The qualifying points will stay the same, I said it before, and then the style points will lead to multipliers in correct me if I'm wrong, increments of 5. So if you only have 5 style points, it's times 1.1. But if you have 50 style points, it's times 2. So all of your points double. There is quite a lot of field here.
And the reason for the multipliers is obviously just to have a balance between trying to play some good, standard traditional TFT and trying to accumulate points, go for first usually, not just try and end your games for no reason, while balancing the addition of the challenges and adapting your game plan to the specific challenge pack that's introduced for those games. So it's really a balance of style, but also some amount of, seriousness when trying to play TFT.
I mean, the best type of challenges are the ones you can do easily, right? Like fielding a 4-cost. I mean, that's very easy.
The best for who? For the players, yes.
For free.
For us, not so much. I want the hard ones to be done.
I think I have rigged the poll.
Maybe.
You can vote with channel points. I'm just saying there's a spam in my channel points on Set and Ezreal. It looks like it's winning, so I'm rigging it correctly. Thank you. You guys are welcome.
Let me see what I can do against that.
All right, let me help you, Trouble. 2v1. We're unstoppable.
I'm just sitting there just spamming my mouse on set Ezreal.
Just ignore the clicking noises in the background. Just keep going, Megs. Do your thing.
Who doesn't want to see people go 8th trying to cash out 10 Heartsteel, please?
We need a strong start to the day. I think it's important.
We did it! We did, Panda, we did it. People handshake, we did it.
Your first Masters of Ceremony today are going to be Seth and Ezreal, and I personally, I'm not sure I'm ready for all of that Heartsteel. You know, I haven't been awake for very long, so to me this is a lot right out of the gate, but I'm sure players are gonna have loads of fun with it. Speaking of, let's have a look at our players. No, we have some crazy venues today, and I'm really excited to see all of them playing today as well. We're splitting up lobbies in a more thematic way today, so we have our metal venue and so on, which is going to be really fun.
I feel like it seems like an actual concert where you go to like a very big open field concert and there's different stages everywhere, but you have the ticket to go to every single one of them, but they all play different music. So it's a very cool atmosphere and it kind of reflects in the lobbies, if you will.
So
here we have the
here
list.
the standings. Panda, if you do me the honor of explaining all of those numbers, because that's not my strongest suit.
All right, we'll go category by category. The rounds we see very simply were the 4 games that were played yesterday. Regular points are your traditional points for playing TFT. If you get a first, you get 8 points. If you get an 8th, you get only 1 point. And then we have the bonus, which is the multiplier. Depending on how much you filled that bonus, which I think we'll be seeing a lot more of today, you'll see there the final total points on the very right, highlighted in that lime color, which is going to be the actual standings that matter for this tournament, for the Game 5 cutoff and for the final game to decide our champion.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot, and also a lot of math involved with this. So have a little bit
One
patience
multiplication
when we go through standings today. I'm just saying there might be times where we need a little bit of extra time to get our takes on all of the extra style points. So that is always going to be something that comes just a little bit later, making sure that all of the challenges are accurately ticked off and locked in. Now, how much of that style point forcing do you think we're going to see? Because of course you still want your normal points to be the ones that you multiply, right? But as we are talking about it, here are our lobby venues, and I'm really excited for those.
And as Trouble said, I think the venues are just so cool, the themes. And she said, you know, it seems like we're in an open concert. No, Trouble, we are in an open concert. We're going to shift over to one of these venues as game 1 will start. And I'm just so excited to have, you know, all these graphic assets, all this super cool stuff, really highlighting the themes within Remix Rumble that I think are so cool.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, Meg. So to reply to your question, I feel like there are some easier challenges to do that will come more organically. Like, for example, fielding the 3 Heartsteel and cashing it out, I think would be the easiest thing because it's easy champions to find early on. If you are on a loser, you just drop them in, get that quick cash out, and just continue with your gameplay as usual.
Well, I do think we have 2 more people on this show that haven't seen the stage lights just yet, but we do not want to keep them away from you any longer. Here's our very British desk in it.
Counterfeit, you are indeed muted. You are indeed muted. We would like to hear you.
Sorry, I was too busy enjoying my cup of tea from a Makes brand mug. Makes it even more delicious. But yes, we had a fantastic day 1, though not broadcast yesterday. I'm glad that the chat has decided to start us off with probably one of the more spicy challenge packs coming into game 1.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely exciting. You know, everyone knows how fun Heartsteel is. It's always been a thing of the past as well. Everyone likes these economy traits to be able to rush for, to be able to get as many items, as much economy as possible. And I really hope we get to see that 10 Heartsteel coming out at the end, because some of the cash outs that you can get with the high amount of numbers could be absolutely absurd.
Of course, we'll get into more detail once we get into the game itself, but looking to this particular lobby, we've got 4 lobbies of players running, 32 players. At the end of the day, we're going to be cutting it to that top 8 to get ourselves our victor here today. But in terms of the players we're going to be seeing coming up, I know we've got some pretty big names coming into our first broadcast game.
Yeah, for sure. We got Hyrule coming in as well from High Rollers, the newly organization over in Germany. Did incredibly well yesterday. Got 3 out of the 4 games in first places. So really nice to see. You can see the metal venue here. Everyone's getting rock and rolled and ready to go to get into this first lobby. So a lot of players, a lot of high value players, but also a lot of players that might be their first time in a tournament. In terms of the whole tournament in general, we got players that are in Challenger, but we also got players down in Platinum and Emerald as well. So it's great to just, I guess, celebrate the TFT community in general.
It's also worth noting that we've got, Hyrule's our highest performing player from day one. We've also got Ham, who's also a part of the High Rollers, who was our most consistent player as well. So there's a lot of big hitters coming into this lobby. Of course, we look and see how well they take advantage of the challenges. As was mentioned on the desk, those challenges are much, much more achievable today. And we're actually kind of expecting our players, at minimum, to try and get at least one of them per game.
Yeah, for sure. Yesterday was kind of stacked. It was crazy. There was like 10 challenges in total that you can work towards in every single game. But now with these new sets of challenges coming in, there's a lot less to work towards, but as you mentioned, they're a bit easier. So style points are going to be a lot more popular today. You can see the cash outs and everything that you can get possible in Set and Ezreal. The big one, a big talking thing that I want to talk about actually is finish the game with 5 Thieves Gloves, which means that augments like Lucky Gloves could be very popular, or just item augments in general, buried treasures as well. Getting 5 Thieves Gloves doesn't seem that hard at all to get.
No, and I think there have been some players we saw from day one being a little upset they fell very slightly short of hitting that. But in terms of the Heartsteel part of this, at least, it should be very achievable to at least get the ones for pretty much everybody. Cashing out 3 times does mean we're maybe a little bit less likely to see our players raising the stakes, but we'll see how it goes.
I mean, raise the stakes, I think it's going to be extremely difficult because everyone's going to play Heartsteel. There might be multiple raise the stakes. So this could be extremely difficult to actually try and get into a position where, everyone's playing Heartsteel. We're going to be trying to see who can high roll, potentially the Sets and the Yones early on. And then that looks to transition a bit later on as well. We see Ham already finding the headliner for Heartsteel Cassante, so just needs to find the Aphelios or the of the other 2. And that's always the exciting part, and I think that's just exciting in this tournament in general, is that we're still going to be looking towards who can perform the best in general TFT, but you also have to think of the style points because they can soon rack up over amount of 6 games.
Yeah, because we ran the numbers before coming into this one. Based on an average performance over the tournament, each instance of 5 star points will be worth approximately 2 tournament points overall. So I don't think we're going to be seeing anybody just ignoring this system during today, because it could potentially cost them 10 tournament points overall to do so. And I don't think anyone's going to be dominant enough to overcome that.
As you have to say, oh, there we go. Ham Gang going for Heartsteel already. So the big thing is cashing Heartsteel out at least once will get you a few of the points towards the style points. That's going to be really great to start things off. I think the big one after that is trying to cash out Heartsteel 3 times. So you have to keep this on your board for 12 rounds, which is a lot of rounds in TFT.
No, for sure. I do wonder if it's going to affect the overall speed of the game here. The tempo that people are trying to stay a little bit lower and, not necessarily pushing in a huge amount of power. I think I'd be most interested to see players like Fitspire here who don't have the Heartsteel in early on. That if they don't decide to bring that in later in a transitionary period at all, again, they'll be missing out on those star points. They're missing out on tournament points overall, and they'll need to finish in, say, the top 1 to make up that kind of difference.
Mm-hmm. I think it'd be, again, yesterday overall, we were seeing that, not a lot of, mostly players were working towards that, 1.1 in terms of the style points, but today we're probably going to see a lot more because we got 2 more games, and because in terms of the challenges, they're a lot more generic and they're a lot easier to get. So super exciting overall to see how these players are going to kind of rack up their boards overall. It seems like only one player has Heartsteel at the moment. But Owl that we're looking at the moment, actually in day one, was able to find 5 Thieves Gloves and picked up Pandora's items in day number 1. So a player that has already played around the Thieves Gloves opportunity to get the style points in this lobby. And Pandora's items, again, another augment that players might be going and keeping them gloves options available.
No, that'd be really smart, particularly if you can do it without making your overall game plan too much weaker than it might be otherwise. I mean, that's the big thing here, isn't it? With the goals being a little bit more achievable, I think our players are going to be more inclined to maybe go slightly off of what they would normally play, just to see if they can take both things, get the reward, get the star points, and get the tournament points all at once.
Starting things off here. Seems like only one person having Heartsteel, so only one person getting the extra style points at the moment. A lot of players going for potentially the Annie opener, going for a few of the other items. Have to see what the boards are going to be shaping up, but only one person for now. Gang will be extremely happy with the start that he has got, because the earlier you get in Heartsteel, the easier it is to get up to, the 3 cash outs that you can get for Heartsteel. So you can get it in early, get the cash outs early. Potentially one of the most common cash outs as well for Heartsteel is also Thieves Gloves, especially early on when you only have 3 Heartsteel wins. So if you can get early Thieves Gloves, then again, that can work you towards even more points. So I think Ham at the moment is working towards trying to get, it's a bit of a tongue twister today, is working towards potentially completing 3 out of the 4 challenges in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty crazy to come out of the gates with that. As Panda did say before, though, it definitely feels like it's important to also get those strong finishes, because a small number multiplied is still going to ultimately be a small number. But taking a quick look across what we've seen so far, we have, we now live in the land where Twin Terror is now a more generally applicable augment. As hold the phone, the 3-star Annie has arrived. I guess we'll come back to that later, because 168 has got the emotional connection in from early on and is already moving towards a pretty strong board.
Now, unfortunately, we're not playing Jinx and Vi this time around. Unfortunately, the Twitch chat was spamming with their channel points. I saw Panda and Trouble in the back as well.
Illegal.
I saw the kicking happening, and
they're criminals, I tell you.
To be fair, I was also using my channel points towards Set and Ezreal, so I would say that I was also on the side of Trouble and Panda. So
outrageous.
I was the problem. I was the difference probably in the end. But yeah, early 3-star Annie is going to be great. Like I said, unfortunately the wrong ceremony, but still a great start there.
Oh man, I thought you were heartbeats away from delving into T-Swift territory, but sadly, not for now. We'll welcome it. We'll get it through. So Lednar, one of our many German players. It does seem like it's a lot of these golden tickets they get picked up in the German community. I just want to kind of bring up the idea that I love that we see Hatman getting the cash out there. I love that in TFT we've got this whole idea now going on that you take part in something like something fairly innocent looking, like that's like Raps kind of event, and you can have these secret events potentially come off it. I think this makes TFT just a much more fun place to be.
Yeah, especially someone like Ledner as well, a player that hasn't really played competitive, and a player just coming in, just like having it for the experience. I think it's great to just celebrate the TFT community in general and just show that there's a whole wider range of community out there that wants to compete and wants to try and prove themselves. So it's great to see that we have such a wide variety of players from different countries and also different backgrounds. So great to see, and Ledner at the moment getting off to a pretty great start in this game.
Yeah, like what we're seeing so far. We did get noted that, of course, we had that punk set up from before. So we'll see if we can keep track of what's going on there, because I believe there are a few different people who've been picking up the punk, maybe just for the reroll purposes. Taking a look at our economy over on the right-hand side, though, we can see that the Ham gang, represented by Ham. I'm assuming it's a gang. Like, I don't know. It's it seems like a rough group of individuals. They're on a big loss streak with a good amount of money in the bank. Neovida also in a similar position. You mentioned before that in this lobby where everyone's encouraged to play Heartsteel, loss streaking is going to be difficult, but we've got 2 people bringing it out of stage 2.
Neovida as well, also being able to find the a Felios version of the Heartsteel. So again, another player looking to try and get the cash out early on to try and get what they wanted. Interesting enough, seeing if they're going to roll here. Got quite a few punk units on the boards. You got the Vi, you got the Jinx, you got the Twitch, but also you got the additional 2 Vi's and the Jinx on the bench. But now it's a bit of a struggle. Now do you think to yourself, it's like, do I play for placements here? Do I try and play for something like punk reroll? Or do I just play Heartsteel, get the extra points towards the style points, and then play for something a bit later on? It looks like NeoVida in the end is going to say, okay, I got Heartsteel in, I can get an extra few style points, and also I can try and go for more later game boards.
Well, I think it's exactly as you say. You know, if you can play the Heartsteel early enough, this is one of the few setups here for the Masters of Ceremonies where you don't need to end the game with the units in question on your field. So you can absolutely, get your Heartsteel 3 cash outs, get out of there, and then leave with all of the star points and maybe start fishing for a completely different board. We'll go on to our second set of augments, though, which will be prismatic. You mentioned the Pandora's License before, having that interaction that gets re-rolled. NeoVida has been playing fairly passively, but has just turned the corner and has started slamming items.
Yeah, buried treasures, maybe the potential of getting some gloves towards trying to get one of the challenges completed towards the 5 Thieves gloves. In general, it's still a great augment, but especially with this ceremony coming on into the metal venue, you want to try and make sure that you get as many gloves as possible, because 5 Thieves gloves is pretty possible. Just see here if anyone else is potentially going for any sort of augments that are looking for items. Doesn't seem like it. It's only NeoVida at the moment, maybe potentially getting more items than the rest of the lobby.
One thing that does jump out to me is I68. We saw picking up that Annie 3 with emotional connection, going for the hedge fund. Going for a huge economic option rather than necessarily going for anything to push the power of their board. So it's interesting to see how they develop longer term. If they can keep up that current position. Currently they're win streaking in second place, putting down pressure on everybody else while still taking economy augments.
I think with the Annie already, already got the Annie 3-star, as you mentioned. I think being able to just get as much economy as possible to try and push levels and to try and keep the tempo of the lobby, that's going to be really important. Because that's the big thing about these one-cost reroll compositions, is that you hit a really big spike early. Stage 3, you're pretty stable because the rest of the players are working towards something else, especially in a lobby like this. You're going to be win streaking most of stage 3 because everyone's probably going to try and play Heartsteel. So it does make them a little bit weaker. But when we get to that transition, when we're looking at stage 4 boards, that's when you need a little bit more gold for the one roll one star, sorry, or 3-star. Oh my god, my brain. The one cost 3-star re-rolls to try and get pushing into the same amount of levels, level 8 and level 9 later on.
Well, for sure. Something really fascinating with NeoVida here. They've got the extended play augment, which has changed relatively recently to give you a little bit of gold whenever you 2-star your punk unit. So I'm wondering if Neo's going to be presumably tied into playing punk for the rest of the game, but it's still managed to find a way to kind of jam the Heartsteel in there as well for the time being, get a little bit more economy, get a few more of the star points, and hopefully still turn the corner later on.
I'd be really sad to see in this lobby if no one plays Pentakill when we're in the metal venue. I really want to see some rocking outs of the Yoriks in the end. I want to see a Yorick on one of these boards. I want to see the theme of the metal venue come into play. There is a Kothis on the carousel at the moment, and
give him a good home. Come on.
Dodging the Kothis for now. Oh, it got yoinked in the end.
Thank you, Guto. You saved Christmas.
But yeah, hopefully we get to see some pentakills rock it out. I know some players were able to reach 10 pentakill yesterday, trying to get into work towards yesterday's challenges. Ham, this is the second cash out, if I'm not mistaken. Is he going to try and raise the stakes? We've mentioned how raise the stakes is a little bit more risky because it means that you have to go even longer to try and get these bigger cash outs.
Yeah, I mean, Ham's doing pretty well on that. I'm not sure exactly how many cash outs he's got at the moment. It's either 2 or 3. He's been going for a while with this one. Something I've noticed from him and also from Koto as well is we've got this, the healing augment coming in, the tiniest titans here, the metabolic accelerator for Toto. Koto, for being a way to make sure that running the Heartsteel early on isn't quite as damaging as it should be otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to get that little bit of HP. So again, you are playing a weaker-ish board early on because you want to try and get the extra style points towards the challenges. But having to heal back up, I think, was one thing that you was pointing out when we were having a chat before we went on broadcast. You know, things like Metabolic Accelerator, Tiniest Titan are going to be really, really important in this ceremony. And we'll have to see if that's going to mean that they can, you know, start to push back up the rankings. Because at the moment, they're not too low on HP, considering that, you know, Ham already has 5 Heartsteel. Maybe gets lucky and gets a spatula towards 10 Heartsteel. There is definitely a possibility there.
All right, checking in with Hyrule, of course, is our most hyped player coming in, but we'll come back to that a little bit later on because we've got a player who, again, we noted the interesting augment and board setup here. The emotional connection has now got up, was briefly up to 100 gold, but it's still keeping a massive win streak going as well. I mean, this is extraordinary, especially not even using the Heartsteel to get here.
Yeah, exactly. It's at a point where, as I mentioned before, everyone's going to be relatively weaker because they're playing Heartsteel. You've got 2 players playing Heartsteel in this lobby. Looks like in terms of the rest of the lobby, the tempo is not really that high just yet. We're still in stage 3, but that extra gold income that you're going to be getting, again, with the hedge fund, you can get up to 10 interest, being able to get up to 100 gold. So a lot of money in the bank. Also allows to go up to level 8, potentially even level 9, and try and look for that secondary carry, because Annie can still be a carry later on, but you really want to look for that secondary carry, maybe in terms of an Ari or a Karthus or you know, units like that, and even like things like an emo emblem in the end could be extremely helpful.
So it's worth kind of reiterating coming into this one because this is such an unusual tournament setup here. I68 was, you know, I'm really happy to see him doing so well in this opening part of this first game because we barely made it in over the line into day 2 at all. And we've got some extremely, extremely dominant players, you know, Hyrule in particular, Ham as well from day 1 in this lobby. So if you can get a win here against them, I think you really set yourself up for being a dark horse candidate to come through and make that final 8.
Look at that, level 8 at 4-1 with 70 gold. That is a lot of gold. Normally you don't really see them this much gold in a standard game of TFT, but this is great. Gets the 5 Spellweaver in now, has found the Ari, and at this point can maybe even push for even more. Has another potential for a tier in the end. Was thinking maybe another blue buff for the Ari, but instead would rather prioritize frontline items for the Amumu, which is great. You can see here the boards looking very interesting here for Neovida, actually getting away from the Heartsteel in the end. So not going for the 3 cash outs for Heartsteel, only going for the 1 cash out, and now looking towards an executioner boards.
I think just having taken as much damage as Neo has, maybe pushing them away from trying to greed out a little bit more in the way of star points. As we mentioned before, if your finish is low, the multiplier will not help you, but if your finish is high, it will. We go from gold to prismatic, back to gold again. So we should be thinking people pretty much being on the avenue we'd expect them to be. So for Kurtu, this is the Heartsteel board from before. Edge, yeah, the Into the Night being picked up here isn't ideal. Maybe we're going to have to try and pivot to something. Or, oh no, of course, maybe we can make use of our friend Zed if he'll show up soon enough.
Yes, I was going to mention Zed, yeah, and it could be extremely helpful here. Has the items on the bench as well. This is a pretty standard composition that has been rising quite a lot in priority with, you know, buffs to Ezreal in the most recent patch, and also just how well the synergy is with all the traits that you can put in as well. Neovida has one of the most unique compositions I think I've seen for a very, very long time. We've got 4 Executioner in. We have the Twitch 3-star already online as well. And it's still keeping Punk in as well. So you can get that little bit of a cheaper reroll to start things off.
Yeah, I think that extended players has really pushed that way. And I love the return on investment as well as another way to make use of those discounted rerolls. We see it's working pretty well, though Lednar is taking some of those units for himself. So we always know that if you're running, you know, into a Twin Terror composition, there are a few roads to run it, but it looks like for now there's at least a decent amount of crossover between the 2 of them.
And I believe this is the 3rd cash out here for Ham, one of the other challenges available. This is the 3rd and final cash out that Ham would need to get towards getting 2 of the challenges completed already in this ceremony in Set and Ezreal. All you need to do is cash out once, and then you need to cash out 3 times in a single game. So he's already done that. Interested to see if he's going to keep the Heartsteel here. but it looks like just going to keep 3 in for now and put in some stronger units.
Well, up against I68, who has been greeding the whole way through the game, is absolutely bathing in cash. Has managed to find the Sona and the Ari. So you mentioned, trying to find more to make this Annie board get all the way and through the late game. It's looking like I68 has already hit that, and it's still not going to be stopped here, even by Ham. We can see who desperately needs those wins.
The reaction as well from Ham in the end is like, oh, what am I meant to do? But this is one thing that you was mentioning briefly as well, and I want to come back to it, is you can work towards these challenges and these style points towards these ceremonies. It's going to be great for a multiplier potentially later on, but if you get a bottom 4 finish, hey, a multiplier is not going to be great if you only get 1 point from a single round, and if that continues throughout the rest of the day. So you need to make sure you actually work towards both things, getting towards a high place finish, but also working towards the challenges, because it's going to be really important for the multipliers later on, because there are 6 games in total today. So we could see players potentially working towards, 1.2, 1.3, maybe even 1.5x at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it would be a heartbreaker to perform well enough to hit the top 8 and then realize that someone's leapfrogged you by just a little amount because they were paying just that more extra attention. But I mean, if anything, this is a more kind of a playful approach to competition, but it does add an extra layer of things for our players to think about as well on top of their regular play.
Oh, it makes it really, really exciting. It's kind of like, I wouldn't say playing a completely different game, but like you said, it gives you a bit different aspect into the game. It makes you think twice about your decision making, and it makes you completely different to any sort of like ranked play that you would go for. If you're trying to climb the ladder, you would play these standard compositions, but in these sort of tournaments, you got to think to yourself, I need to still play these standard boards, but I also got to try and work towards the challenges as well, which Ham has already done extremely well. Done 2 out of the 4 challenges in this ceremony so far. So really great stuff from him, but sitting down on 34 HP now is not a great spot to be in.
I like this board from Al. I mean, the Lulu reroll, it's not Twin Terror Lulu reroll, which is the ideal kind of circumstance, but we've got such great cast speed with the double Shojin, and they're kind of set up with them next to each other. But I just don't know if it's going to be quite good enough. I68 is still undefeated. Day 1, number 1, Hyrule is in 2nd place as well. There's so much pressure coming down, and we can see the quality of boards you're going to have to beat here for Al may just be too much.
And we can see there are quite a few players in this lobby are working towards the Ezreal and the Zed, which is kind of expected because it's one of the easiest transitions of compositions when you're playing Heartsteel and when you're going for these units like Ezreal, because these are 2 core units in this composition, and the main carries being the Ezreal and being a secondary carry of the Zed, which I believe Hyrule and also Ham, 2 of our best performing players in day number 1, are working towards at the moment. Look at the top though, 145 gold on a 14 win streak.
That seems a little excessive, I68. What are you trying to pull in this game? I think this is a flex on the rest of the lobby to say, I don't need this much money. I can just keep it in my coffers and still beat everyone while functionally playing without a prismatic augment. This is outrageous from I68, and it shouldn't be allowed.
I love this. I completely love this. You think to yourself, you're like, okay, I don't need anything. I don't need a combat augment. I don't need anything to buff my team. All I need is just a little bit of mana from infusion. I just need the extra gold because I already hit Annie 3-star. And I'm just going to push as many levels as possible. You could just go level 9 here and still be nearly at 100 gold. The full hedge fund value of getting the augments, which is absolutely crazy. It's going to try and look for that Ari 2-star. Does hit it as well. Great secondary carry for this composition. And this board is looking incredible to try and win this first lobby of the day.
I love the augment setup here. Even the hedge fund aside, which of course isn't giving any combat power, the emotional connection and the infusion, maximum input of mana into the comp to allow for just mass spell casting. It's a really clever setup, which I haven't seen it this way, and it's going to run over Hyrule, who's currently in 2nd place. I mean, Hyrule's still got enough HP left, while the rest of the lobby is looking much worse off, but still, I'm really impressed with what we're seeing from I here.
This is great. It's absolutely great to see. It's going to carry on rolling a little bit more gold, or do you sell? Oh, I think there was a little bit of a temptation there to maybe sell the Annie and look for RE3. maybe, but roll past that just for now. I was just thinking, it's like, there's no way we see a four-star 3-cost in our first lobby of the day. I mean, when I was casting yesterday, we saw 2 4-star 3-costs yesterday, so I already seen quite plenty of them over the past few days, so it'll be exciting to see in this first lobby as well. And I know it happened a few times yesterday in day 1 as well in this competition, so definitely not something that is very unusual in this type of format, but it's going to skip past it for now and still sitting at 60 golds.
Oh boy, yeah, just sending out everyone, and we will see our first elimination. So Lednar sent out in 8th place, Owl barely holding on, as the other players also just get absolutely hammered. I mean, 168 up at the top is, in such an incredible position, but everybody else is struggling mightily. I think even making top 4 is going to be a big question, particularly for Ham Gang, who was, of course, notorious in day 1 for never leaving the top 4. Might see that come to an end here.
Let's see what do. Hyrule going for level 9 in the end. Does find that 2% chance to find the legendary, and it's one of the best legendaries that Hyrule can find. This is one of the Exodia boards at the end game, trying to play towards this Jazz board with also Heartsteel in there as well. So not too sure how many cash outs Hyrule does have at the moment, but maybe looking towards that triple cash out as well. But for Owl, unfortunately, it looks like the road is at the end here for lobby number 1 for Owl. Really unique composition, like you said, to go for the Lulu reroll. As you mentioned with Twin Terrors, has been quite popular at the moment. Unfortunately, not finding that Lulu 3-star. Sometimes it happens. Very unfortunate, but still a long way to go today.
Well, you know what they say, Stuart? You can't spell owl without ow.
No words.
No words required.
That's your first one of many, and that's probably going to be your worst one of the day as well. So
you have way too low expectations on me, Stuart.
Take that as you wish. I know what us Brits are like. Don't worry. Us Brits and puns don't really work too well together. I don't think we're the best at puns.
I mean, the best of puns, the worst of puns. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. For Fitspar, though, we've got ourselves a interesting big shot board. You mentioned we're seeing a lot of the move towards very late game situations here. We've already got the Jin in place, but Fitspar, unlike other people, is not at level 9, so it's really struggling to find the 2-star Jin.
Yeah, especially with already one person, Ham Gang, already finding Lucian 2, and we did have a Lucian 2 headliner as well for Hyrule. So both of our top players in this lobby going for about the same sort of composition. And as you mentioned, Fitzspire's also trying to go for the same sort of composition here. Bit of a unique one with the Misfortune reroll, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like the damage is there. Fitzspire unfortunately going out here in 6th place, but look at the one player that's still win streaking, by the way. Like, how is this win streak even still happening? Sona 2 now already found. It could probably go to level 10 at this point.
I mean, there comes a point where you just don't need the money for anything anymore. I mean, showing off purposes, of course, 168 wants to come out of the first game, having beaten the top player from day 1, and, a top 4 player as well. I mean, this would be absolutely amazing. This is a tournament, as we mentioned before, filled with players who haven't necessarily gotten their time on the international stage the way they would like. Getting the win here is certainly a great way to start building your name up as a player to watch going forwards.
I mean, for sure. I mean, when you've got players like Ham and Hyrule in the lobby, not a lot of players will know, or not a lot of viewers will know players like, 168, coming into this, not one of the highly ranked players, but really making him proving himself to be up there as one of the best, winning another round again. So, hey, proving that you don't need to be a high rank to win a game of TFT with other veterans in your lobby.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, my kind of strategy coming into this kind of thing is, if you know you're outmatched in terms of individual player skill, you stare down the strongest player in the lobby, and so you say, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. You don't know what the hell I'm doing. In that case, you best stay out of my way. And sometimes it works out. They get intimidated by how much of a wild card you are, and even if a very good player can come out on top of a TFT game, 70-80% of the time, it only needs to happen, once or twice that you get that 20%, and suddenly you're out of contention for the top 8.
Then you know what you do at the end for the final round when you know the killing blow is about to happen? If you're playing pro, you just walk up and you can just twerk in their face. It's beautiful. Get a bit of a dancing celebration going and be like, yeah, you better remember me for all time's sake.
Is that what happened in Las Vegas? Like, I'm assuming that's what the lands are for, is to allow for maximum psychological warfare upon your opponent. But I-68, or 168 rather, has been doing exactly that upon us all game, going against NeoVito on the right-hand side of the screen, where, based on every other round we've been seeing for the last forever, it's going to be a complete walkover. The executions are doing their best, but NeoVito can't stand in the way of a big old pile of money.
And I think the biggest win at the moment.
Oh, Ham!
The celebration. Look, he's going ham. I love that. I love the celebration for Ham in the end, getting that top 4 finish. And he was a player that we were mentioning. He already has the 3 cash outs, already has the Heartsteel in early on, found it all the way in stage 1. Right at the start of the game, was able to find that early Heartsteel units. So you got 2 challenges completed here for Ham, also getting into the top 4 as well. So already starting to rack up the points in terms of general tournament points, but also in terms of style points as well.
Yeah, we mentioned Ham is absolutely the master of keeping in the top 4. I think that's where those style points really start to kick in to switch your points through. Of course, Kotu, if Kotu goes out here, that'll push Ham into a top 3 finish. Hyrule is still up and in the question, but it does feel like first place has become unattainable for pretty much anybody else because there's so much money here. Even with a 2-star Jin, it just doesn't matter. Everyone's in a totally different league.
Ooh, and Ham beats the competitor as well. Both high rollers going at it against each other. Ham and Hyrule just battling in that previous round, and Ham coming out on top here. A little bit of I guess, an internal rivalry, you could say, with both the players are part of the same organization. Both of them are trying to just compete against this insane board here. We're looking at potentially Thresh 3-star and Ari 3-star in the same board.
Oh my lord. I mean, hey, it's a bit of a shame, honestly. If 168 had this board yesterday, could have picked up some additional challenge points, but in this one, it's all about, let's see, having Heartsteel 10 would have been the kind of high cap version, but that's not on the cards. Over on the left-hand side, we've got Hyrule, who's, of course, biting his fingernails, but will be able to make it through this one. I-68, I don't think it's going to have too much trouble getting a further win in there. I don't think this streak is stopping. We're up to 22 rounds, 1 in a row.
Ham unfortunately coming up against the real version there of 168, and Hyrule comes up against the Ghost. That means Ham finishes in 3rd place, but again, with the challenges that he completed in this lobby, will be pretty happy with that first lobby. But I don't think there is anything that can go in 168's way. Look at the win streak. It was a 22 win streak. When do we ever see this in a game of TFT? 1 away from RE3 as well to start off the battle.
Come on!
The roll down is coming down. All we need is 1 more RE to complete the dream.
We gotta dream big. All right, you gotta start selling stuff. You gotta give us what we need. I think you're at the point where you can basically just throw this in here and hope for the best. That's a big old shark, but it will not be. Hyrule's not even got enough life to sustain another loss here. I-68 is just going to absolutely steamroll this round, but denies us, crucially, a 3-star forecast on our first game, and we deserve that, Stuart. We really did.
I mean, 3-star forecast or not,
Wait,
this has been incredible.
on the phone.
Hold on a second. We might be going another round.
No!
The 22 streak is over.
Okay, this is all part of the plan. Junichi 168 says, nah. I'm not done. This is my masterpiece. This is my symphony I'm bringing out here in the metal stage because, of course, we like to mix our genres with metal, especially. So we're just waiting. I-68 is waiting in place there. Hyrule is getting a small cash out, but I don't think Hyrule's board can get too much stronger.
No, but this is the board that everyone fears on the side of Hyrule at the moment. You got Kiana too. You got the Jazz in the back line. You got the Lucian headliner. You got the Ezreal as well. Positioning is key for both of these players. There wasn't even a roll down this time from 168, but can the Lucian do enough damage against the Annie?
Oh boy. especially with the Ezreal dancing through the fight as well, as immediately Lucian gets blown up. The Ezreal's still left standing. It was close, but I think having those 2 carries in there is so important that even when the immobile Lucian gets taken down, Ezreal is very hard to nail.
Yesterday, Hyrule completely smurfed the rest of the players, getting 3 first places out of 4 games. This could be his 4th first place in just 5 games from day number 1 and also day number 2. But there is 1 or potentially 2 things blocking his way. Thresh 3-star and also Ahri 3-star potentially here. Just trying to get as much economy as possible, knowing 168 has the economy to play with. Is this the opportunity for him to roll down?
And from day 1, Hyrule got first in all but 1 of his games. You know he was wanting to set up that kind of record again for game number 2. Junichi, again, on a much more sharper. We've been rewarded. All right, we may not get the RE3, but Thresh 3 is still pretty damn good.
I mean, is it going to be good enough, though? That is the question against this insane board here from Hyrule. We talked about how the level of Hyrule is way above the rest in terms of competitively, and you can see in terms of the board as well, the strength is through the roof, but the Thresh is on the right side and stuns the Ezreal.
It wasn't as big of an impact as I was expecting it to be, though. It does keep the DPS out for a couple of seconds. Lucian is still firing. All you need is the 1 shot against Hyrule, and it's over. 3-star Thresh today. No 3-star Thresh, Annie. Junichi gets the win and makes sure that Hyrule will not come out of this first game with a clean sheet.
What an incredible performance overall. One of the players that didn't actually go for Heartsteel early on. You know, we were talking about, are players are going to go towards these challenges or are they going to try and play their own game? And Joshua in that game was just like, okay, I'm going to play my own game. Emo connections, hedge fund in the end. 22 streak, 150 gold. That is not normal, by the way. If you ever go to a game of TFT and you're expected to get 150 gold with a 22 streak, that will probably happen in like 0.1% chance. But 168 played it to perfection in that game and finishing it off with a 4-cost 3-star. What a way to start off game number 1 here at the Battle of Bands.
All right, gentle friends, we're going to break. When we return, of course, we'll be getting into our analyst desk and then a game number 2. So stay tuned and we'll be back as soon as possible as the Battle of the Bands Invitational continues.
And we're back here at our analyst desk, and I know it's a little bit confusing. The Battle of Bands has a lot of musicians that are playing in and out of tune, but Panda, could you tell us again how it works? We have challenges active, Set and Ezreal for game 1, game 2. Does that mean they can repeat the Heartsteel cash out for game 2?
That is the case. You had the challenges for one singular game. You can complete all 4 if you're an absolute beast, or maybe just one, like most players, cashing out at least once. But for game 2, same challenge pack, but completely reset. You can once again get the points for cashing out 1 time or cashing out 3 times. That's, the cash out challenges. Then we have the reach 10 Heartsteel, which if you do it, props to you. I will be applauding backstage. And the final one will be 5 TGs, which, as Stuart mentioned a lot on the cast, you can get through different augments. You can get through just trying to get those last carousels in stage 5 and 6 to try and get some more TGs. So overall, I think we had half of the field going for at least 1 Heartsteel cash out in this first game. So I think it's a success for now.
Yeah, and we had some interesting compositions as well. For example, we had a Punk reroll, and usually you don't necessarily see a lot of other units other than Punk units on a Punk reroll, but we saw some Aphelios sneaked in there. Of course, it is rapid fire, but you can also reroll the Aphelios, but ultimately it was the Heartsteel that counted because the cash out came in. But I just really want to commend 168, not only for playing with the best little legend that there is in the game, because Sharky is honestly overall any other little legend in the game, but also the fact that this Giga Chad 2-5'd an Annie 3 into a hedge fund, into a fast 9, into a Thresh 3 and almost Ari 3. Like, that was the gameplay of a lifetime. GG will play to him.
It was, for sure, a lot of stars aligning there, but it's also going pretty well for our German team, Hyrule and Ham getting into second and third place. Has to be a great start of the day. When you end up with one of your teammates in the same lobby, it's always like, we're going to be competing each other despite usually training and prepping together. So that's always a little bit of an awkward position, but I was pretty happy to see them come into second and third. But of course, this is only the first game out of 6. There's going to be more. We're just going to show you again our Masters of Ceremony, Set and Ezreal, to remind you of the challenges that are happening right now. It's a lot around the Heartsteel. There will be new challenges after the next game. You get to vote again. But for now, we're just really hoping to maybe see that 10 Heartsteel. It would just be so fun, wouldn't it?
I think it'll be fun to see for game 2 how players adapt to, hey, you got your feet wet game 1, you get to see how these challenges work, how viable they are for your own game plan. And then in game 2, maybe now maybe everyone commits to trying to cash out Heartsteel at least once to feel more comfortable with these challenges and not disrupting their game plan too much. So I'm hoping with the 10 Heartsteel all makes. I think it's very difficult. You need emblems, and I think ideally players should be in some ways playing as a team when it comes to portals, because if you get to loot subscription, if you get to some of these crazier portals, there are higher chances that your own lobby can all complete these challenges more often, getting an advantage over the other lobbies, the other venues in this tournament.
It's absolutely
I like
right.
that.
Loaded carousels as well if you're looking for those
TGs,
extra thieves gloves, right? That's going to be interesting. So we'll see. Maybe we'll see some exciting portals. I'm still waiting for a Crab Rave portal in competitive.
Oh, God.
I feel like this would be a good moment, but I do think our casters are about to get ready again, getting closer to that second game, and I'm very excited to see how it all pans out today. If you're just now tuning in, we're making players go pretty risky to get some extra style points, which then is going to multiply the normal points that they get. We just had game 1 happening, and now ready to go to game number 2. Here once again, Counterfeit and Stuart.
Thank you very much, Makes. We're back on the metal venue for round number 2, as I mentioned before, with the same rules before. Oh, we're going back to our tea again. Okay.
I mean, you can't get nothing is better than a nice cup of tea, especially when the weather is terrible outside. So
that's how I listen to my metal.
Cup of tea. Beautiful.
It tends, you drink, you headbang, sometimes it goes a little bit wrong, but, we're here for it anyway. What we are going to be seeing, which is going to be different for Lobby 2, which was different from Lobby 1, is while we're operating under the same rules, we're going to be seeing ourselves a selection of new players, including, as we talked about in Game 1, some players who haven't necessarily reached the highest of ranks as of yet, but are still doing pretty decently.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about this competition, right? The Battle of Bands is not about, getting the best players competitively. It's about, expressing and, being able to celebrate all players of TFT, whether you're some of the lowest ranks in the game or even some of the highest ranks as well. You can see all the venues here. As we're going to get ready, we are going to go, I believe, into the Jazz venue for this one, going to be able to see players like VDJ, Kyoma, and also Green Fox.
I'm really excited to see the difference of what we've got coming in here as well. Particularly VDJ, player which I know pretty well, and has got a very interesting story we'll get into a little bit later on. Barely made it in to today, being the 32nd player out of the 32 allowed in, winning a 4-way tie to make it in. So we've seen players come back pretty well from barely making it into day 2's day 3 before, but it still feels like it puts a lot of pressure on you as well. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, you got to think yourself, I guess, lucky in a way, but then you also got to kind of mental reset at the same time. Day number 1 is behind you now. You got it to day number 2. Yes, it was extremely close, but now it's all about trying to get as many points over the next few rounds as possible. And exciting to see, again, we're going to be getting the Set and Ezreal ceremony. So again, players are going to be looking for the same sort of thing. I think one interesting thing from the previous lobby was that we didn't really see too many people going for Thieves Gloves. Maybe that's a bit more of an uncommon one in general, but plenty of Heartsteel. Like Panda said, I think we saw about 5 or 6 players cash out at least one Heartsteel in the end. So really exciting to see how this lobby is going to shape up.
All right, let's get things started here. You mentioned, Adelia coming in from day 1 in, I believe, around 9th overall, had a really potentially good day, but let down by a single bad game. But otherwise, with that bad game taken out of the equation, she would have been, maybe top 2 in the entire tournament. So I'm hoping we get to see her performing up to her potential in this game, because we'll really start to see our points separate out as we come into round 3.
And this is going to be ever so important to be able to see what these players are going to be shaping up in this one. Looks like we got 2 players from the, I'm not too sure if that's the thing, like 2 players from the same organization again as well. So we had last lobby, we had 2 players from High Rollers. This time we got 2 players from Ace as well. So bit of I'm not too sure if this was done on purpose. I mean, it probably wasn't, but again, a more internal rivalry again in this lobby.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how this works out here, because these are the if you're playing with a player that you've been practicing with, and have got a very good read on your playstyle. I mean, certainly we know that the French method of running into your teammates is trying to grief them as hard as possible. So we'll see if it works out that way this game.
Would you really want to grief each other? You're a part of the same org. You're really gonna say to each other, it's like, okay, if you grief me, I grief you. We both hold hands. Would you really? Okay, so if we were part of the same organization, kind of thing.
Don't ask me this question, Stuart. No. Because you know what the answer's going to be.
Would you grief me?
I'm griefing you right now. I don't know why you need to even ask the question.
That's not allowed. That is not. You're not
Isn't it?
You're not allowed to grief me. Come on, we're supposed to be, friends. We're supposed to be partners. We're supposed to be part of the same org, practicing with each other. Trying to reach the highest highs in TFT history, and you're just gonna grief me? Just like that?
I mean, far be it from me to criticize anyone from getting upset over a imaginary situation, but maybe it'll happen one day. We're both of us looking for teams as we get ourselves into this Jazz venue and into a silver augment to start us off. You mentioned before Pandora's items being on the table, and it will be chosen. I'm certain at least one of our players is going to be thinking the same way of being, this gives you access to a ton of star points if you go for it.
And especially because it's silver augments as well, right? So a lot of players are not going to be looking towards the same sort of, power level in a way, because silver augments most of the time are a bit of a delayed power spike, whether that's things like here with AFK, whether that's things like the stationary support and things like that, where you have to wait a few turns to be able to get that spike. Stim pack as well. But going for the Pandora's items means you can get as many gloves as possible. And one of the things that we need to think about in terms of this Set and Ezreal ceremony is that we're looking for players to try and get 5 Thieves Gloves equipped. So if you can get as many items as possible, and if you get 5 Thieves Gloves equipped, hey, that's more points towards your style points.
Well, speaking of challenges, The easier to achieve ones, of course, is the Heartsteel in this lobby. And from what the intel that we've gathered across the field here, I haven't had a chance to show you everyone yet, but I don't believe we've got too many people who've managed to start into the Heartsteel immediately. I believe Softstyle may have access, has taken the Threes company to get an early set in, but this might not be as prevalent as we would have expected otherwise.
We saw a little bit later on in the previous lobby, though, that people are not too upset to not get Heartsteel early on, because you can still kind of fit it into later game compositions, whether you want to try and keep it on your bench and kind of risk the economy, or you can try and be able to see what other players are going for later on. Looks like Green Fox here is potentially looking for a Yasuo reroll with 5 Yasuos, with one on the bench as well. So interesting to see here if potentially Green Fox can go for that. We saw in the last lobby how well 168 did with a 1-cost reroll, especially with a Heartsteel lobby, meaning that players are not going to be as strong as what they maybe potentially could be. This could potentially be an out here for Green Fox.
I mean, this is what you want to be, isn't it? You've got the headliner. Talking to Lusher yesterday, and I think he explained it very well, where functionally you're looking for 7 units if you're going to 3-star, with just one of them being your headliner. So getting it up and having the 5 is a decent start. We have seen, though, if you can't hit the Yasuo soon enough, that you might start to fall off a cliff.
You do have to try and hit that as quick as possible. Maybe not as early as stage 2, but especially after the first Krugs come around. That's normally when you're staying at level 4. You're trying to make sure that you get as much economy as possible in these early rounds. It also gets items grab bag, so wasn't able to find anything else earlier on. Softstyle, though, as you mentioned, taking the potential of getting a 3-cost, did hit set in the end and does have an early Heartsteel.
I mean, this is a solid start. Softstyle, our second place finisher coming out of day 1 on a 3-game winning streak. So didn't have the best of first games, then resolved himself to go down the most aggressive route possible. So if he can get a solid start here in day 2, we would again be expecting to see him be a big difference maker and a contender for that top finish.
And definitely one of the players we'll have to keep our eyes on throughout the day to see how he is performing. But first, Carousel here to start things off. Nothing too crazy. 2 of our top performers at the moment, with Medelia and also Falcor sitting at the top on 100 HP. So good win streaks for both of them so far.
We can see across the field, of course, we saw Green Fox with the Yasuos before, but looking again for those Heartsteel. See, Softstyle's got it set up there. Gabwin also has a similar kind of thing as well. But across the rest of the field, it doesn't seem to be as prevalent. I mean, I guess we'll find out longer term how this ends up affecting our players' overall tournament performances, but they are leaving a lot of star points and thus tournament points out here if they don't find a way to get Heartsteel in before the game's over.
We saw in the end that we did see that Gadwin did go for the Pandora's items, but actually slammed a Sunfire early on. So maybe not going for the dream that we was hoping for, and the dream that he was probably hoping for as well, trying to get, the 5 Thieves Gloves in a single lobby. But I guess the problem is that when you do go for 5 Thieves Gloves, you are making yourself relatively weaker unless you get lucky gloves or something later on that will definitely benefit your board quite a bit. But I think as the later stages happen, if we do get a Prismatic as the next augment, maybe the lucky gloves can help a few players out.
As we touch in on VDJ here, sometimes our players, they've got historic stories about their exploits in the tournament scene. For VDJ, he's got a much more personal story coming into today. So VDJ's story starts, as many stories do, with a girl. Young VDJ had his attentions caught by this warrior of the Convergence, but he himself possessed no skills, no way to earn even a thimble of her attention. He resolved himself to make himself a TFT player worthy of her respect and embarked on a journey through fire and flame, through double ups and double downs, a road that led him here to this very tournament and the proving ground we have here today. And the girl? Well, let's just say she was nearly in this tournament herself, but today you might just spot her in the chat, cheering him on.
What a story. What a story for VDJ. Well said as well, Counterfeit. I think he'll be very proud of what you just said. He'll be very proud of how he's
got a great story.
I mean, it is a great story overall. That's the great thing. TFT bringing people together, and it's absolutely wonderful. Speaking of style, with Softstyle though, We talked about how raising the stakes, just before game number 1, that maybe raising the stakes might not be as popular, especially with the ceremonies, trying to get the extra style points with getting 3 cash outs for Heartsteel in a single lobby. But Softstyle here, instead of trying to go for 3 cash outs, just want the 1 cash out, and wants the 1 cash out to be absolutely huge.
This does seem very risky. I mean, though, to be fair, in our previous lobby, we had the 2 loss streaking players. We do not have that anymore coming out of stage 2. Shal took a win towards the end. Generally, our streaks over on the lobby have been pretty minimal. Green Fox, on that 5 loss streak. Falco on the 5 win streak. So, maybe we won't have quite as much of an open fort situation for Green Fox to deal with later on.
I think that's the interesting thing that you mentioned in general in terms of scouting, in terms of trying to see what other players' boards are going to look like. Do they also have Heartsteel? Because you don't want to get into a situation where there's 2 raise the stake players in the same lobby, and then they're both battling it out, and then suddenly you just lose your raise the stakes completely. This is where the roll down is probably going to come in here for Green Fox. Already has 7 Yasuos. Needs 1 more Yasuo now to try and hit Yasuo 3-star. You did mention that if you don't hit it too soon, then you're not going to get as much of a spike. But hitting it with still 30 gold left is still in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, now Green Fox can start moving up the levels. I mean, I don't know if we might be able to find out exactly how many stacks this Yasuo has got going, but getting him up to 3-star means you're going to be getting the kills a lot more reliably, and then, just multiplying that power, particularly against people like Medela, who are running a board with some relatively, filler units, which are pretty easy for Yasuo to kill. You can pack up a lot of AD in a round, if you get wins just like this one.
Getting stacks is also important here for Yasuo, but it's also about transitioning in the board later on as well, because some of the struggle that some players might have is that, hey, I've got a Yasuo, I'm able to stack up the Yasuo and do quite well early on, but how do I make this into a late game board at stage 4 that actually comes up and actually contests some of the other boards that are going to be so much stronger than mine?
All right, let's come in and grab ourselves some golden augments to kind of push the power here at 3-2. Green Fox is probably looking to try and amp up the power of the Yasuo, but I don't know if it's going to be wanting to put anything on the Yasuo specifically from this choice.
The only option there is really Diamond Hands. Probably was really hoping for Death's Defiance. One of Yasuo's best items means that he's going to be taking reduced damage. Unfortunately, doesn't have any of them available, only just the Diamond Hands. Maybe he goes for Gambler's Blade just to give a little bit more gold, but Falcor here going for a bit of an older board that we used to be seeing a lot before, but definitely a board that can still do relatively well here. Still on that 100 streak as well, being able to play this Disco Guardian Star.
And Falcor, if you missed out on what they were up to in day number 1, was one of the very, very few players who was able to hand out a loss to our top performer and get in and start making an impact. Didn't ultimately finish out the very top of the table, but definitely a player with a lot of potential to upset some of these established names like Softstyle, who finished in 2nd.
And to see if he can keep his win streak going. Looks like he's going to keep the win streak. A Softstyle, I'm not too sure if that cash out's going to happen next round or the round afterwards. It looks like it might be next round. Softstyle doesn't unfortunately hit the 130 streak there with the Heartsteel, but I think was able to cash out there anyway, or maybe raise the stakes even more. Okay, maybe it's 1 more turn. I got a little bit baited there by the chest shaking. Yeah. Maybe it's 1 more turn.
Yes, I think once you've raised the stakes, it just shakes for the duration, which makes it very confusing to tell what someone is doing. But for Softstyle, said this has been a calculated risk to give up on some of the style points, which would have been guaranteed, or to be much more likely to have happened in this game for a bigger cash out. We'll see if that cash out's big enough to bring Softstyle back from currently the lowest HP in the lobby.
Be really interesting. So if he does cash out relatively soon, then you're looking at potentially 8 more rounds afterwards. So it's about a stage and a half that you have to try and survive with Heartsteel to try and get 3 cash outs. Again, just a reminder for everyone that's just tuning in, we are playing on different ceremonies for this game. So this is Set and Ezreal, which is why players are maybe playing Heartsteel that you might not see, could be reasonable to play Heartsteel, because if players can get at least 1 cash out of Heartsteel, you get some extra points towards style meters, and that can also be the case if you also get 3 cash outs, and also if you build 5 Thieves Gloves on the same team. So Again, not really seeing a lot of Thieves Guards being built across the board, as we see lobbies, our players at the bottom there. Actually, not a single Thieves Guards being built. So maybe we were expecting more Thieves Guards. I think we were both talking about coming into this, especially with one of the most common Heartsteel cash outs being the Thieves Gloves earlier on. Actually, quite surprising that no one's actually going for these style points.
No, and I have to wonder, this is, we're talking about players here who don't necessarily have a ton of competitive experiences. So I do wonder if maybe there's a point beyond which, if you start to feel the pressure, which can either be from losing or from winning, that you start to be, I'm going to be completely focused on playing the style of TFT I want to play, and I won't deviate to try and fit in any of these star points at all.
That's a great thing about this this competition in general with the Battle of the Bands. It's not necessarily the best in terms of, you don't need to necessarily play the best competitive board, but if you can rack up the points in terms of style points and try and complete the challenges every single round and still get a decent finish, if you can fit the best of both worlds, then you're going to be in a great spot coming into the later rounds. But in terms of Falcor here, did unfortunately lose his last round. It looks like he's going to be winning this one quite easily, but Softstyle did pick up an Ezreal on that carousel, so he's now playing 5 Heartsteel, but is slowly losing more and more HP, which is going to be very, very risky come the end of this game.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly know how powerful the Ezreal board can be long into the game. Assuming that you're not playing in a lobby where someone's got, several hundred gold to be able to play around with, as we saw from 168 in the previous game. But yeah, under normal circumstances, at least you're playing for that first place if you can get that Ezreal AD flex line going.
Yeah, the late game boards are going to definitely be very strong, especially with the Ezreal, as you mentioned. Green Fox here at the moment, we just got word, has 21 charges to start things off. And you can see, thanks to our production as well, setting Ezreal, what the players are working towards at the moment in terms of the challenge points. The big one being just cashing out Heartsteel at least once gives you 2 points towards that the style points, and then cashing out Heartsteel 3 times gives you towards 5 points in total. So that's really what Softstyle is working towards at the moment. Again, kind of what we were saying in the previous lobby is that if you do get 5 points towards your style points, then that's great. If you don't get a good finish, then it's not really going to rack up as much in towards the later rounds when we come towards them, because hey, you can get a ×2, but if you only have 4 points with a ×2, I'm not too sure that's going to be enough to come the end of the rounds.
No, and I think it's a lot to ask from our players as well, to include that as part of their game plan. As we've got some big upgrades coming in. Gavin hits the 3-star center. We've got some 2-stars coming in from Kiyomo and Green Fox up the top. Our players are spending maybe a little bit ahead of the 4-1, where we'd be expecting to see them throwing their money in just to try and grab hold of their upgrades before the entire field descends like a pack of ravenous wolves on getting those 2-stars and bringing their boards online.
That is exactly that. Gadwin here, we saw going for the Pandora's items. We were maybe thinking the dream was going to be the 5 Thieves Guards, but instead went for a Samira reroll. So very interesting composition here. But when you hit the, not Samira, sorry, the Senna 3-star. When you hit the Senna that early on, then it's great. Also has return on investment, which is also going to be great, and a 3-star Bard as well. So a lot of reroll compositions coming in here, and a lot of spikes are being hit here in stage 4.
Well, Medelia realized we're in the jazz venue. She's like, all right, I guess I'm just playing jazz this game. I'll just grab myself a That's Jazz, baby. Walk this one in. This is such a great looking board. I mean, to have a 3-star online. One thing we don't have really is, unless I'm missing her somewhere in the midst here, is the Misfortunes as of yet, but we might be moving towards a more Kaiser-centric direction as an alternative.
It definitely could be the play, whether you want to try and play that Kaiser as a secondary carry or Misfortune, as you mentioned. I think with the nice little buffs and nice little damage that Kaiser got in the most previous patch means that it could be a bit more of a possibility to go for Kaiser 3-star, but maybe it was just a bit unfortunate on her roll down here. Heroic grab bag, not going to be as good anymore, unfortunately, because you already have the Bard. Is going to just go for the big grab bag instead and just get a load of items. And maybe what item would you put here on the Bard? There's a lot of items there and a lot that she has to think about here before the next round starts.
And we'll keep track of that because Bard is a huge part of that board. For Kiyama, though, it's looking like the items have come together pretty well. So we've got a great setup here on our Samira, though not a Samira 3-star. We've also got Vex spec for casting speed and 4 Executioner in the mix as well. I'm liking what we're seeing here, even if the Edge of Night maybe wasn't completely ideal. Everything else is looking good.
Looks like the roll down did happen here for Soft Style. Again, plenty of items on the bench. Nothing really being built just yet. We can see that some of the items are now being built onto this Blitzcrank, but we only have 1-star Zed and 1-star Ezreal. You can see that these same sort of players that are working towards these, compositions that have been, performed well in day number 1, kind of keeping the same style in game number 2 as well. Unintended with that. We're going for these Ezreal boards and going for the flexibility with the Zed carry and also Ezreal carry, but winning this round, but again, not finding the units that he wants just yet, but he is going to get more and more cash outs as the game goes on.
Something that's jumping out at me for Soft Style here is we've got the interesting approach to itemization for the Ezreal. We can certainly, have the red buff in there and the blue buff, very traditional, but the double Infinity Edge, I mean, Stuart, what is that telling you about how Soft Style's trying to kind of get his damage out on the board?
I mean, it's going to be a lot of crit damage, that's for sure. Like, the Ezreal is definitely going to be hurting a lot in the end. I mean, double Infinity Edge is not that, not that ideal. I mean, they did do a little bit of change where like extra crit turns into a little bit of damage now. Normally you see this sort of build with units like Samira because it works so well with the Executioner bonus that you get. But as you can see, Ezreal is still doing a lot of damage anyway. Had to unfortunately use the Champion Duplicator on the Ezreal, but I think has to at this point because relatively weak at the moment, but is going to still win another round here from VDJ. Unfortunately, dropping lower and lower at the moment. Maybe might be knocked out in the next round, unfortunately.
Well, there is one thing which we were hoping to see from our players, particularly in this Set and Ezra lobby, which VDJ just have as a trick up his sleeve. The last stand is still to proc for him, so maybe he can turn this one around, but he's certainly, even with the last stand buff kicking in, he's still got a huge amount of distance to cover.
Yes, I didn't even see the last stand in there, so still a second chance in a way. Unfortunately, this is not the not Ari and Akali this time. Maybe we'll see that. We'll see that a little bit later on, where you can try and win a game with 1 HP. We're still on Set and Ezreal for this time around. Now the roll down's going to come in here for VDJ. Seeing what units that he can pick up here. Definitely looking for a pentakill board. You got the Mordekaiser on the bench. You got the Karthus in as well. So we do have a few pentakill units here. 5 pentakill, 3 edgelord on the board. So this board is definitely looking a lot stronger, but we still probably need a few other upgrades on this board to not proc our last stand just yet.
I mean, that's the ideal, isn't it? Just trying to grab 1 or 2 more rounds with the board you have online. I mean, the units we've got are pretty decent. If VDJ can survive just a couple more rounds, we're going to get to PvE again and get, maybe a 3rd item in for Karthus, really make him sing. But Viego is doing a great job, absolutely smashing through everyone. So VDJ will break the streak, but give himself a little bit more breathing room to at least make sure he's going to be seeing those extra items.
Great opportunity here for VDJ, and finding that a Viego headliner is definitely going to help him out. I think the big thing is, though, it wasn't the pentakill headliner that maybe he was hoping for to try and fit 7 pentakill into his board, but it doesn't mean you just play the less edgelord. So you already have like the Echo 2-star and the Thresh 2-star on your board. So you do have a really, really good front line, but you really need the upgrades of potentially the Yorick and the Karthus to try and get this online. You can see that he's still rolling down as well. He's still trying to find these extra units. Akali 2 is huge, and now you need to replace it on something on the board here, which is a big decision to make.
And VDJ's kind of run out of time, but at least, again, just have the PB round to maybe recalibrate the board as you want to. But you better hope you don't run into any bad matchups as Falcor bringing out a very similar looking board, though it doesn't look like it's quite as developed. So maybe VDJ actually keeps hold of the last stand all the way into stage 5.
Yeah, we're hoping this Viego does not focus, or the Karthus, sorry, doesn't focus on the Viego. Viego needs the Karthus, please. No, the Karthus doesn't proc, and it looks like the last stand is going to be here. Still going to be able to see the items, though, which is still relatively nice, but going to be proccing last stand just before the Raptors here. So Still, we got a little bit more power towards the board now. And as you mentioned, Counterfeit, now time for him to think about what his board is going to look like here.
Oh boy. As you said, the Akali, I think it's the big add-on there. But we've got other players on low HP as well. Kiyama, who is deep in the tank here with the country board. We mentioned before, very good itemization for the Samira, but still not quite there with the 3-star and out of money. Kiyama might actually go down to dead, if not close to dead, without getting the 3-star online.
Yeah, really unfortunate situation. We saw this happen in our previous lobby as well with some of our players. Really hoping here that you can just find one more Samira. That's all you're looking for right now. Can you reach it? The roll down. Everyone knows what this situation's like. You're just one away. It feels like everything is just going against you in this game. And you just feel like, hey, if I get one Samira, then my board can actually be relatively stable. It's going to get a little bit of gold thanks to the extra money that you're going to get here. But again, no Samira to be found, unfortunately. Still, though, a smile on his face, which is still great to see.
Yes, I think that's a smile perhaps of resignation. But hey, at least you've had a good time here in the Jazz venue. But yeah, you can see that the people who have hit their 3-stars, like Green Fox, of course, the 1-star is just maybe that little bit easier to find. Does get CC, so maybe it's not a completely done deal. Could it be? Yasuo drops. Green Fox drops as well, which means Kiyama stays alive. VDJ at the bottom also getting the win. We see no eliminations as of yet.
Gadwin going to be able to get a cash out here. Just put it in Heartsteel. We kind of expected this for late game boards. If you can fit the extra Heartsteel in late game boards, if you have a board that is strong enough already, you can fit these in quite nicely. Oh no! Oh, it just got even worse here for Kayoma. Now what do you do?
Yeah.
I think you have to sell the Amumu here, probably put in the other Amumu. Or is he hoping that he just doesn't die this round?
I mean, we've got 17 HP left in. We'll see. I mean, if Gadwin completely overruns, maybe, but yeah, Kiyama decides to try and play for the higher finish by holding onto his board rather than selling it off. And I think he might actually get away with it this time round. The Akali is not the regular Akali who will dance through, so the wall, I think, no, it isn't a loss. Kiyama gets 2 wins, 2 unlikely wins in a row.
Wow, and Green Fox actually goes out in 8th place. And look at another player as well. Soft Style coming into this was probably one of the players that we were expecting to see near the top of the standings, but now going down to 2 HP. One of our players that had Heartsteel early on and was going for raise the stakes, so probably is quite ahead of the tempo. And you can see has 70 gold in the bank as well, but is not using any of the gold. Oh, I'm saying that he's using all the gold now to level now. As soon as I say that, going to level 9 in the end, but still only has 1-star Z. But if you look at the board in general, it's a relatively decent board. We got quite a few challenges completed with this board, with the 3 cash outs and also the single cash out. It's going to be against the Ghost, but it is the last stand Ghost here for VDJ.
We can see from Soft Style's display on the bottom right that he's been picking up the star points in the previous game as well. So I think particularly if you make that happen across the entire competition, of course, those challenges will be changing in the next games onwards. But if you can keep getting those points in, they're going to really matter long term. Soft Style trying to, of course, avoid dropping down, and same with the Gadwin has done this time round. The Viego comes a call in. Ezreal can dance away, but the light is going to drop, and it's going to be a thunderous acclaim that sends out Soft Style in 7th, with VDJ out in 6th, and Gadwin out in 5th.
3 players knocked out in a single round. The last stand couldn't save VDJ, unfortunately. And Kayoma, who was 1 round away of getting knocked out, but the Samira 2-star clutched it. But now he has a Samira 3-star in the bank, and even other players as well. Shell, Medelia also playing the Jazz. She is doing extremely well near the top. And Falcor as well, also near the top. So great to see these players near the top of the standings. But honestly, this is anyone's game at this point, because there are so many 3-stars on these boards.
Oh boy, yeah, so it's going to make all the difference here having the 3-star in place. The front line is maybe a little bit weaker than we would like, but we've got at least the Alawi tentacles to buy a little bit more time there for Samira to do her work. We know Vex, even at 2-star, is going to be pretty damn strong, but Kiyoma's going to get a lot of work done to do any better than fourth.
We'll have to see now if Shao is going to be the one to take out Kioma here. The horse is going to come wrecking in. Samira is trying to do as much damage as possible, but the Ezreal ultimate comes in and it's absolutely huge. The Lucian is focusing onto the Samira as well, and it's just not enough here for Kioma. Smiles on his face. He'll be happy with a top 4 finish in the end. It's great to see in the end that the smiles are still there. And hey, you hit the Samira 3-star in the end. You got a top 4. Still must be happy with that result.
I think it's all about, just acknowledging what was going on in that game. And it was very likely, based on just the rolls, that you weren't going to make it to top 4 at all. So you'd absolutely take what you can get. Medalia, though, doing, again, an amazing job, is also working towards potentially 3-starring some more units. And Nico, currently the centerpiece of our front line, but to allow for these Jazz units to get the job done. I mean, being able to reroll for Nico and Miss Fortune at the same time is absolutely fantastic. But Shao has also got something interesting in his shop.
Shao potentially going to be getting Lucian 2-star in the next shop. Some of our players have been getting some emblems from somewhere. I wonder where they've been getting them emblems for. We saw Medalia finding the Superfan emblem. We also have Sentinel emblem here for Falcor on the other side. It looks like Shao's going to be taking a big hit here against this Falcor board, who's been forming incredibly well from early on. We saw his early game board towards this kind of disco opener with Guardian, but has transitioned his board incredibly well into this Pentakill board. Kioma, unfortunately, obviously got out in 4th place, but now the Lucian 2-star is online. So is this going to make a big difference here for Shao?
I'd have to imagine so, especially since we're getting another dragon drop in here to put some extra power behind. We check in with Falcor, though. I mean, it's seeming like it's going to be a brawl between Medalia and Falcor to end out this round 2 lobby. I mean, Shao, of course, will be trying to do everything he can to intervene, but he's really only got one life, maybe 2 under the best circumstances, whereas both of them have got a lot more rope to work with.
This Superfan emblem here for Medalia is incredible. Also finding the Nico 3-star as well. So she has an incredible backline, also with the Radiant version here of Adaptive Helm. So not only are you going to get extra damage here over to this bard, but you also get the being able to get the extra damage with the Radiant version. Now you have the front line as well with the Nico. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to beat her board, to be honest. Her board is looking pretty incredible at the moment.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Stuart, I'm glad that we're seeing Medalia doing well here as a TFT player, because of course she has no future as a lawyer because she's got disbarred.
Luckily, her TFT gameplay is better than your puns. Let's just say that. She's not going to do too well, unfortunately, in this round. Saying that, the bard 3-stars still might be able to do enough here against Lucian.
Illegal!
Heal actually comes in from the bard, and she actually does win. She knocks Shao down to 1 HP. She's on a 5-game win streak now, and she is on the cusp of winning this lobby.
And you see, of course, that she's got 7 points already, which means she came second in the previous game played off stream. She's doing incredibly well here. I mean, everything is going fantastic. You see the damage numbers over on the right-hand side. 16, nearly 17,000 damage out of the bard. You were asking before what was going to be the 3rd item. The Rabadon's in there for maximum punch is working out extremely well.
Maximum damage, the mana coming in. And the great thing is as well, this blue buff coming in for the bard means that the bard insta-cast. The extra doots that have been coming out throughout the whole game, it's playing. I mean, one of the casters that me and Panda were casting with yesterday called bard's instrument a trumpet. So I don't quite think it's such a trumpet, but it definitely is performing well and playing a tune for Medalia this time around. And it looks like Shao is potentially going to survive here on 1 HP. One more cast maybe for the Carthus. No! Loses to a ghost, and Shao comes out in 3rd place. And now we are down to 2 counterfeit.
Oh my gosh. I was really excited when I saw Shao was in here. I got a little bit confused and thought it was Shad, one of our admins, playing in the competition. But still, a very solid finish there from one of our French players. Yeah, this top 2 is looking very spicy indeed. You can see the health bars for both of these two compared to everybody. Well, compared to how everyone else has been doing, they've both been extremely dominant during this game. And I think on paper, Falcor's setup here should be pretty good. You mentioned the Radiant Helm coming in for Bard, providing the extra magic resist as well. I think that might swing whether or not Karthus is able to actually kill him.
And the extra cost coming in this whole time here for the Bard is just absolutely huge. The 3 jazz as well, the extra damage, the extra resistance here means that the Karthus is not going to do as much damage. The Bard is not going to be focused just yet from the Karthus, and the Bard looks like it's still doing enough damage. The Karthus cast doesn't come out, and Medelia's on a 7-game winning streak, and I'm not too sure if Falcor can even make his board stronger to take down Medelia.
No, a lot of it's going to be coming off of this carousel. We'll see if there's anything in mind. I mean, Falcor knows there's a lot of AP damage coming in, so picking up the Dragon's Claw makes a lot of sense. We've got just the cloak being picked up on the other side for Analyst, so definitely has something in mind there. We're getting a completion there on looking for a little bit more armor shred, because of course we've been talking a lot about the Bard, but we've also got the Misfortune brewing up to a 3-star as well. Even if you can stop the Bard's damage, eventually this Jazz board is going to be hitting you with both AP and AD at full strength.
You're just really praying that this Karthus is not going to do as much damage and not going to focus the main carries on the backline. That is the big thing here that we have to look out for. The Karthus, obviously with the rework as well in the previous patch, means that he's not going to be focusing as many units as before, but is going to be still be able to do the extra damage. The Bard and the Misfortune both dodged the first cast here for Karthus, and it seems like it's taking a little bit more time now for this Bard and Misfortune to get through. The Bard actually dodges the second cast, and it's Bard against the world. Can Bard 1 versus 5 in this situation? One more cast from the Karthus. The Bard is still
no way.
Takes down the Karthus, and it's an 8-game winning streak here now for Medelia, and Falcor has got to be thinking on the back of his mind, what more do I need to do to take down this Bard?
Oh my gosh. I didn't think the extra defenses from the Radiant Hell were going to be the swinging factor in that round, but that's absolutely amazing. We're just seeing so many questions being asked here that I do not think that Falcor has an answer to right now. I mean, we've got a ton more damage than just the Karthus, so if we can buy infinite amount of time, maybe, but Bard is doing so much damage. We've got 6 Misfortunes, but actually just sold 3 of them. I don't know what Medelia's got in mind.
Maybe trying to go for level 10. Maybe she doesn't even need level 10 in the end. Different positioning this time from Falcor. The Karthus in the backline is actually the furthest away from Bard this time. Again, the first Karthus cast, dodge away from the Bard. Does the second Karthus cast? No, it doesn't. I mean, it's not even close this time around. This might be it, Counterfeit. One more killing blow. No, 2 HP. Potentially one more round here for Falcor to make his board stronger with this Elder Drake.
I mean, at least you've got the item coming in. You've made it this far because of just saving so much HP in the early going. But Medelia, it just feels like she's playing with her food at this point. It's, you can't really bring up a full carry to effectiveness unless maybe you find a Thieves' Gloves here for Falcor, because we've not got anything even brewing item-wise. We've got 3 units are all on full capacity. The best we can do is put one more item onto one more unit that doesn't currently have anything.
Oh, this is unbelievable to see this. This is great for this lobby and great for Medelia as well in this tournament. As you were mentioning, 7 points in the first lobby means that she probably got the second place in the first lobby, and then getting the first place in this lobby as well would be an incredible start for her. The gold was rolled down here for Falcor, wasn't able to find Alawi 2, wasn't able to find Yorick 2, and I think this might be it. This might be the final round, Counterfeit, to claim Medelia as the victor, as the saxophone winner for this lobby number 2.
We are absolutely playing Name That Instrument, but what we can name here is that Medelia has been putting on absolutely astonishing game 2. A second place into what is almost certainly going to be a first place. We've had 6 being added into the field as well. We've got the Dazzler online just to cut down some of the damage on the opposing side. Falcor, it's got the Karthus ticking away in the corner. He needs as many casts as he can, but he's going to be short by at least one big drop of lightning. Falcor drops out in second. Delia takes the first place along with her second from before.
I mean, it didn't even look close. It didn't even look like Medallia even broke a sweat in that game. That was an incredible performance overall. Still had 66 gold in the bank. Could still go for level 10 if she really wanted to make her board even stronger. But what an incredible performance from her, you know, getting, like you said, a second place in lobby number 1, now into a first place with a lot of high value, you know, players in this lobby. There were a lot of high competitive players in this lobby, but for her to get the first place, she must be feeling incredible going into the next lobby.
And again, doing it with a Jazz board in the Jazz lobby could not have been done better. But we're, of course, only barely getting started here today. 2 games out of the 5 before a cut to the top 8. We're headed to break. When we return, we'll be hearing from our analyst desk and getting towards the midway point of the Battle of the Bands Invitational.
You know, there has been a lot of discussion around whether or not you should be rerolling the Kaisa 3 or the Misfortune 3 with the Bart reroll. It seems people have been sleeping on the Nico 3. That thing was a beast. She was lifting so much of this board. Now, of course, we also had That's Jazz, baby. So really, all of the stars, well, 99% of the stars aligning with the Meeps here for the Bart to go strong for Medallia.
We had a few rerolls as well. We saw Yasuo, we saw Senna. Didn't really pan out for some of the players that were going down those routes. It really was just the Bard that, as a reroll option, did really well. Kioma as well had a great comeback with Country. I love seeing one away from Samira, just praying to anyone that would listen to please let him get that upgrade. He got it, and that helped him get to that top 4.
And anyone was, of course, heard about the Jazz ultra capped board. You go straight to level 9. You prayed for a Lucian just headliner, but even if you don't get it, a normal Lucian with Misfortune will do. You cap it around with all the other legendaries that you have. They give you extra traits. We don't necessarily see much reroll on the Misfortune or the Bard, and I feel like the Jazz Bard was pre-decided before the That's Jazz Baby augment came in, which is even cooler for this particular reroll, and it was great. I think what actually added the cherry on top of the cake was getting that superfan spat from the carousel, which allowed the 5 superfan, which allowed the radiant item, which is why that Bard looked 1v9 versus the Karthus having the extra defenses.
I also really liked how Kyoma was actually like really low and then sat it out, greeted it out, finding that Samira, winning another round, and then from there on out, making it into the top 4. I feel like that much bravery when you're willing to play as risky as that, and that is what we're rewarding. It's just so good to see.
I want to give props as well to Falcor, our second place. He had a disco opener, which I think is still very strong despite the nerfs of TF recently, and then was able to change that board completely into Pentakill in stages 4 and 5. So just a crazy good transition. It seems like he was really on top of his game when it came to understanding the strength of his board in the early stages of the game and then the late stages as well.
Well, with that, make sure you're ready because the voting is about to open again. 2 more rounds with a new Masters of Ceremony before we get to the end of the day with yet another 2 rounds. You can choose between Ari and Akali, as well as Jinx and Vi. Remember, top of show, we did give you a little bit of a rundown on these pairings. Ari and Akali is very much playing around the 4 costs, whereas Jinx and Vi is going for a little bit more of a reroll option. The poll is open in the Twitch chat. You can use your channel points to actually tip the scales. So I would recommend that you get on clicking and get in there and vote. And if you're asking me, it's Jinx and Vi that should be on top, but I lost this poll before, so maybe I should just shut up.
I have no more points.
I have 23,000. I'm still clicking.
50 pounds? What do you mean?
It's over for anyone who does not like reroll. Jinx and Vi might be the victor in this one.
You know what the worst part is? We're like, come on, guys. You guys in the chat, you have all the time. We're just sitting here, just spamming our points.
Listen, we're rewarding our most dedicated viewers. So I think it's you can't.
Which is us.
We just watch ourselves. Yeah. That's the whole process.
Yeah.
And this, of course, will be for 2 more games, for games 3 and 4. And just a reminder, you can get some of these challenges done in game 3 and then do them again in game 4. I'm just really curious to see if Jinx and Vi become the winner, how players navigate around trying to play an uncontested reroll line, because everyone's going to be scouting and saying, okay, what can I actually play this lobby when everyone else is trying to reroll a 1 cost or a 2 cost?
But you know what?
Yeah.
This is the fun, because if a lot of 1 costs or 2 costs are out of the pool, the other ones will be much easier to hit.
Now you understand Provo. Now you get the chaos.
if you play Punk reroll, somebody's gonna hit Yasuo, somebody's gonna hit Annie. If you take all the 1 costs out, if you take all the 2 costs out, if you're going towards a Twitch, maybe Aphelios is open for reroll in that part as well. So I think it's a win-win. The viewers win by watching something fun, and the people who play the rerolls win. Well, not all of them, just one, but you get the point.
Well, I, for one, am winning this one. Jinx and Vi are coming through. It's totally not like the casters pitched in to tip the scale, but you can see the challenges here one more time. You get bonus points for ending the game with 5 3-star units, so any of your, super fan reroll maybe if you're playing those into the late game, but of course also your true and tested Punk, as well as target dummies and thieves gloves are going to be in high demand, so we'll be looking for them in the portals as well.
And the augments as well. I mean, if you pick something like Idealism, for example, you have that double dip of wanting to build as many Hodges as possible and also having that challenge you can complete in the process. So there is some strategic nuance to different challenge packs around portals, around augments. I think players have to take into account when playing and planning their game plan for game 3.
Well, I do think we also have our standings ready. I'm not so sure. I'm just throwing production under the bus here. If they're ready, we're going to show them. But I'm personally really excited. Yeah, there we go. Shout out to production. Of course, you can see the multipliers here now in the green little tab. And that is going to be very, very important for the players.
1.2 already for Soft, so really going for as many challenges as possible in these 2 games.
Yeah, Fantasy as well with the 1.2. We see three more players with the 1.2. Meta Ham is going for it. Also Mini. So I'm really excited that actually people are indulging into the challenges. And so far, yeah, okay, Heartsteel is not the hardest challenge, I guess, to implement into your actual gameplay. But as we go on, for example, a lot of players do not tend to go for these reroll builds, but the ones that will get more rewarded towards the end. Again, of course, guys, it's a multiplier. I want to put it out there, which means that you need to have a higher finisher so your points will get multiplied. If you have like 1 point, it's not going to help that much.
Yeah, 0 times 5 is still 0. That's one thing I learned in math class. But we do have our break ready, so get to counting, and we'll see you on the other side of this one with game number 3. I did promise you we're gonna be back, and we are back. I'm still here with Impatches Panda, but we're now joined by Stuart, who already had the pleasure of casting the first 2 games. Now, Stuart, tell us a little bit about how that is from your perspective. How much in percent do you feel players are angling for style points?
Oh, I mean, the Heartsteel was a little bit common. There was some players that were going for Heartsteel, but I think this time it's going to be a lot more common. I would say more in like the 60 to 70% mark, I think, for Jinx and Fire, which is going to be exciting as we see the venues on screen now.
I'm looking forward to this, I think, reroll options on this patch specifically, because there's so many different options that are viable that can be played even in a super high level competitive setting and still find success. We've seen some attempts in the last few games with Senna and Yasuo, and obviously Annie from 168 in that game 1. But I'm curious to see, what lines people take and how they decide which line to go down.
Now we're gonna take a look at the venue that we're going to. It's going to be the hip hop venue, not necessarily the venue that you would expect a lot of punks in, but you know, fusion is in everybody's favorite this month, so I'm down for some punk hip hop fusion, if anything.
Oh, right away we have training dummy as a possible portal. So if players are, you know, with a few of their brain cells connected, they should be going for this one to try and get one of those challenges done so much easier.
Training dummies, plus crash test dummies, plus stationary
support. We got most of them.
That's enough there. Most of them are there, but also multi-talented is quite an interesting one as well.
Yeah, for reroll.
With the one cost rerolls, you know, being a possibility. Will we get it? Training.
There we go.
There we go.
1 out of 4, baby. Let's go.
And of course, augments like crash test dummy, augments like stationary support are going to be at a premium here. So players have to really be thinking through their augment choices if you want to get these challenges done.
I think one player I wanted to highlight in this lobby is a Fantasy as well. A player that yesterday was actually playing in another competition in day number 1 of this competition. Actually kind of skipped the first game, but still made it into the top 32, being able to get, I think it was 2 4-stars 3 costs in the end. And he even said in Twitch chat as well, he was like, I'm not going for any more style points. I'm just going for placements this time, because maybe he feels like the style points maybe griefed him a little bit than what he expected.
Well, I'm sure other players are still going for some of these style points. You can see them on the left side now as well. Ending the game with a 3-star tier 1 or tier 2 headliner, 5 3-star units, fielding 4 target dummies, or ending the game with 5 copies of the same item is what we're looking for. We're already, like you said, Panda, 1 of the 4 dummies there. So really, there's a lot of gold augments that could quickly get plenty of people closer to that finish line.
Looking at the end of the game with 5 3-star units, I think only really Punk's going to have a very clear and easy path to get that done, because there's lots of relatively low cost units. Of course, you got a lot of extra rerolls. So I'm curious to see the mind games around who's going to try and Punk in this stage 2.
Sometimes it might not even be like playing Punk later on, but maybe players looking for Punk early on just to get the extra rerolls in could also be extremely helpful. But gold almost pretty good. Who's going to take that stationary support to start things off?
It's time to roll every augment until you see a dummy.
Yes, I was gonna say, if you are in a golden augment round, you need to be like kind of open for it, right? But here on the side of Dwarf, it's going to be the duplicator with, of course, if you're looking for the punks, this one's also pretty good.
There's also a couple of other ones that actually give you, and a couple of other gold augments that give you. We're talking about stationary support, but also things like escort quest, scapegoat as well. They also give you dummies, so there are plenty of opportunities. So hopefully we'll get to see across all the boards to see if anyone takes any of them, to see if we get 2 out of 4 for the dream.
I'm just staring at our analytic feed, which shows me what augments are being picked and what units are on the field. I can report that there's a lot of training dummies, but only 1 person has managed to get 2, and it is going to be Koto on the other side of the field with the scapegoat that you can see now as well in the background there, that already has 2 training dummies. So if Koto is somehow able to double these, that's 1 challenge done.
And the best thing is that picking something like crash test dummies at 3-2 would mean it would actually be the correct play competitively as well, because you would have 4 dummies stunning your opponent's board in every fight. So it would be just an absolute wonder to see. With Samadelia able to really align the stars with the That's Jazz Baby last game, hopefully the same can happen here for Koto.
Oh, also finds a punk headliner.
Will you go for the Punk? That is the question. I think a lot of people are actually not really taking any early headliners to start things off, and that kind of is to do with the challenges and the ceremonies in general, trying to get the ideal scenarios. When you think of the 1-cost rerolls, you're thinking of units like Annie, Jinx, Yasuo, and Olaf as the big carries, but also it might give you an opportunity to get the 2-cost headliners as well, which you can also use to try and finish off and get in that in the end. But also another augment we didn't mention, Stars Are Born as well, can also benefit getting you these extra challenges points.
Very true.
Something that I find really interesting, sorry, but as we are talking about these augments, patient study, I feel like in a game where people are going for reroll is really interesting, because you are going to be ahead of the rest of the lobby and maybe get a lot of like normal points that way by just out leveling the rest of them.
could just be trying to go for a 2-cost headliner instead at 6. And there are some comps, like for example, Fiend, that is a 2-cost reroll, yes, but you want to do most of your rolling on 7 because it just fits so much better for the traits and for adding in other better units like Ari, for example. Similar with Jax and Lux, for example. So there are, I think, different ways to navigate around 1 and 2-cost rerolls despite leveling up a little bit more early.
Going to be seeing what the plan is here for that study on the side of Shaw. Right now, we definitely have a little bit of big shot going on. We do have the Jax too. Now, Jax reroll is not flavor of the month anymore, but if you are in a good situation for it, it's still possible. I don't think that's what we're headed for though here.
I mean, speaking of flavor of the month, on the other side, though, headliner for the Katarina. In the most recent patch as well, Katarina did get a pretty decent buff, and me and Panda were actually covering some of the games yesterday. We did see a few Katarina rerolls in a different competition, different to this one. And if you can get that online early on, which Kotu has here, and able to get that extra bit of gold, that could be a possibility there to go for a bit of a crowd diver reroll.
I always feel like I have friends on a dev team that I don't know about because Samira reroll and Katarina reroll are 2 of my favorite all-time comps in TFT, and this set has both. So really cool to see that Kata coming back into the meta now that she's been just a little bit buffed. I feel like it's really good, and it could also be a good comp for those reroll challenges, as you do have those lower cost units in there, right? Something like the Evelyn, something like the Lilia that you can get really easily to 3-star, especially if other people are buying out the 1 cost out of the pool.
And looking at Green Fox, seems like he is committed to this punk line. He's already on 4 punk. Know your enemy, not getting too much value just yet, but hoping to get a little bit more as we move into stage 3 and 4. But 5 Jinxes for now. Just curious to see if anyone else is really contesting this punk line. Might make it harder for him to actually hit.
Yeah, you were saying
if that's the case, as right now we are looking at Green Fox's board, and we're also seeing the level up from Fantasy at the same time, going for 5, trying to put a little bit of extra pressure there. Same for Koto, so that is going to be what separates players now, especially the ones that are looking for those 1 costs that are going to hold back on the leveling, try to get as many 1 costs in the pool for as long as possible until the drugs roll around, whereas everyone else is upgrading their board with more units.
It does mean you're potentially losing these first few rounds though, because you're not going to get as big of a spike as maybe players are looking to try and, you know, reroll, try and level and try and push levels instead of going for these rerolls. But a great thing about this ceremony and the challenges in general is that because so many people are going for these 1 cost and 2 cost rerolls, it means that there's going to be a lot of them out of the pool. Like, you know, if everyone goes for a different 1 cost, a different 2 cost reroll, then we could be seeing situations where we could be getting multiple golden boards online, which is super exciting to see how it's actually going to be able to work on the bench.
And this is where, for someone that is kind of ignoring the challenges altogether and going for a fast 7, fast 8, fast 9 kind of game plan, they might be punished because everyone else will be hitting so much easier than they would be in a normal lobby. And all of a sudden, the tempo of the lobby will go absolutely crazy at the start of stage 4.
And we also saw Silencium just now benching that headliner Annie that presumably they're planning to play just to make sure that the loss streak keeps going, to get that econ off, to try and have a little bit of an upper hand on other people. And one of the ones that we haven't really shouted out as much just yet is the one we are seeing on the side of Dorotex, that golden ticket in a reroll game. You're going to take it just very happily.
And this is going to be an important run for some of our players. Most of the time, you want to wait until after Krugs, try and get as much economy as possible, as you was mentioning. Makes we're going for the loss streak, 4 loss streak, into getting as much gold as possible. And then after this Krugs is finished, you roll down and you try and hit this Annie 3-star. Still needs to hit 3 at the end, but still a big possibility.
And the right components as well. No item slam on the Annie just yet. Wants to find ideally a tier blue buff, ideally a belt for Nashers as well. Could also slam some different AP items depending on when he gets here. But you want to spike once you hit that Annie 3 and make sure you have items for her as well.
And the big question is, how aggressive are we actually going for it now that we have built out that losing streak to try and get a little bit more econ? Are we going to see some rolling? How much rolling? How far in are we willing to go with 2 players on 100 HP streaking, putting down pressure onto the lobby? how many players are actually going to roll it down here a little bit. And you can see it on the right side. They're starting. They're looking for those upgrades. Dwarf instantly on the back of the duplicators finds that Jinx 3. But with the 1 cost, more than one person can have it.
It might actually be the play to wait to roll down a few more seconds in this round, because so many 1 cost as players start rolling down and trying to buy their Jinxes, their Annies, etc.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point, but at the same time, you are seeing that a player like Fantasy just went level 6. If you're level 5 now, that's such a huge power difference if you haven't found that 3-star 1 cost just yet. And we are seeing a little bit of hand-holding here between Silencium and Owl, and unfortunately for Silencium, Owl has already found that Annie 3 and is not willing to let go of her.
I think that's a bit of a difficulty as well with some of these players. You know, we were talking about it at the start with because of how the challenges works and because of how the tournament format works. Crash test dummies. Another option here to get 2 more target dummies. But back to my point, I mean, being able to get these 1 cost rerolls are super important. He's going to go for crash test dummies as well. 3 dummies on the board, so just needs 1 more. But hitting that 1 cost 3-star early, we saw Dwarf using the triple lesser champion duplicator, was just like, I'm not going to risk it. I'm just going to use my lesser champion duplicators and get a spike as soon as possible.
And Al we're seeing here still has the Stars Are Born purchase on the 2 cost, so maybe looking for something like a Gnar potentially for just more super fan in this mid game. Potentially the Gragas, he already has one of on the bench just to add Spellweaver in.
And as we are looking at those augments, we called it out with the portal, we called it out with the augments. Now 2 players on the crash test dummies. That's 3 and 3 for both of them. If they can somehow find 1 more dummy, then they are getting that challenge done here. And of course, with the crash test dummies, it's just the correct play to get as many as possible, send them into the enemy team, and make sure they get some extra stuns out.
And one other thing as well that we haven't really mentioned, we've been focused so much about the challenges of 1 cost and 2 cost rerolls. One of the challenges we haven't spoken about too much is end the game with 5 copies of the same item. We did just see for a second that Dorotex did take Lucky Gloves, so that is an opportunity there to maybe field potentially 5 Lucky Gloves. That could be an opportunity. It is very risky, but with Lucky Gloves in there, can definitely be another opportunity to get some more channel point, to get some more style points.
And I think going on that same topic, Stuart, we also have Shal, who has Dealism, has 2 Jaxes, and has 2 Hodges. There's some kind of mirror situation going on here. The perfect symmetry on his board, but just needs 3 more Hands of Justice to get some extra points along the way.
And I feel like this is something that many newer players actually don't do a whole lot of, where if you have a unit, you do want to reroll it, you slammed an item on it to preserve a little bit of HP and strength on your board, and then you find the headliner, they're like, okay, what do I play now? Do I sell? What can I do with this? And just fielding both of them is actually so smart. Particularly, I feel for those EDM champions, just gets you so much value with them just bouncing around and getting those casts off, but it is working out for Shal here for sure. Needs a couple more of those Hodges though to finish the challenge. 5 is a lot.
It's quite a lot. I'm actually curious in terms of how the scapegoat works with like 2 dummies in the end. How do you know which dummy is the scapegoat dummy? And how do you know which one is not the scapegoat dummy? Or does it work in the case of it doesn't matter which one dies first, as long as one of them die, then you get the gold? Like, does it, like, any of you 2 know how the interaction works? Because it's something that we've never really seen before.
I personally don't. I'm not a big enjoyer of picking Scapegoat as an augment, but maybe we'll find out after this game. We'll message the player and get down to the bottom of this mystery. Looking at Shal's board, quickly to mention the fact that he was one of the players we talked about with Patient Study, and he's going for this game plan of rolling for Jax. He was 1 copy away at 6 and then going on 7, and potentially going for Lux 3 as well. Having a Hodge on her would be fantastic for stages 4 and 5.
I was just looking across all of these units and I got a little bit of a scare there from Dortex, who's also running a 2-star Jax, but I think it's just a temporary item holder. Bad news for Shal though. That's the unit you want, and there's 3 copies of that sitting on another person's board. That never makes you happy. Something that does make you happy though is you are playing Spellweavers, and at 3-5 an Ahri comes around.
Ari comes around, but unfortunately hasn't found the Annie 3-star because it was contested as well. So feeling maybe a little bit unfortunate, but maybe just moving away from the Annie in the end, because it's going to be difficult to try and roll down and hit that Annie 3-star. There are plenty of 1 cost out of the pool, but with an Annie 3-star already on another person's board, it's very difficult here. But Koto on the other side might be taking some of the book out of the previous game, maybe going for a Jazz reroll again.
Listen, I would be inspired by that raid boss performance we saw.
Oh, I don't think I can hear Panda anymore. I don't know. We've been having a little bit of technical difficulties. Maybe broadcast could hear you there, but yeah, that board definitely was a that we saw in the previous game there. We also saw the scapegoat coming out of this game. It seems to be a specific dummy that gets the gold out, and then the rest of them you can do with whatever, as we are heading towards Wolves. Fantasy still on fire, still on 100 HP. That is a lot of pressure that's raining down on the lobby. Getting those early levels definitely helped, and is now also empowered by additional dummies, which definitely is a lot of bodies on the playing field.
And the scary thing is that Fantasy is probably just going to keep on getting stronger and stronger over time. We see Dwarfsport on the other side taking balanced budget as well, so trying to get as much gold as possible with this Punk opener. Unfortunately, doesn't have any items though really on this Jinx, so you use all your lesser champion duplicators on this Jinx, but you don't really have that much power for this Jinx just yet. Hopefully, it's going to be able to get some items, as you mentioned, Migs, with the walls coming up extremely soon. And that does also mean our third augment is around the corner as well. And it's going to be exciting to see, if these players are going to be getting, the players that already have target dummies, are they going to get even more and get the challenge points that they need?
And time is running out for Silencio Tempe. 26 HP, has to really try and find the Annie. Has to roll down point. It is still possible to hit the Annie 3 despite someone else already hitting in stage 3. So we'll see. I think, yeah, we're seeing there with the gold going down. He is trying to roll a little bit. Has 42 gold still to work with. Only 2 Annies remaining here.
Yeah, the air is getting thin there for sure, but maybe the shop odds are gracious. We're going to be seeing what the next moves are from Silencium, as we need to make a little bit of bench space there to actually get the items we need. Of course, the Pandora's also not really working in your favor. That Deathblade is the least thing you want to see if you are on that AP line, so really unfortunate happenings. At the same time, does find the Amumu 2, is now going to get put in, allows you to have that emo, but truly you need the Annie or the Ari. I mean, I'd be down for an Ari too, but we're very far away from that one with level 6.
Looks like the challenge is not going to be completed here, unfortunately, with Annie not being able to complete, maybe just giving up on the Annie in the end. I think, interestingly enough, went for the level and just played the Amumu instead of playing the Annie. Means that it's going to be extremely difficult now at level 6 to try and hit the Annie 3-star. But as Panda said, with only 2 left, there still is that possibility in the back of the line.
Maybe an attempt to go for a Seraphine 3-star instead. Has 5 on the bench. Would be quite easy to just find the headliner and then find that last copy. So could be selling this Annie on this round. 10 loss streak. I think the time has run out at this point for Silencium Tempe, and that might be the play.
The play could also be just trying to find more dummies, which I'm sure some of our players are, as yet another golden augment round has rolled around. Also going to be looking at those components here. Does slam the crit glove, doesn't really have anything to go with it yet. Tries a reforge, gets out a vest, is also not the item you really wanted here. Could have been a nice little tank item with the crit glove, but is not going to be what we need. And now here's the big decision maker. Are you holding on to the Annie? Are you trying to transfer those items over to the Seraphine? How much rolling are you doing? Finding the RE2 would, of course, still be very, very big, but can you pull it off? And it doesn't look like a Dortex at the same time. Finding the Seraphine 3, saying, no, this one is mine. All of the Spellweavers are getting taken out of the pool.
It's so unfortunate. It's like double contest here, unfortunately. Dorotex already has a Seraphine 3. Another player already has Annie 3 as well. And it just means that, unfortunately, it looks like for Tempe that not going to be able to find any of the 3 stars that they were looking for in this one. And it's just one of them games where you just got to feel sorry and just unfortunate that it didn't get put into place this time around.
And this is one of the difficulties of this challenge pack. You really have to be scouting in stages 2 and 3 and trying to understand, trying to predict what lines players will be going for with the items they've slammed, with the augments they've picked, and with the units they have on their board to try and avoid the situation. Sometimes there's no avoiding it. You just, scout. No one has Seraphine's. All of a sudden, someone has Seraphine 3 2 rounds later. It does happen in TFT.
I'm staring at those augments looking for the dummies, but it didn't seem to work out for our crash test dummy players, both of them not getting yet another dummy. So no 4 dummy challenges unlocked here. Dorotex at the end there picking up another dummy because, but that's not going to lead us to the 4 dummies either. So unfortunate that this challenge is not going to be completed by anyone, but we're going to take yet another look at this Seraphine 3 as it goes up against the mammoth of a board with waiting for a cam connection on the side of Fantasy with a huge fluff of Poros there in the backline. Does have the Ezreal. We were talking about this one in the previous analyst desk. It's just such a good board right now, but it seems like it's going to get overrun by the Seraphine.
Seraphine 3 proving that she is also a really strong composition as well. We know how strong already from the first 2 games with how strong this Ezreal board can be, but to see taking a hit there is going to be extremely difficult. But somehow, some way, Tempe is still alive at the bottom of the standings, somehow.
Look at this carousel. We do have a Zed, which would be interesting for our EDM Jax player, but also for those players. A more traditional Ezreal carry game like Fantasy, trying to get that duo carry set up with both the Ezreal and the Zed.
Yeah, looking at it, still hasn't found the Jax 3. Shell is a player that we're talking about, but of course the Zed would be a really nice little upgrade. Fantasy at the end there, just choosing whatever gets left open. I'm sure it's going to be fine with a little bit of a tier. That's usually a good item, but as we speak about it, Jax rolled around, and you can see that there was already a lot of gold invested for Shal to make that unit appear. So very, very good that now you have it together and you can recoup some of that econ.
Jax in general, though, not really a composition that we've really seen too often. Maybe a few patches ago as one of the best compositions, but because of some of the changes recently, not maybe it's going to reach the same heights as what it did before. But as Panda was saying a few rounds ago, probably trying to look towards the Lux 3 as well. But because he had to spend so much gold re-rolling down for this Jax 3, I'm not too sure he's going to even get to a point where he's going to be able to afford the Lux 3 in the end. And also with no extra handed justices as well, not being able to get the same copies of the items, means it might not be only one challenge completed this time with that Jax re-roll happening.
I'm surprised it took so much gold to get that Jax 3 as well. We saw he was just one off midway through stage 3. There's so many other 2 costs out of the pool with the Bard and Seraphines being purchased by other players. So just unfortunate that it took so long. I think it could have been a really, really good with Lux 3 as a support for that Jax 3 to have both options.
And our Heartsteel players still hoping that maybe the Heartsteels give them a dummy, but on the side of Green Fox, it's going to be a tome that pops open. And of course, we're not in the challenge anymore. That rewards here for 10 Heartsteel. And we're maybe a little bit too far away from that anyhow for now, but still, it's a big question of what can we make happen here.
So he's going to keep the tome for now, maybe looking to make the board a little bit later on. You can try and go to level 9 and reach that insane board that we've been seeing already with the Jazz also fit in and all these different traits. And the more traits you get with tome of traits means that you'll be able to get more possibilities of getting the trait that you really, really want for your board. Is this Jinx going to do enough though with 2 items?
Yeah, the big question is, can the Ahri actually get to her? And she is trying, but it's all too little too late. Silencium, after having hung by a threat for a couple of rounds there, unfortunately finds an end, was contested on the Annie, lost out on it, was contested on the Seraphine, lost out on it, and then not being able to find the Ahri, invested too much into units that he was looking for. Just very, very unfortunate game there.
It's a tough game to navigate when you roll for a unit and you're kind of committed when it comes to spending already a ton of gold to try and go for this unit and committing your board around it. And then you scout and there's so many of the units you want out of the pool. It's difficult to pivot off of that. There was an attempt to move into Ahri as the main carry instead. And I think that was a valiant effort, but in the end, not quite enough.
I'm really curious when we're going to see that tome pop. There's a lot of items currently on the bench that I'm sure we're going to be seeing in just a second as we find the Heartsteel Ezreal. 2 players on it now.
It's going to be huge as well. Actually decided to slam the Gambler's Blade. Now pops the tome, and that is not what you're looking for. Not really anything there, just for the Crowd Diver, for the extra trait here for the Yone means that you don't need to play the Zed, but sometimes you like to play the Zed as well. So maybe you could potentially go for 4 Crowd Diver in the end if he can find that Zed, but rolling down all of his gold and not finding anything so far. Pretty much this board is like Ezreal against the world, just hoping that Ezreal can do as much damage as possible and snipe away the Jinx.
Okay, I'm really intrigued because we decided to sell off the Alawi there, which I feel was a little bit premeditated, maybe even, but hopefully the Ezreal does enough here, and it seems to be the case. And Green Fox gets another go at trying to find the right unit in the next round. Definitely a little bit risky for my taste. At the bottom of the leaderboard, though, we do see players fighting for survival. Koto now down to 6, and Dorotex on 16, starting to be on fire. Both of these players are playing around the spell Weaver, so that is going to be something that kind of led to both of them being there at the bottom due to contesting those units.
And Koto, the very early 4 Jazz in this stage 5, has the Lucian itemized as well. Here we'll see if it'll be enough. Just I think he's missing some frontline. The dummies are great, the Echo's doing fantastic, but overall I think the 1-star Nico, for example, with the Blacksmith gloves is not really doing enough.
Not that much damage either, unfortunately. You kind of want the 3-star Dream as well for most of these units, and going to be coming up here against the legendary board of the Annie. Can the Annie do enough damage to break through this front line?
Yeah, Owl has enough HP to fall back on, but is it going to be necessary at all? The Lucian putting in the work that he can together with the Misfortune in the backline, though. But you can see what's missing on the board of Koto. It's the front line. Everything is crumbling, opening up those squishy units to those Annie casts. And that is going to be all she wrote there with one final punch. We're going to be seeing it come in here. The cutscene dies of Akali, and that's it.
The next cash out coming through, we do see Tacticians Crown. No extra dummy coming through. Could have gotten maybe some dummy in the process to get that next challenge, but still 7 Heartsteel, level 9, 30 gold, and just an incredibly strong board we're seeing here from Fantasy.
These fist bumps that he was doing there as well. He just kind of slid back on his chair ever so casually, and he was like, yeah, let's go, let's do this. A really, really great performance here for Fantasy. You know, one of the players that you know, didn't want to really contest throughout these lines, and it was one of the questions that, you know, we were all thinking about at the start of the day. You know, will players play more towards the challenges to get the style points, or will you just kind of not completely ignore them, but go towards a case of, you know, playing more for placements instead of style points? And Fantasy has definitely done well here to try and play for placements, but not too sure if it's going to be strong enough though.
Gonna be seeing Doro go up against Owl. Both of these players really low. Doro on that win streak, making headway for the Annie, knocks her out, and Owl falling lower. Dwarf on 2 HP. Owl also down to 13. The lobby is really close. If you just blend out Fantasy at the top there, everybody could be on their last life as we enter this carousel.
Could be another Hand of Justice for Shal, getting closer and closer to the...
I think that would be the third one.
It is the third. Going to have some very fortunate carousels. And Sage is on 1 HP right now, or 1 life rather, with 13 HP.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a Monka steer there, but we are checking in with Dwarf, and you can see the pain point. Ooh. Vex 3 coming online.
Punk him as well.
This board, but 0 items.
You can fit this Vi in and have 6 Punk online. That's gonna be the case, yeah.
Is this the dream the dwarf was thinking of? It's not, unfortunately, going to be 5 3-star units on the board at the end of this. I don't think so, unless you somehow get like a Twitch, a Pantheon, and a Mumu from out of nowhere. But dropping that Caitlyn too seems a little bit unfortunate. But as you said, Panda, with the 6 punk is going to be extremely strong. But this is probably the hardest board that dwarf has to come up against at the worst time.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be enough. You can see the Thresh already crumbled. The Amumu is going to follow the Pantheon, trying to throw up a shield to protect his friends, but there is nothing there to protect anymore. Fantasy already celebrating as a dwarf is getting knocked out here. It's not going to be the only one though. Doro following after having that really good streak on the 16 HP. 2 losses in a row were just too much. And Shal with a dream on the Jax reroll, also not going to make it, and that is going to be our top 3.
And it's now our last reroller left alive. Owl with the Annie 3 trying to do his best against these Heartsteel boards, against these Ezreal carries. And we'll see how much damage he can put out. More, I think, at the front line is going to be the most important thing here. And the fact that Ezreal cannot one-shot the Annie, because that's most of the damage coming out from this board.
I'm really scared for this one. Because it could be Fantasy on the other side, but it's not going to be. It's Owl against Green Fox, so somebody is going to get eliminated, and Fantasy does have the Ghost copy. See who actually comes out on top. The Ezreal in the backline getting those casts off, ults through, snipes out. The Annie 3 does not survive here, but the Ahri is still standing. She's trying to go strong. That's one more stun as she is making her way through the game. The Ezreal will fall, and the Ahri remains in a solid stand there. Green Fox down to 2, but survives due to the very narrow loss here.
That was extremely close. The Ezreal actually, because it was the 3rd cast of Ezreal, actually just a little bit delayed and allowed Ahri enough time to actually cast in the end. And also the Gunblade helping out with the healing of the front line, doing enough as well. And now it comes down to probably the final Elder Drake that we will see in this game, just to give everyone an extra item to help them out.
For a second, I was hoping for a Hodge, but Shal is out, so no Hodge. Unfortunate, but it is going to be items, and we do have a couple of Reforgers for Green Fox, so let's see how this anvil looks like as we're going up to 9. Gonna get not too bad. Deathblade is pretty good on a Misfortune.
Has to hope for maybe a Kiana here in, the little amount of gold he has left to roll to get 4 Crowd Diver in as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Lelux is probably going to be a replacement if he can find it. Not enough gold though, unfortunately. Do you reforge any of these items? Do you reforge the Crowd Diver in the end? Doesn't in the end. This could be it here for Green Fox. Coming up, the 2 Ezreal players battling it out.
Yeah, you do have the protection of the Aegis, but that does not protect you from a crashing crash test dummy into your backline. And it really is the battle of the Ezreals as one board just collapses onto the other Ezreal on the side of Green Fox, left standing alone. You can see Fantasy with a wide grin, knowing that he's done it, and he will be doing it as he does knock out both of the players at the same time and takes round 3.
And so unfortunate that Fantasy could not find that 4th dummy. I think it would have played out so well with the crash test dummy. We saw it there. Just every single fight, 3 dummies jumping forward, buying so much time for the Ezreal to do his thing, to get those casts out. Just great game from Fantasy in the end.
Absolutely. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll hear from our analyst desk on what they thought and how the challenges are looking like. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Battle of the Bands Invitational. Oh my gosh. Well, we had ourselves a pretty impressive start out to the Jinx and Vi lobby. Joel, we figured the people were probably going to try and do more than a little bit of re-rolling in this one.
You know what? I feel like the fact that Jinx and Vi were there on the reroll got a lot of players actually wanting to play Punk. We had particularly 2 players trying to play Punk. Then that opened the Yasuo line. Then that opened the Annie line. We had 2 rerolls for Annie, 2 rerolls for the Punk, which was also really cool to see because we mentioned at the very start of the day how it's an influx of all different ranks in the game. We've got Plat, we've got Emerald, we've got higher up. And it's so cool to see people pivoting to different scenarios when they are being contested, even towards the lower spectrum of the ranks in this particular tournament. So it shows the growth that even when you go through a tournament like this, even when you are playing against higher up and ELO opponents, you can learn from them and you can pivot through that.
Well, I mean, to go back to what you're saying partway through there, we had 5 different players at one point, all throwing Punk into their mix, their composition. I think ultimately made Punk a bit of a risky composition to go for, just because being able to actually get up to the 3-star version was so difficult when everyone else was just using Punk for the ability to give yourself a discounted reroll.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, we also had 2 cost rerolls as well. We saw a Seraphine, we saw a Jax as well. Seraphine, okay. I'm just gonna put Panda on blast right here because he can't reply, okay? He's not on the analyst desk. But he was chatting about how strong Seraphine is. And then I'm not sure, but there was a pro player that was like, listen, man, I had the most high roll game with Seraphine. I hit without even having to reroll, and I still came third. I don't know what this is about that you're talking about Seraphine, but it's really cool to see the adaptation into going for all the different headliners. Of course, let's not forget that having a 3-star 1 cost or a 3-star 2 cost headliner also gives points with the challenges.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, that's going to matter tremendously going forwards. But we have got the standings ready, so we can start to get a picture of how our players have been playing and also how much they've been racking up those star points. So we'll start off from the bottom. We can see we've got an actually fairly big spread between. You can see like players like Softstyle who are towards the bottom right now. I've got the multiplier in place, so if they can stack up some more points, they can really make that multiplier pay out.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to see towards the top set of the standings as well. If we do have any number more than a 1.2 multiplier here, because it's going to definitely help. Again, the more points you have, the more you're going to end up with if you have the higher multiplier as well. And as you can see, Meta is sitting very comfortably up in the top place, 22 points, and has the 1.2 multiplier bonus as well. One of the highest ones we have seen so far, Counterfeit.
Yeah, no, it's looking really good. Again, if you've got the points, the bigger number, the more the multiplier is going to take effect. I think looking forward to Game 4, I'm sure we're going to be seeing more players trying to at least, if nothing else, make sure they've got in the 2-cost or 1-cost headliner in there at 3-star to make sure that they at least leave the game, if not with necessarily the most tournament points, at least with some star points to cash in for later on. Joel, before we get to that Game 4, anything you'd like to see our players doing in Game 4?
Well, honestly, I would like to see some Katarina reroll. As an avid Katarina main over on Summoner's Rift, I do like me some Katarina reroll in TFT as well. And this is something we haven't seen yet, so there you go. You get your points through the challenge as well for having a 2-cost headliner 3-star. So, floor is open.
All right, well, Game 4 is ready to rock and roll. We're staying in the same setup as before, Jinx and Vi. So we'll have Stuart, Impetuous Panda, and Makes to bring us in to game number 4.
Thank you guys so much, and we're, as you said, ready for game number 4. Now, I personally, I really agree with my dear friend Trouble. I would like to see some Katarina reroll. Yes, that would be very nice. But anything you guys are looking for that we maybe haven't seen as much yet? I know you were talking a little bit about it yesterday, Panda, the Lux reroll.
Lux reroll, it's not a 1 or 2 cost headline is the only thing, but you can mix that in with Jax we saw from Shao in that last game, trying to go for that Hand of Justice ×5 game plan. But we haven't seen Kill reroll. I think it's one of the stronger rerolls right now after this last patch. Definitely a viable option, and potentially Gnar reroll as well. Why not?
Ooh. What about you, Stuart? Any particular comps that you're still on the lookout for as we are looking at our Hyperpop venue here that we're going to be hopping on stage with?
Oh, I think we saw quite a few variants in the previous lobby. I would say I would like to see more one cost rerolls. There's a few contentions there with like Jinx and Annie, but there are still a few other really strong ones as well. Yasuo and also Olaf, I think can be really big possibilities, but it's just trying to natural them early on, you know, with these one cost rerolls. You know, if you can find some of them early on, especially to get the challenge points, it's going to be very important for these players.
No dummy portal this time. Sadness.
So sad. No extra components, no dummies. Maybe we'll get some prismatics, you know, how would that be? I'd be down for it, personally speaking, but players seem to be in disagreement on where we want to head. Gadwin trying to one-man the lobby, as the rest of them have accumulated on the item payout, which is exactly where we're going to be going. I love this arena. Sorry, it's one of my favorite things. I said it before, the Luna Revel, it's so pretty. And we're even seeing the team planner being utilized here from our player to clear it out because it saves wherever you leave off in the previous game. But here are our challenges one more time. And unfortunately, the dummies might be hard to hit.
Yeah, dummies are definitely going to be extremely difficult. We're not starting off with one this time, unfortunately, but we're still going to get plenty of players most likely in this lobby trying to hit the 3-star of either the tier 1 or the tier 2 headliner, trying to re-roll them down. Maybe ending the game with 5 3-star units might be a little bit difficult as well. But I definitely think that first one and trying to get 3 points towards your style points is going to be a big possibility for all these players.
It's going to be so important for players to try and find a headliner that's a kind of a viable reroll option early on and try and in that way kind of posture to the rest of the lobby. Hey, I have this headliner. Don't try to contest me. We might both go 7th and 8th. Let me play down this avenue kind of by myself. So finding these headliners as early as possible, things like Annie, for example, Yasuo, Olaf, and committing to them is going to be super important.
Now we'll see what is being found. And Annie is on the option list here as well with 3 superfan units already. This shop is giving everything. You just need to pick it up and put it in your back.
It's interesting though whether the players are actually going to look towards, because we saw a lot in the previous game with players actually not really looking for early headliners and picking them up and seeing how their natural shops look like, which I think is a great game plan if you're working towards these challenges and trying to reach the 3-star, because it's really nice to find the headliners early on, but it does mean that you need to natural and roll down for more of these units. But we did see a player last game go for heroic grab bag. Oh, okay, it's just instant. Oh, extended play though.
Oh, wow.
It's another option. I thought heroic grab bag might have been better, but extended play does still give you that little bit of extra gold.
So
and Superfan does give Jinx the Rage Blade, so actually could be an interesting option to see. Oh, never mind. Has been mostly sold there. It's just the Lilia remaining. And this is one way to posture to the rest of the players. I picked an augment that locks me into Punk. If you guys want to contest me, feel free.
Yeah, that's the important thing, right? Because extended play does give you the Jinx and the vibe, but it doesn't give you the headliner. We don't really have it online yet, but everybody now knows that he's looking for those Punk units. So if you're going down that road, there will be massive handholding, which is not ideal if you're trying to upgrade units. So really, everybody that sees this is probably warned you will be contested on this line and you shouldn't be picking up those Punk headliners. So even though Kateko doesn't have the headliner just yet, he has a good way there.
But even sort of frequent flyer as well, which is another great augment that you can take if you're going for this reroll option, because all you need to do is reroll a few times and then your shops are going to cost 1 gold instead of 2. So again, a lot of players maybe looking towards trying to get a little bit more gold or saving a bit of gold so they can roll more often and try and hit these units to complete the challenges.
And a similar way of approaching the game we're going to see from Tacti as well, who's on the metabolic now. Of course, this is one of the augments that has been around for very long, so I expect people are familiar with it, but we're going to be seeing a lot of aggressive losing, trying to build out that losing streak. Breakpoints have been moved, so it'll be a little bit harder. Because of that metabolic, you really needn't worry about that. It's going to heal you back up.
And Levnar looked like he wanted to go into Punk, saw the board from his opponent in that first fight and said maybe not, but now it's found a Twitch 2 out of nowhere, so we'll see where he actually wants to take this game.
Gonna be seeing as we hop through Plumple and CEO seem to still fight for those 100 HP Fitspire as well. Do have 2 players, 3 players. Can we get 4 players on the 100 HP in the 3rd round? As Plumple is still fighting. Yeah, there we go. Lobby is splitting evenly.
Kind of crazy to see actually that so many players are sitting on 100 HP. You very rarely see this in any sort of game, which is, you know, what makes these is so exciting is that some players are looking towards the lose streak. I believe one player did go for what doesn't kill you, which is the one where you get some extra items, which is really, really nice. But a lot of players also lose streaking because they're looking towards re-rolling as well.
Some bad news for Katako.
You're seeing what I'm seeing.
Are we in the Punk venue? Is that the problem here? I think is that the case?
It's Hyperpop, which I think goes
Hyperpunk.
better
Let's go with that one.
with Punk than Hip Hop, but yeah, definitely some hand holding on the Punk steer. Letnar also on the Punk line in the background there. You can see it on the opposite side. Is holding on to Jinxes, holding on to Vi as well as that Twitch. So bad news for Katako, who has been locking himself into the Punk line. I don't know if there's been a Punk headliner found yet, but looking at my secret sheet, it doesn't seem to be that way, which definitely is bad news.
And the spatula could be very interesting here if you do have a Punk headliner. You're able to get that 6 Punk online with the traditional 4 Punk units as well as the spatula units. So we'll see. That's going to be the options. It's an easy way to cap out and could maybe give you some board chunk before you hit your 3 stars if you are contested.
Did you see that Katako, who is on extended play, picked up the spatula and went up to see who's contesting him on the Jinx headliner, aggressively flashing that thumbs up saying, "You might have my Jinx, but I have the option to go vertical," and we'll leave it at that.
The flex in the end as well, which is really, really nice. Oh, wait, hold on a second.
That might have been a misclick because he did immediately reforged it into a 2 damage emblem. The BMing might have backfired, Makes. Oh, wait, 2 damage Senna, time to pivot.
Everyone's on his board as well. You can see everyone just went to his board and everyone saw a true damage battle. Was like, hello, question mark ping, what's going on here?
You recovered in time.
Yeah, and he recovered really well for the fact that you pick up the potential Punk, then reforge it into true damage and have the true damage Senna as an option when you're needing to play like a 2-cost headliner reroll. I feel like this is probably the best turn of events and the worst turn of situations.
Not just that, but I think true damage could be played with extended play. You have, of course, the Pantheon that synergizes with the Guardian on the Kennen, and you have, of course, Rapid Fire with Jinx and Senna. So we might be seeing some new age cookery here from Gatako, adapting to his current situation.
He's definitely cooking, that's for sure. Not too sure what he's actually cooking, but it's going to be very interesting. I mean, it was all part of the plan, right? Knew that it was going to get the true damage. Knew that you were going to get the true damage. It's, you know, don't worry about it. It's all part of the plan. Don't worry, it's all okay. We're all good. We're back.
The fact that they keep coming onto his board and just looking at it, it's like, oh, what's going on? It's so good. But I mean, I'm ready to eat. Whatever Katako's cooking, I'm interested. I want to see that Senna reroll Jinx Punk fusion cooking. I'm here. I'm down for this concert, but we'll see where it goes.
Oh, God. We do have 2 win streakers still. CEO, who was on that Jinx headliner, also contesting Punk, is on 100 HP, still has managed to win every single round in the stage 2. And Plumple as well, who was going for that Heartsteel opener, has somehow managed to win every single round in the stage 2.
Again, a very important round in this ceremony as well, because a lot of these players off these Krugs are going to try and maybe roll down for these 1-cost 3 stars. We haven't been seeing too much, I feel like, so far, but maybe we'll have to look around at some of the boards after this round to see who's going to be rolling down to try and get the challenges completed.
Yeah, and same as in the previous game, we're definitely going to be seeing several players roll once these krugs are over, as you mentioned before, Panda, it's a little bit smart to wait just a second, unless you know you're contested. Then you should be rolling instantly to try and make sure you're the one that's actually getting the units. I'm seeing a lot of Punk show up in the shops here as we are hopping on board with Fitzfire. And you can see it on the right side, it's the Econ just going low, but very, very conservatively, it feels like.
This could potentially become a country reroll. We see a few units being held on the bench with the Urgot and the Tom Kench. I think you know that any kind of executioner / punk line is not going to be a good idea in this lobby. There's so many players already angling for it. Instead, try and go for maybe an Urgot or Samira 3.
Oh,
Wow.
do you see what I see, Panda?
It's time. Finally, KO reroll has been summoned onto the board.
You love to see it, and that is Sio, who was on the Jinx headliner before, so dipping out of the hand holding, only playing her as a transitional unit, has that Rage Blade value as well, so really nice little pivot there from the 1 to the 2 cost. See the power that Kayle has now that she's been reworked. She gets into the fight much earlier, much more aggressive, and it's actually much more beneficial to reroll her.
Now, Superfan item as well is actually a pretty viable item, whereas before it wasn't that much viable item. But as you mentioned, since the rework with the extra splash damage you get now, when you get all that mana in play, is going to be very, very ideal. And again, a player that's gone for something to benefit in terms of re-rolling with frequent flyer. So we'll have to see. Not so sure how many rolls he's done so far, but is going to go level 6 here, and Roldan's not going to come in just yet. Maybe he feels like he's strong enough just for now. It does have a lesser champion duplicator on the bench as well.
Looking at Letnar, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a twin terror without the twin terror. It feels like you have that Amumu Pantheon front line, you have that Vex Twitch back line, was maybe hoping for yet another golden augment to come around and go for that line as you have the units already. But for now, it's just trying to play around those strong units, trying to get that damage out there from the back line. On the other side, though, we have Tacti. We were talking about the metabolic earlier on, and we're running an Aphelios. Is this maybe where the Aphelios reroll comes true?
No, Megs. There are limits. There are limits to what we can summon, and I think Aphelios 3 is not on the menu. Kayle was just barely on it, but in this case, Aphelios probably just a Heartsteel, going to help out here for some extra resources in this stage 3 and 4 for Tacti. Here's to see what Softstyle is doing. He's still at 102 HP, so I assume he's got Tiny Titans as a second augment, and we'll see what his board is going to look like if he's going for a reroll option as well.
I feel in a game where somebody reforges their 6th Punk emblem, I'd also be ready to see the Aphelios reroll, but maybe that's just me. We're going to be seeing where that one heads as we are hopping on board with Tacti here. Also has that Sentinel Bruiser frontline, it's just really good. Has the Heartsteel as well, and on the back of the metabolic is able to get a lot more out of the Heartsteel. Now, ideally, you'd be at 5 Heartsteel, just so much more value, but it's okay to flex in for now. And on the other side is CEO with a big win streak and probably looking to continue this one.
I think CO's win streak is definitely going to continue for a very, very long time as well. But as you mentioned, with the Heartsteel on the other side, it'd be interesting to see where this Heartsteel is going to come up against. We saw Fency in the previous lobby doing pretty well with Heartsteel, but so far, it's going to be taking quite a lot of damage, though. Both our bottom 2 players at the moment are pretty low on HP, especially Fitzfire as well, down near the bottom on 56 HP already. But another carousel. No spatulas this time, so no crazy shenanigans this time around.
Any of these Pentacle Emblems will be really interesting for CEO, especially what he is going to be last pick here. 100 HP, has not lost a round yet with his kill reroll option now available to him. So we'll see if he can actually get this, maybe Karthus, to help him reach that 5 Pentacle. Potentially the Viego also on the carousel here. He's beelining for it. Oh no.
If Softstyle leaves it open, and the answer is no, and that one's been yoinked. So you do go for the vest instead to try maybe get a little bit more defensive items online as we are looking back on CEO. But I'm also curious on what's going on for Softstyle, because he's kind of been sneaking up there in the 2nd place, leveling to 7 now, finding the Kaisa as well, and sure enough, it's yet another Bard board.
I think this is the interesting thing about this lobby in general. We just saw all the boards at the bottom when the carousel happened, and looks like no player at all was going for the 1-cost rerolls. It looks like a lot of players are going for the more 2-cost rerolls with the KO, and also, as you mentioned here, with Softstyle also going for the Bard. So players probably thinking that they can get more power out of these 2-cost rerolls, that they can actually try and win the lobbies and outcap some of these other boards.
And huge props to Softstyle for going for this what doesn't kill you in this lobby, because you have item payout as your portal option. So you're just gonna get that many more extra gold from the components you're able to pick up from the augment. So great synergy, and ends the win streak of CO in the process. So Softstyle looking to be one of the scarier players to face in stage 4.
Absolutely, really impressive there from Softstyle, able to get the upper hand on to CO, but at the bottom of the leaderboard, the air is starting to thin out just a little bit. Katako finding another Senna 2. Is this the Senna 3? No additional little pop-up coming through, but we're definitely looking for it. It seems like on the Punk true damage board there. At the same time, Fitzfire and Tacti also need to kind of household. We know that Tacti is on a rather safe place if he can find that damage later on the back of the Heartsteels. For Fitzfire, though, I'm not sure where we're headed. This was the board that looked a little bit like Twin Terror without the Twin Terror, and it seems to not be doing too well right now.
Raise the stakes as well is going to be an opportunity here, potentially, if he can lose every single round. It looks like he's just going to lose this round for now against this Hyperpop boards. But Razor Stakes is definitely very risky in this lobby because a lot of the players are not hitting their spikes just yet. You know, they're waiting for their 2 costs to reach that 3-star potential, which means that I'm not too sure if it's the right play this time around.
And we saw the late slam on the IE as well. So really, I think Tacti is making sure he's going to be losing every fight here. Has to be scouting every single player that is in his pool, because one fight that he wins, that just ruins the entirety of the Razor Stakes angle he was going for. One off Senna, the intended game plan, of course, from the very beginning from Katako, going for this true damage Senna board with 4 punk and 4 true damage. Love to see it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, could be finding it in the next shop, could be finding it in any of these orbs as the 2 costs come around. We are going to be seeing one more Punk reroll. Is that going to give us the Senna 3? Does slam the statics here onto the Senna. Does get a little bit of extra gold from that as well. And of course, augments are also waiting for us at the next corner. So there's a lot of potential upgrades to be found, like you were just saying.
Big here for Shio to be able to hit that KO 3-star. It is only the edgelord version, not the pentakill version. So you do have to try and fit some more of the pentakill units on the board, but a great position to be in overall to try and, you know, kind of accelerate the lobby, because everyone else is going to be looking at this KO reroll now and being completely scared. Again, not too sure if he's going to be losing any other round just yet. Still sitting on 50 gold, still level 6. So what an incredibly strong spot he's in it right now.
Before our viewers get alarmed seeing 0 stacks on the Rage Blade, there it is just a visual bug. You are getting the full stats and attack speed from 2 Rage Blade stacking, so not to worry there. And a great spot from Seo, really. He had already the Pinnacle units on his bench. He just needs to level up to find a spot for them with the Viego and the Karthus.
The first time I saw this bug, I was so freaked out. I actually messaged our colleague Weed. I was like, what's going on? Did I miss something? But it's just visual, like you said. Very nice. And it is going to be Golden Augment. Senna 3 for Katako coming online here. But everybody else is finding upgrades as well. Nar2, Nico 2 coming through for the other players, as we are seeing what they picked up as well on their augments.
There is some extra dummies here, which is quite nice, but Senna 3 being hit, this could actually be a potential of getting 5 3-star units. I could see it possibly happening here. I believe.
You are on 4 jinxes, though. You are a little bit far away, but it is possible. Especially, if you would have attempted to reroll things like the cannon, that could have been an option, because you have so many punk rolls, you have so much kind of very cheap rolls to work with. But again, this entire game plan was a little bit last minute from Katako, so not sure if he thought that far down the line.
Honestly, I'm quite impressed that he thought of it just anyhow. Baseline, first and foremost, because I wouldn't have. I probably would have cried and rolled into a ball, but Katako staying strong here after that unfortunate reforge. And we are seeing the girl bosses come alive for Fitz. This is not the girl boss Masters of Ceremony, but Ari and Akali are on board already. And here's the big cash out for Tacti.
Get the Radiant Gunblade here. This is going to be pretty big for something like a Zed, for example, with the damage he dishes out.
You said Zed, here he is.
Need to find the Ezreal. That was a big one. 4 Zeds in this shop. Maybe he can go for Z3 if he finds a Zed headliner and no one else is contesting this, but no, doesn't opt for it.
Copy 2-star as well, has to try and fit that in. It's finding a lot of great units, but as you mentioned, Panda, no Ezreal in the end, so probably just have to use most of these items on this Zed for now and kind of rely on the Zed to be the main carry. But as you mentioned, Radiant Gunblade is not too bad, actually deciding not to use the items at all, actually just using them on the Aphelios. So using Aphelios as an item holder for now for the Ezreal doesn't mean that he's going to be a lot weaker though this time around, just not slamming any items on this Zed.
And it's not enough. Tactic falling more and more. And this is the risk you run when you play for these aggressive losses, when you play for the long streaks with something like a metabolic. At some point, you need to turn the tide. And we're now at a point where even if you turn the tide and you take one loss, you're still going to be out. So Tacti really, really close there. Rest of the lobby is looking a little bit healthier. Letnar on 28, Katako on 37 on the back of that Senna. And then all of the other players have a few more lives yet to give as the last component carousel rolls around.
That being said, Tacti had first pick on the carousel, so could pick up a tier to maybe go for that blue buff, but it's all about that round now to roll down and try and find the Ezreal. Looking at soft style though, has continued to stay relatively healthy. 86 HP coming to stage 4-5. It's still not quite there on the Bard, but hopefully it'll come in the next few rolls.
And it's not only the Bart that's missing, right? It's also the Echo that he hasn't really upgraded yet. We know how important those front lines are as a Lulu 3 comes alive for Gatwin.
Lulu 3 isn't the 1-cost or 2-cost headliner, but is still an incredibly strong board. Gatko as well, also finding Vi 3-star. So I honestly think that this could be a possibility, if any, that we could try and get that 5 3-stars online. But Lulu 3 is a very interesting one that we don't normally get to see every day in a game of TFT. So really excited to see what the cap is with this Lulu and how strong that she can do.
And we can see why there's an Echo 1 still on Softstyle's board. There's an Echo 3 on this board from Gadwin. So really going to have a strong front line. Need a few more items for this Echo to really pop off, but can be one of the players that is going to stay relatively healthy into the end of the stage 4.
I feel like just tying into what you were saying, Stuart, it's so interesting to see the Spellweaver Lulu being picked, because usually players like to go for the Hyperpop instead. Now, we are in Hyperpop venue. We do have the Hyperpop online with the Zigstair, but seeing a Spellweaver Lulu reroll feels like even rarer than generally the Lulu reroll, as players are finding more and more upgrades moving through boards here. We're going to check in with Lednar, who's on that country reroll that you called out earlier. Does have the Vex 3 with the 4 Executioners, but it doesn't seem to be having a lot of success with it.
Not too sure if we just saw in the previous player's board as well, but also there was an Echo 3-star. So that player is Echo 3, Seraphine 3, and Lulu 3 on the same board. So that's probably one of the reasons why Softstyle at the moment still only has a Echo 1-star. So it's kind of funny to see how many 3-stars we're getting in this lobby, and it makes it all the more exciting.
Letnar able to turn it around, finds a win here. Katako, though, down to 15 as we're checking in with the Raptors. Some last chances to get some upgrades for some of the players. We'll be seeing what comes around. Softstyle finding that Bard 3 finally on board, can now go up and field that Lucian at the next possible chance.
And still has so much gold to work with. He was so strong, he was able to really just slow roll above 50, not have to commit all of his gold to really trying to hit that Bard 3. Can hit maybe the MF3 as well on level 8 potentially, if you want to fit the Jazz in with the Lucian first. And again, a player that's going to look really, really strong. His front line will suffer a little bit because there's so many players contesting the Superfan front line in general, but we'll see if just the DPS from that Bard and from the MF would be enough.
Crazy that we're seeing every single player still alive as well. We're in stage 5. We're really in the late game now. There are multiple 3 stars online for every single one of these players. Players going to level 9, players rolling down, trying to hit their units. This is it now. This is a last stand for some of these players. 15, 12, 21, and 22 HP for our bottom 3 players.
And on the opposite side is no one other than Gatwin with a fully upgraded board. Lulu 3, Seraphine 3, Echo 3. You were calling it out before, Stuart. This board is a behemoth of a reroll, and it's coming for the Senna. It's not enough. Katako, on the back of a little bit of an unfortunate turn of events, is holding on one more time to try and make something of the board, but it seems to be all too little too late for the Senna to turn it.
Oh, all of a sudden, maybe a Jinx 3 on level 8 somehow. I don't think it'll come through, but he's again trying to find... Wait, this can't be happening. He can't find any Jinxes on level 3, on level 4, level 5. He just finds them all on 8. He needs 2 more 3 stars to get one of the challenges done, so it's going to be difficult with both the Twitch and the Jinx being a little bit far away.
I'm not gonna lie, I believed in the dream. I believed when the reroll came in of the emblem. I was like, okay, there's a true damage online. There's a Senna. I believed in the dream, but not too sure if the dream's going to be alive.
No, the dream is crumbling just like that front line, and the Senna is going to follow Kale. Just a much stronger version of the 2-cost reroll on the back there, and Katako, unfortunately, out. Is not going to be the only one. It seems like Letnar following suit in 7th as the lobby is getting smaller and smaller.
That was tough for Lednar. He had a Samira headliner, was sitting at some point in the end of stage 4 with only 4 Samiras and somehow had a Vex 3. So I think his proposed game plan did not really go as intended. He was kind of trying to adapt and trying to field as much power on his board as possible, but just wasn't able to hit his natural rerolls.
Checking in with Plumple here. We do have the Jin, which always means the music is the best on this board. 1 copy away from Jin 2, 26 HP. That dream could still come together. Is playing the big shots in the background there as the 8-bit online as well on the back of the headliner. But is that enough against some of the other boards that we are seeing? Something like that Jin 1 just being annihilated by the new Karthus, and now Yakali is also making headway for the Caitlyn in the backline. She's the only one standing, and she's definitely not enough.
You were saying Jin plays the best instrument? I think Hyperpop's the best, to be honest. I think Hyperpop plays the best music.
Agree to disagree.
Hyperpop plays some amazing tunes. I love the Hyperpop.
Look at this last carousel. Some very key units here. Yorick or Kiana potentially just to try and, again, these Heartsteel boards trying to cap out with legendaries, especially as we see players like Tacti, for example, who we saw cashing out the raise of stakes, has survived until this point in time, but he's on 11 HP now. That's just one last life trying to climb up in the HP standings. Another cash out.
Is the cash out going to be enough? Level 9 now. The board is really starting to come online here. Finds Elendalawi as well. Still hasn't found the Jin 2 just yet. And a Jin 2 would be a really, really huge spike, especially with all the items on the Jin as well. But hasn't even found an Ezreal 2 yet as well, which is really, really, you know, hard for this backline to do enough damage.
And Plumple is trying to survive. On the other side is Tacti. The Ezreal against the Caitlyn. Jin's still not upgraded, but at least
look at this
there's
ad.
plenty of space on the bench. But is that enough as the shots come in? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 unit falls to the floor, but it's all so slow. I don't think this is going to be enough. The CC comes in, and with that, Plumple unfortunately out.
Really unfortunate again, going out in 6th place, but all the rest of the lobby is so extremely close. 2 of our players trying to battle it out here for the top 4 with Tacti and Fidspire. But other than that, there's a huge, massive gap compared to the top 3 right now. It's really an incredible game that we're witnessing here to see if we're going to be, well, see really who's going to be coming out on top, because it really can come down to the wire.
And 3 of our rerollers are still alive, fighting the good fight for the challenges. CEO on that kill, reroll, soft style, committing to Bard, learning from Adelia maybe on that game 2, and Gadwin on that triple reroll with Lulu, Seraphine, and Echo, maybe trying to go for those 5 3-star units.
The more the merrier, if you ask me, when it comes to the rerolls, and Tacti fighting for survival here once more. But you said it, the Kayle is just so strong. She's going so hard together with the Karthus. It's just a lot of damage that you need to survive. And unfortunately, not everybody can do that. Tacti, though, down to 4, is going to hang in the ropes one more time as we enter the Drake. And maybe that will give him one more item to at least maybe keep the Yorick alive, I feel like would be a good thing, or another tank item for the Poppy.
So exciting to see this. Stage 6 now we're going to be going to after this Drake, and still 5 players left alive. And it seems like a lot of players are still holding their gold as well. So we're going to be seeing a big roll down from our bottom 2 players at the moment, Tacti and Fitspire, going for as much as possible to see what they can hit here for the final round potentially for them in this lobby.
I have to comment on Fitspire here because I'm not sure if he knows what challenge pack is available. This looks like a perfect board for the KDA challenge pack. He has everything online, the Ahri, the Akali, the KDA, the 4-cost headliner, but really a nice mashup of KDA, Pentakill, and the Executioner Alliance to still find potentially a top 4 in this game.
Rolling down, trying to find any last upgrades that might come alive. The Viego 2 would have been a nice little one that could still happen, but now is the time to fight. You've got to pop that Envil. You got to slam it as soon as possible. This time around for Tacti, it's going to be the Warmox onto the Alawi to try and give her a little bit more sustain in the field here as we are going up against the Karthus. He ults, but the Ezreal remains unscathed as he does get that ult out. Karthus ult one more time, but the rest of the board is already gone, and so Tacti is able to win yet another round.
One more round still for these players, still battling for that top 4. How much longer can they survive? That's the question. It's absolutely crazy. Sofstyle now going to level 10 with the Jazz board. So I have to see how many traits that he really has with this Jazz. Look at this board. This really has everything. You've got a bit of Hyperpop. You've got a bit of the Jazz as well fitting in there. It looks like Fitspire at the moment did lose that previous round. It's probably going to go out in 5th place here unless a miracle happens.
And we'll see this final matchup. It will be up against that Kayle reroll. So much front-loaded damage coming onto that Yorick right as the fight begins. The battle of the Carthages as well in both backline. We'll see who can snipe who can ramp up that scaling AP faster as these casts come through. Nashor and Shojin, a great combination for Fitspire, but the Carthage is so low. He gets taken down, and Kayle, can she do it? Can she clutch up versus the Akali? Yes, she can. Fitspire taken down, potentially in 5th.
On the other side, though, Tacti again able to hang in there, does throw over soft style, and we do have our top 4 locked in. Seal looking for more upgrades everywhere. Gatwin finding that 6-2 major upgrade. Ilawi 2 coming online for Tacti. Those are your legendaries. Those are the units that are now really capping those boards out. So that is going to be good news for both of the players.
Such an incredibly stacked board this is. The Yorick 2, the Alawi 2 at the front line, the headliner for the Ezreal as well. Still was able to get so many cash outs as well from the Heartsteel. But what's he going to come up against? He's going to come up against the Kayle reroll, the demon in the lobby.
And that Kayle, like you said, is just so massive. She's been knocking out boards left and right. CO is on fire for multiple rounds now, and Tacti needs to win this one, but it's all looking good. One more Karthus ult is not enough to knock down the board, and that is going to be the upset from Tacti against CEO. Hanging in there, Gatwin also finding a win, and the lobby is moving closer together once more.
And huge shout out to Tacti. He was able to move from that Zed as a duo carry into Yorick the moment he found that Yorick 2. So just great understanding of how to play this Heartsteel line, how to continue spiking your board as we move into stage 6 now.
There's a Pentakill spatula. He is going to take it as well with the Pentakill reroll. Did see like Pando, you were mentioning before, with this kind of flexible board that CEO is playing the KDA and also the pentakill. But with this pentakill emblem now online, maybe this is the opportunity that you get rid of the KDA, or you play less KDA and you play more pentakill, which is exactly what he's looking for.
I mean, this is just, what do you want? Yes, right? If you're looking on the left side of this image, every single trait is fully, perfectly knocked out. There's no half-finished traits anymore on the side there, and everything is working in unison. Tacti, though, going up against Gatwin, and Gatwin is a board that's just been re-rolling everything under the sun. It seems like already found the RE2 as well, and if I'm not mistaken, that's another 6-2 on the bench there. So we could potentially, if Gatwin is able to survive, look at a 6-3. That would be crazy, but of course he needs to win for that, and that's not going to happen here against Tacti. For now, Softstyle also down to 7 HP.
And it's the battle of the rerollers, and Tacti with the Heartsteel with so many extra cash outs throughout the last few stages, really has so many resources to work with. So many carries that are itemized now at this point that can be actual massive threats when it comes to these fights and comes to the positioning especially. 2 away from the ward.
Split second
with the KDA.
Just a small correction. It was a 6-1 on the bench. Could still go there, but it's going to be a longer way. But for now, it is going to be Softstyle going up against Tacti. And you can see the potential upgrade sitting and waiting, but is it enough? The Bard comes in. A lot of extra damage does give sustain to the front line as well. The Lucian ults, no items on that Lucian though, so that's not going to be doing too much. Your hope is on the Misfortune, and she is getting chain CC'd by that Thresh. She's getting overrun by tentacles and ghoul. What a terrible way to go down, honestly. And that is going to be it for Softstyle.
Unfortunately, Softstyle not hitting the board that he really kind of, went to level 10, tried to hit a couple of other units. The items weren't the same items that we saw earlier on with the Bard. Blue buff is really important to try and get that instant cast with the Doots, but unfortunately for Softstyle was a 4th place. But it's such a difficult lobby to play in. It feels like everyone is just beating each other in this lobby, and it all comes down to positioning with these boards.
Especially with units like Akali, for example, like the massive cast from that Ezreal coming in as well. There's so many different dangers in terms of how you position and how you try and make sure your backliners are not all together and not clumped up, where that AoE could come through and actually be a huge problem. 1 away from Mordekaiser 3 as well to get even more tankiness on this board to try and survive. I think against Tacti, that's the real, opponent now for CEO at this point in time.
Looking for it. Rolls down full legendary shop. What would you like, sir? Everything is available. Finds the Karthus too. Is somebody else paying attention? Are they seeing this? Are they trying to stop what's in motion here? I'm not so sure about that. Looking across the field, Tacti though holding on to some of the Yoriks at least, but it is now Tacti against Gatwin, trying to fight for hanging in, trying to make it through to the top 2, and the front line is staying strong with that Echo, allowing the back line to dish out some of the damage, but eventually Echo falls, Alawi falls as well for the opponent, but it's not enough. Gatwin down with an Echo 3, a Lulu 3, a Seraphine 3 is not going to be enough here.
Pretty unfortunate here for Gatwin, but I saw Tacti for a second. He has 5 Yoriks. He has 3 on the board and more on the bench, and also going for holding Viegos and also Karthus. So Tacti's just denying everything away from Shio this game.
Complete rat behavior on all fronts.
Rolling down here, both of the players trying to get anything. It's not gonna happen. Too much contest on the unit pool. Tacti with 6 wins. Can he win this game? There's at least 2 more losses on the side of his CO, but Tacti could potentially get knocked out here if it would come to it. Karthus ult is not going to do enough as the board collapses onto the Kale. Is another win for Tacti, and now CO needs to make something come together. It needs to find any chances to upgrade the board.
This is where the Kale's gonna get kind of stuck. There's so many different units to target with the tentacles, with the Yoriku's coming out. There's just too much frontline to chew through, and Kale cannot do it by herself. Doesn't have a damage item as well, has just that Gunblade. We'll see that. I think the rolldown's not gonna happen. You have Karthus being held on the side of Tact. It's gonna be so difficult to hit this last one.
No. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Because you're dead anyhow in the next round, right? Is there anything you can sell off, but already trying to make the most out of it? Sio is not going to get that Karthus 3 online. Tacti sitting there with one Karthus saying, you'd like that? Yeah, I bet you would. And I will keep it. In the backline, the Ezreal is getting those casts off. Ult will come in 1, 2, 3 through the front line, knocking out some of the front units there. And it's only Kale and Karthus that remain standing. And that is not enough. Sio, after a really dominating round, is going to get knocked down and knocked out here, and Tacti able to win this round on the back of the metabolic.
And Tacti, the player that raised the stakes in stage 3, stage 4, took a huge risk and got a huge reward for it with that Radiant Gunblade, the Zed carrying it in the earlier parts of the game, then moving on to the Yorick. So just really well played Heartsteel game from Tacti, who I think perfectly understands how to itemize these units and how to move from 4 cost to 5 cost to continue capping the board.
I think Shio in the end though going for the challenge anyway, you know, being able to get the extra style points, being able to get the extra points towards that as well with that Kale reroll, maybe will benefit him more because he'll get more style points, whereas Tacti in the end didn't get any style points as far as I can remember. But overall, a really exciting lobby. You know, there were so many players left alive right at the end, and it was so hard to predict, you know, who was going to come out on top.
It definitely was, but I feel like if we're comparing this game and the previous game, there were really different approaches to the Masters of Ceremony, whereas in the first game, of course, players were also led on a little bit by the portal of the dummies, you know, really trying to go for the 4 dummies at least. This time around, we saw players going for something like the 3-cost headliner, just saying, okay, whatever, I don't actually want this, I'm trying to play to my best outs, and that is a first place, so that's what I'm looking for here. So really a bit of different preferences in the player base. I'm curious on how that's going to shake out on the standings. We're going to go to a short break and then hear from our analyst desk before we continue with the game, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Battle of the Bands Invitational. We are so close to cutting it to our top 8. But before we do, we've got a game to break down for you. So there's several kind of big things coming out of this one. I think we've got to start with the elephant in the room there. Though Catco's punk emblem? Trouble. You tell me you've had some experience with this kind of thing before. Talk us through what that's like.
Oh, I'm getting deja vu. The poor thing. He made the wrong spat. Luckily for him, he had a reforger. It reforges, technically reforges to one of the pre-patch best spats in the game, which is true damage, and you can do a lot with it. But unfortunately, he was locked in to the punk line due to his augment. I have had some experience with that. I had base items of KDA for my Akali. I had a KDA spat. I had base items for my Akali. I forgot I had Pandora's Bench. So I do sell my headline to try and reroll. And while rerolling, I look at my bench. I'm like, where in the world is my KDA spat? Because he had transformed into an emo spat. I'm like, oh, it's doomed. But then I won with true damage. It wasn't the case, unfortunately, for Katako, but he did try his best to try and turn this around by finding a true damage center and trying to create that sort of concoction between rapid fire and true damage.
I really like that, Kanako managed to turn this into something where, honestly, I was kind of rooting for him to pull it off after having
absolutely.
what would have been an awful feeling to be like, oh no, surely not after I've gone and literally taunted in the face of my opponent and said, screw you, I'm the punk player this time, to have the most hubristic moment, just dropping out of the sky, your stomach dropping through your... But, sorry, we got more stuff to talk about, though. Of course, we know that as casters, we wear many hats. Sometimes those hats allow us visions of the future. There's a particular particular player, or particular caster rather, an analyst who was able to provide us a glimpse into that future. People said, nah, surely not. But could you, Trouble, give us your best impression? Because obviously we have Panda on this desk, he's preparing for the cast. Could you channel Panda for us and explain exactly his stance on Kale reroll?
I'm going to try to impersonate his tweet, if I remember what it says. Guys, Kale reroll is back. Just slam triple, quadruple, penta rage blade on her, and she goes ham. Put some pentakill sprinkle around in this particular case. So I think sprinkled another 6 pentakill. You had 7 pentakill with a reroll on Kale. You get those extra points from the challenge, baby. Trust me, easy challenger.
It's like he was here with us, honestly. Absolutely magnificent. But we did also see, other rerolls come in. Gawain, we have the Lulu reroll. I think we had some pretty high hopes for that one. Tremendously fun approach there. We were hoping to maybe get to see a Twin Terror version of that board because that's absolutely cracked, but it was still pretty damn good.
I feel like Godwin did something that we don't see a lot of players do, especially when you're not a pro player and you're not used to playing different lines that are not necessarily too meta. He did find the Lulu headliner very early on, and as he started re-rolling that Lulu, he did hit Seraphim 3 as well. That was a Spellweaver Lulu, which then allowed him to have a 5 Spellweaver board with 2 3-star rerolls on his board, which allowed him to get very easily into the top 4 state.
Oh gosh. So looking forward then, we'll have this up in a minute once our highlights are done, but we've got a lot to talk about coming into game number 5 in particular to break down what we've got, because previously, we've already had our Jinx and Vi, we already had the Heartsteel starting us off. Now we're going to be changing to Ari and the Kali for just game number 5 with a mystery one coming in for game number 6. But for game 5, we know that the players will get rewarded for ending the game with a KDA trait activated on the board. On artifacts, 1 HP or a 4-cost headliner 3-star. One of those seems like that's quite a lot easier than the others.
Yes, the 1 HP, absolutely. If you hit Last Stand, if you hit Final Reserves, honestly, Final Reserves is one of my favorite augments of the entire game because it really shows you how quick you are to transition in the board. It gives you the gold, it gives you the extra XP, sorry. It gets you super fast to that level 9. If you're a level 9, it might get you to that level 10 as well. And you get to cap your board around legendaries and around headliners that are 4 costs. So, of course, this is a joke. Hitting the augment is the most difficult part out of all of them. But actually ending with a 4-cost headliner is probably going to be the easiest one, because right now they are meta. You see the Zeds, you see the Akalis, the Viego, the Karthus, so many. I feel like every single 4-cost headliner is actually viable in the current meta.
And just to correct myself, yes, a 4-cost headliner rather than 4-cost headliner 3-star. So based on what we've seen from some of our players recently, that isn't necessarily out of the question they could pull that one off. But let's talk a little bit about then, we've got the straightforward, it's the Ahri and Akali lobby. You'd expect playing Ahri and Akali to be the way to go here, but talk to me, are there any other compositions that could still work under these kind of conditions?
I feel like the Ezreal together with the Zed has been one that has been popping up lately, especially when you're looking at those level 9 super capped boards where you add the Jazz in there, keeping your Heartsteel in. You have a Yone Crowd Diver duo with the Zed. You've got the Big Shot with the Misfortune and the Ezreal as well. Heartsteel in. There's your 4-cost headliner. I feel like the whole KDA, Pentakill, Akali shenanigans with the Ahri, the Akali, the Viego, the Karthus, all extremely versatile. You can play pretty much every 4-cost headliner in the game right now. A little bit less prominent is TF in this particular patch, because he was quite heavily hit. But things like a Poppy or even a Blitzcrank as a frontline, you can see a lot of people salvaging rounds or getting to that level 9 by using these types of headliners.
I mean, personally, I think it was mentioned in the previous game as well. The Karthus, I think just anything that involves Superfan in some way is going to have a route into playing KDA. Because again, it doesn't need to be KDA 7 or KDA 10, just KDA at all. But I'm really excited to see what the players have got for us, because again, we've got one more game before we cut to our top 8, and then we'll play another game under extremely secretive circumstances to see who will win the Battle of the Bands. But we've got a break because we've got to get ready to switch our casters over. So stick with us and we'll be back momentarily with game number 5. Welcome back, one and all, to the Battle Bands Invitational. Now, I don't know if you guys are able to comprehend the difference, but we have in fact managed to not just channel Panda, but bring him here in the flesh. I obviously, Trouble, Panda, I want to make sure you guys don't touch or you'll burst into flames, because honestly, that impression was so on point. I don't know, David, if you hadn't had any points for Trouble, maybe for future casts?
Well, I've been summoned here by disrespect, which is not the usual way I get summoned here, but you know, I'm a good sport. I'll take the terrible impression and
Wait, did
accept
that not
it
sell you the kale?
for what it is. No, the kale already I knew about since the beginning. I just sent, you know, I was coming from the future, basically. I misread what path we were on at the start of the set, and that's why it was a little bit of a debate for some players. But
You just
now it's,
knew.
I can repost the guide now, and it would be accurate. So
Yeah, you just knew it was gonna become meta at some point. That's just clairvoyance, you know? It's great.
Oh, way too smart. But we have got some extra info for all you fine folks watching back at home. Our standings are ready, so we can prepare ourselves for what will be our final game before the cutoff. Now, our players, of course, are looking to get into top 8, so our players at the bottom now really don't have the chance to do that anymore.
looking at Dwarf, unfortunately, has only 15 points, but a 1.3 multiplier. So if you can get a first place in this next game while getting a few more style points, maybe you can have some crazy comeback in this game number 5. But the real one is going to be the first page with the 8 currently in the top of the standings.
Ooh, let's see if we have any high multipliers. Oh my god, I don't know how Meta has been doing it. I honestly do not know how he manages every single game to get points through challenges, as well as win twice in a row. He's got so many points. He's got the highest multiplier out of all of the guys on the top 16. So that's actually stellar work from him.
And that's what we're really looking out for from the beginning of this tournament was, can you get strong performances while also getting those bonuses in place? Of course, we're looking now towards our final game under the original rule set we got set up. So Panda, again, would you mind reminding anyone who has come into this one late, what's the rule set we're going to be having in place for this one game coming?
It'll be the Ari and Akali Girl Bosses Challenge Pack, which we've all been waiting for. And really it centers around 4-cost specifically. If you have a 4-cost headliner, you get some points. If you have the KDA trait on your board, you get some points at the end of the game. And KDA is just so flexible right now around Pentakill with a Superfan package, around so many different rerolls that want to use Superfan as well, like Bard reroll, even Katarina reroll, for example. So it's really just a flexible challenge that I think everyone can complete. Even some Heartsteel board, you can somehow slot in KDA, surely. There's a way. And then there's also ones that are around specific augments, in the case of the Ornn items. Also portals, though. If there's an artifact portal at the very beginning here, players will be incentivized to try and vote for it to get a lead on the other lobbies that might not have one. And finally, the potential last stand final reserves augment, challenge, which is winning on a singular point of HP. The ultimate comeback, 1 HP and a dream.
We do have our next lobby coming up, of course. Mentioned from before, we're going to have the cutoff to the top 8. So coming into this next one, we're looking at a lot of players, of course, we've seen already on the stream. Fantasy, of course, winning a lot of people's hearts before, but it's behind a lot of players with a lot of points coming in. Most of all, Owl337 coming into this one with 22 points overall, which is a very healthy amount to try and battle for top 8.
I feel like if you're coming into the last game, into the 5th game, sorry, before the 6th, you are looking for these multipliers for sure. You're looking for a top-off finisher and to try and shove in as many multipliers, as many points for your multipliers as you can. Because this, at the end of the day, you saw Meta, he's sitting at the top of the board because he has that 1.3 multiplication of his points, which gives him the extra bonus boost to sit on that first place right now. So if you're looking to win, you gotta get in these challenge points.
And we said from the beginning, it's balancing both things. He has his 1.3 multiplier, yes, but he has the points overall, so he's getting that many more points off of the multiplier. So it's really a balancing game. We see some players that are just focusing on one or another, and ideally you can do both, at least for this game 5, which I think there's a lot of very easy challenges should be able to be done just around flex play. As you mentioned, Trouble, so many viable 4-cost comps in the current meta, so it should be fairly easy to do without being contested by other players.
There's our friends live on screen. Remember, Owl coming into this one as the leader currently in points on this particular lobby. Fantasy and Junichi on the lowest of these players, but we're really on the bubble here for our players trying to break into the top 8. If they do not make it through with enough points here, this will be the end of the day for them and they will not be able to challenge in our final game. to take home the Battle of the Bands #1 spot?
And my eyes are on Fantasy right here because he has won a lobby. We actually watched it here on stream. He won a lobby and it was with a super fast 9. The way that he was cycling through the headliners throughout the entirety of the game to get to that level 9 super quickly and play that jazz board with a super high cap on level 9 is something that you can also utilize here because you will have that 4-cost headliner that you so need for the challenge to come in.
Smart play by the players here, trying to go for the prismatic prelude, maybe finding a living first augment that can really help with the Ornn artifact challenge of trying to have 3 different artifacts on your board by the end of the game.
Oh, very wise choice, and it's good to see our players, during the course of this one, of course, people will be coming online as, yes, starting things off with a bang here. Falco on 20 points come in, tied with Waving Thunder as one of the 2 top prospects for the lobby.
Riding a dino straight into the arena, that's a way to make an entrance.
We're seeing the challenges on the left here. For anyone who needs a quick reminder, anyone who's just tuned in, these are the 4 challenges available for Game 5. Players will be trying their best to balance their normal TFT game plans around trying to also complete these challenges in that process.
You can see, as we mentioned right back at the beginning, it's usually possible to get around 5 points or 5 style points from any lobby with, in this case, KDA trait and a 4-cost headliner. I really hope we do get to see some of the last stands, as you were mentioning, Panda, or similar ways to be able to pick up. I'd love to see someone even manage to pick up every single point from this lobby because it doesn't seem impossible.
Could see some players going in for rerolls, but it really does not make as much sense in this current lobby because you want to get that 4-cost headliner at some point. You could reroll something that is not your headliner and then just have that as an extra damage boost in this stage 2 and 3. But for now, potentially we just see tempo options with the 1-cost rerolls with Annie just being held as just a strong stage 2 damage dealer. But that is 168, who we saw in game 1 play Annie 3 to a victory.
Absolutely, and if you look over on the right side, all the items that have been acquired from the players are showing on the overlay. I see a bunch of needlessly large rods sitting on these benches, which means it could be a very easy segue from an Annie all the way to an Ari. There's your KDA trade. There's potentially your 4-cost headliner later on if you want to play Ari. Here we're looking for potentially, if you want to end the game with 1 HP, final reserves is a prismatic that does give that to you, but it's going to be the tiniest titans right here for Fantasy. And thank you for this, because this particular little legend is giving me the creeps. So the smaller it is, the better for the eyes.
Well, further to your point from before, though, it does certainly play to Fantasy style. So we check in with Gavin, who's gone for the starter kit here. I mean, that's one way to lay down your territory immediately.
And we do have Living Forge, it looks like, for Waving Thunder. So a player that is already on track to maybe complete one of those extra challenges this game around having 3 Ornn artifacts on his board at the very end of the game. And Fraud as well. 2 players, it looks like, really benefiting off of the prismatic start.
Feels bad, man. You get that 4-cost early on, that 4-cost is thrash. You know what? We'll take it. It's a pretty strong unit. He does provide a lot of CC in the front line. Obviously, Godwin is looking for something for his backline right now. His front line looks extremely strong. You're looking for a headliner that will complement a few damage items. He's going to pick up that Jinx. If I'm not wrong, it was a rapid fire Jinx, so she can do pretty well on her own on the board, and you can put something on her like the Gunblade if you want to slam an item at this moment.
Well, I certainly don't hate it at all. I mean, we haven't got the capability of putting Country Online. Oh, no, sorry, we do have the capability of putting Country Online immediately, but apparently decided to not go that direction. But just to touch back on what you're saying before, Panda, having the 2 Living Forges in place means we've got pretty much a guaranteed 2 points in for both those players. Just locked in for the rest of the game, and they can be a lot more comfortable. We can even see that from Fraud's side of things, we've got a pretty solid start here with the Anima Visage, giving a solid front line, actually going up against Waving, to bring out the Eternal Winter. So 2 solid frontline items from both sides.
And of course, with the Ornn artifact challenge being available for this game 5, it also means that certain augments that might have been cursed in other lobbies might be the salvation here, with What the Forge being a very good option to just automatically complete this, for example. So players have to keep their eyes really peeled for specific augments that could really help with the challenges.
Also, really important to mention right here that I think Fraud has a pretty healthy board. He's got the full Sentinel, which is really difficult to pierce through, especially in the early levels. But due to the fact that he was lacking a lot of that backline power that we talked about, this is why we see a lot of balancing between what your headliner is and what you're looking for. Unfortunately, the 1-star Annie with no items was not able to make it through. So Fraud could potentially be looking for a loose streak right here. You see he will sell the Annie, he'll sell his board, get this 10 gold already, getting that +1 on his interest.
I mean, he definitely could be putting in the static if he had ideas of turning around, but keeps things nice and cozy for the time being. Just checking on some of the other players. In fact, yeah, we get to see Fincy. So, of course, Trouble, you brought up Fincy as being a player looking towards the late game. We saw how powerful this metabolic style is played, and yeah, it feels like it gives such a higher cap to what Fincy can do in this game that he's got massively more HP than anybody else.
Absolutely, and he's already slammed a Heartsteel in. He's found the Heartsteel Cassante. He's got the Aphelios on the board, already that Bard for some extra healing or damage. Only 3 units on the board, even though he's level 5, which means he's banking 10 gold. He's got the Tiny Titans, which is going to be constantly healing him throughout the game. So this is a pretty damn good start. 31 out of 40 stacks already. That looks like a pretty good cash out if you raise the stakes.
We'll see if there's any Heartsteel units on this carousel. Looks like the answer is no. So for players trying to get to the 5 Heartsteel as early as possible, no help coming in from the stage 2 carousel.
Yeah, we know how big of a difference that can be to get those stacks really going. As you said, to raise the stakes massively more impactful when you're doubling up a bigger multiplier on itself. But so far, so good. Just glancing around the rest of the lobby, it's looking like Neo Vita down towards the bottom has got a decent amount of gold on the bank and a loss streak in place. And it's only Thunder, Waving Thunder up towards the top, who's got a win streak of their own.
Very interesting here. The second tier was taken, which eludes a blue buff, which technically ends up being either an Arrow or an Ezreal. Most likely we do see an Ezreal lately. He does find a Lulu, which actually activates the board pretty well. 3-spell Weaver plus the Hyperpop right there. And Fraud has actually won a round after that loss that we saw him suffer. So from here on out, I think this looks pretty solid to even get a win streak from.
And the blue buff could also land on a Akali, for example, on a Pentakill board. So I think overall, just a really good slam for what the challenge pack for this game wants you to do, which is play around a 4-cost headliner.
We'll see how it does up against Al. Again, our score leader in this lobby, the best chance of making out and into the top 8, has got a red buff locked in place already, as well as, you know, having a decent start. Might be able to break through and stop Fraud from putting together any kind of streak.
Oh. Yep, Yordle better than Kaisa, guaranteed. Blue buff better than red buff. You saw it here first. Oh.
The first cash out coming in for Fitnessy, who is making his board as weak as possible to guarantee that his raise the stakes can come through. He's sitting on just 2 units on his current board. Will probably be selling the rest of his bench to make sure he's losing these next few fights, because there are other players trying to lose streak this stage 2 as well.
Wait. Was there another Heartsteel player?
Let's see. So Fincy's running it.
We did get a split screen for a second.
I believe Falcor is as well. I think the split team was just this board double, but I think there is definitely one more player that has Heartsteel already online. They're just not open forwarding as openly as Fincy is, with just having 2 or 3 units on his board.
Okay,
well, it makes sense.
Absolutely, and the thing that is actually enabling what Fincy is doing right now, if you do not have an HP generating augment or a last stand or a final reserves type of augment, you're screwed if you're going into such a hard losing streak like Fincy is doing right here. If you are above 70 HP when you go to the first PvE round, you're pretty Gucci right here. Falcor, wait, he just won. Definitely don't want that when you're playing Heartsteel.
The thing is, I kind of feel like Falcor is, in a way, kind of giving himself a metabolic accelerator by just not losing rounds, in that he's functionally gaining back that HP for the future by not being quite as...
Yeah, not going to be playing Raise the Stakes. I think he understands that there's one player already playing for Raise the Stakes. They're going to be losing and trying to int their board as much as possible. It's just a losing battle to get into when your board is already so strong. You have, a set with TG already slammed. You have an Aphelios 2 especially. So going to play more of a win streak angle. And as you're saying, Peter, he can win most of these fights and then start losing with that extra HP in stages 3 and 4 and still have a lot of extra resources.
Fantasy keeping up the loss streak from 4. And Thunder up at the top, keeping the win streak. So not very much streaking going on in this lobby at all. We can see the gold totals are a little skewed, particularly towards the middle with Falcor and Gabwin. They haven't got a ton in the bank at all.
Fantasy is filthy rich. Level 5, 70 gold, absolutely rolling. If you can keep up that Heartsteel, you will see that he's almost level 6. I think he's just skipping like 1 point probably. So it rolls over next round organically. He's skipping 54, 51 gold right now, level 5. That's absolutely insane on a 5 loss streak. He's doing great.
I love that early board from Falcor with the Urgot and the big shot that will pair ideally with that Ezreal late into the game. But Katarina headliner for now, maybe just an item holder, maybe just a way to segue through the stage 3 for Owl.
And it's a crowd diver headliner, so we've got the potential here. The items on the bench look decent, if not necessarily amazing. We've got the red buff as well ticking away, so we'll see. It will actually break the streak of waving, so that's a big hit to that potential economy as Owl moves up into a very similar HP.
Yeah, I'll aggressively level to level 7
Ford?
as well.
Do it.
What the Ford?
Do it. Free challenge points. Just trust the process.
Okay, don't do it for the challenge points.
Do it. Do it.
Let's see. Ooh,
I mean-
Freaky Friday, pretty strong as well.
So David, I know you're the one pushing this. Is What the Forge? I know that Disco played it well before, but Disco's not really front and center anymore. Is it actually a viable option, or are you just potentially griefing yourself?
If you high roll, it is. Because sometimes you have just there are cases. It's just a high variance augment. If you get too many frontline artifacts, too many backline artifacts, you don't have a balance. It's a problem. If you're trying to hard angle specific comp, it's a problem. The more items you have, the better it is. So on some portals like Loaded Carousel, it's much better. If you have buried treasures in 2-1 and then What the Forge is 3-2, it's better. So it really depends on the context of your board.
Yeah, I feel like it's very comp dependent because there's a few compositions that do need very specific items. I feel like What the Forge is fantastic for frontline, but a lot of the times, a lot of your backliners need specific blue buffs or red buffs or rage blades to actually get going. And when you actually lose these, it becomes a little bit more difficult. Plus, if you're running a full AD comp and suddenly you end up with a Deathfire Grasp, you're like, yeah, okay, we're going AF.
Well, speaking of particularly spicy augments, Fantasy has decided to double down, picking up the hedge fund towards the tail end there. So it's going to be even more deeply in the hole of things that do go sideways. But I mean, we've seen this before, dear friends. We've seen this bank balance, and we saw it worked out extremely well back at the beginning of the day.
It does require a very good player with very good APM and the ability to be able to roll down and stabilize their board in potentially just one round with how little HP Fantasy might have after he does end up rolling on 8.
We can make it better here, guys. We can make it better. His third augment final reserves. This is when you truly get on the one round to get your ish together and get a board going. This is where you truly channel your inner Setsi to come on your board and fix it for you.
I mean, that's the final fantasy we're looking out for. I mean, the thing is, he's doing. There's so many different angles he's hitting here. We've got amazing Heartsteel. We've got masses of money in the bank. We've got a huge loss streak as well. He could not have more resources flowing in.
Ooh, a spat as well. This could be huge right here. He's on a 4 cost as well, so you get a lot of money from that one as well. He's gonna opt out of it. He's going to miss, I think, the tier that he was going for, and end up picking up that BF sword. 168 going to deny the tier. Oh, it was the Ezreal, of course. Of course, it was the Ezreal with the tier.
Taking a quick look around some of the setups we've got going on here, which we haven't necessarily dropped in on for a little while. Notice we've got, of course, Gabwin we saw a little while ago with the country setup. Know that he's getting in Threshes every round. Juanishi, going for an emo board, currently in 7th place, picking up the Jeweled Lotus 3. So definitely has potential to grow into something bigger. I think, I do still think that Finsty's got the biggest trajectory.
He raised the stakes again at 46 HP and no combat strength whatsoever from his audacious play.
For nerds.
We'll see if it works out.
46 HP is about 7 lives, if you ask Soju. So it checks out. You only need 4 and you have 7. It's fine, guys. It's totally fine. It's definitely not the meme with the dog that's sitting on the chair with everything burning behind. Definitely not.
Sorry, I just wanted to point out that Fincy is taking time to oblige the chat by posing for them on his camera while he's doing this whole thing. For a person who's in like the highest pressure with situation in the game, he is not sweating even the slightest amount.
Looking at the average loss you're going to get in stage 3 and 4, he will literally and have to roll down on anywhere from 1 to 4 HP off of my calculations. 168, we talked about Annie 3 in game 1. He's going for it again. He says, 4 cost headliners, I don't really care. I just want to be the Annie Whisperer. That's what I want to be known for in this tournament.
I feel like in this particular stage, the Annie came a little bit too late. The first time that we saw 168 play the Annie, I think he had Annie 3 by 2-5. Yeah. Now it's like almost stage 4. I mean, it can work. The only thing is that it kind of cripples your gold income because you are sitting on that level 5, level 6, trying to hit that Annie, which means you can't get that fast to the level 8 to get the KDAs, the Spell Weavers, and the Ari in for your secondary carry. So we'll see how it's going to go for him from here on out.
I wonder if at least the Living Forge is there to make up some amount of value long term. But yeah, looking at Annie's itemization, she's not up to full capacity as of yet. So the waving, things are still a little bit shaky. Does at least have a good amount of HP and actually managed to, almost, but barely didn't sneak out the win.
Interesting to note that both of the Living Forge players, Fraud and Waving, despite having a lot of the strength of their augment game, obviously now after this PvE round and then later in stage 6, they're still relatively strong. They're still in the top of the HP totals right now, so they could be players that are potentially opponents that you have to really watch out for in stage 4, especially right after they get this next big spike.
Well, that's really wild that that's the case, but I don't know. I mean, I'd like to kind of get some predictions in here. We can see Fincy is still hanging around on that hedge fund on over 100 gold. As you mentioned, no combat augments whatsoever. It's all about the money, but it's a lot of money. Do you both think, is this enough money to just say augments, they're for other people who have less cash?
It's less the money and more the HP that I'm worried about. And the fact that you have to roll down all this gold or you have to stabilize your board in one round and there's no do-overs. There's going to be only one chance to do it with how little HP Finity will have at that point in time.
Oh, level 8, 96 gold though. Maybe the next augment is something that will save Fintasy here. We are looking potentially again for a final reserves kind of augment. Anything that will save a little bit of HP. Of course, you got the tiniest titans here too. But he is looking, the reason he raised the stakes is because he wants to cash out another 2 losses, but they need to be extremely small losses, and he doesn't necessarily have a carry right now that's dishing out too much damage.
Oh, look at this loss. Oh, no.
That is a
13 HP. Oh, no. Hands up. Oh. Trouble.
He's looking a little bit less relaxed right now.
3 lives. 3 lives.
There's the nuance now of having to lose this next fight, yes, because you want to get this massive cash out, but you have to also do it by killing off as many units as possible, and it's going to be so hard to manage.
Final reserves. Trust.
Oh, last stand if he rolls. It could be. Goes for Epitaph.
Okay. I mean, it's immediate ball power. It's at least something
level 9
with it.
On 4-2. That's a level 9 4-2. Grab the first headliner, shove it in, play your strongest board. Again, you cannot lose right here. You need to grab whatever 4-cost headliner comes your way. I think if he's going to sell this area, he's going to sell it at the next neutral stage. This board
has 2 traits. Is 1 trait activated trouble? This is not going to be enough, I think.
Oh, no.
What are your traits at 4-2? 3 Spellweaver. Giga Chad.
It works. That's your headliner. That's all you need. All you need. Slam items on Viego.
Oh, let's 2 traits now. We doubled our value. Surely it's enough.
All right, let's get our items in here. Fincy up against Falcor, who can see that big shot ball from before. I believe must be up on 4 big shot as of this round, so definitely has his traits in order. Just waiting to see. The Viego, really the big damage dealer on the front line, is getting absolutely
Should be
slapped
enough now.
around. This round is not going to go well.
Oh, you want to lose here, though. Can he actually lose? The Ezreal popping off. The Ahri's killed. Senna going to be next. It looks like it's going to be barely a loss.
Oh!
The Soda not going to do enough damage. Finishy clapping. He knows he's done it. Massive cash out coming in.
Oh, this is crazy. He was celebrating before the round was even over. Let's see what the cash out is going to be. This is going to be massive. So many stacks from Heartsteel. Hello? Oh?
He wasn't playing Heartsteel in that previous round.
Oh my god, we didn't even know.
Oh my, I thought...
Oh no.
All right, no, it's all part of the plan. You take a round off, just make sure you stay alive, get your board sorted out. Now into this more healthy environment.
No. I know we were missing traits, but I forgot we were missing Heartsteel as well.
I was so invested in the fight. Now he needs to win it. He actually needs to win it, or he's dead. He cannot not win this fight. But this Akali's got right buff, double healing right here. His Zed is dead. His Viego is the only one on the board, but he doesn't have an Edgelord. He doesn't have Pentakill. He's dead.
No. And that
I think
is
that's
the end of it.
07 in the chat. It was a valiant effort, but some major misplay at the end. Oh no, Fantasy, we feel for you there. Everything looked so good. He was celebrating, but no Heartsteel on the board.
You feel for him? We didn't see the massive cash out.
That's true, but I mean, think about his perspective. Trying to make game 6, feeling confident after yesterday's performance, and then this happens. Oh no.
I just think it's another instance of, we saw it before. You get cocky, you get your head out of the focus. Immediately, the house of cards comes crashing down. It'll stick with you for quite a long time, but it means at least everybody else in the lobby will get one more point to push towards that top 8. Finley was our lowest points player coming in, so it's good news for everybody else.
And certainly everyone celebrated, because if he was able to cash out, the amount of resources he would be getting when he was already level 9, potentially going 10 immediately if he got enough gold, would have been devastating for anyone else who's low HP in this lobby.
Neovita, the next one up on a potential chopping block. Doesn't have anything to recover this HP, but has a decently set up roll down here. We've got the Kali in place, we've got the Karthus as well, though no headliner as of yet.
I'm still too emotionally invested, guys.
You need a moment.
I need a moment. I'm still too emotionally invested. Right now, of course, Neovita has not found the headliner that he's looking for. And of course, this particular line that he is running with the Pentakill is very flexible. You can get Viego, Akali, or Karthus. Any of the 3 of them actually works. You can also salvage a few rounds by grabbing a Pentakill Mordekaiser if you do find one. But unfortunately, Neovita on his roll down did not hit any of those. Still has 30 gold, still has 1 round until the neutrals. Not much HP to run with those, so he needs to hit right here, right now. Oh, there you go.
Well, there you go. You just need to give the instructions to the players more clearly, and then exactly, they get it all online. So 6 pentakill online turns straight into 7. The emblem presumably going to be going onto the Akali to give us a good selection of different carries here, even if the rest of the board is a little bit low on items and tankiness.
Yone in. Yone.
Just a bit too many AD items. Unfortunately, the Deathblade can't really go on the Karthus. You will see what he's able to do with it.
Missed one Yone here as well, which would give him Edgelord onto his Viego, who is his main carry right now, running 8 pentakill instead of 7. Hopefully will be enough, because next time he does get an Edgelord, he does get to cap that Viego so high that Infinity Edge goes hard on the champion, also has the Edge of Night, which drops aggro. It's not going to be enough to drop aggro.
Wait. 1 HP and a dream. It's time.
It was all according to plan. I'm a little confused as to what happened with the Karthus frontliner in that last one, but I can only assume that there's work here beyond my understanding.
So he just needs to get a spatula here, somehow go 9 in the next 2 rounds, and fit in 10 pentakill, and we're good to go.
Else?
That's about it. I think it's not too much to ask for. When you need 50 gold. We're on Scuttle, right?
People.
Just making sure.
Let's take a little look at our economy on the right-hand side. We can see Owl and and Waving Thunder, who of course have been up towards Waving, particularly towards the top for a long time. They are starting to run out of cash. It's the bottom 4 remaining players who've got the money in the bank. Junichi in particular, nearly 70 gold and a win streak in play to help push him up further.
You've got pretty good items right here. You have the Hodge for your Viego, if you so wish. You're looking for a third item onto your Karthus as well. Absolutely. Something like a Soljin could be huge, and then you can slam a Titans onto your Viego. Then you have a TG available to you. Maybe somehow hits every single item. Soljin right there for your Karthus. Titans for your Viego as well. He does grab the BF, sir, but it's flying in the air.
You have to wait just a second. Oh no, and Panic slams the Hand of Justice instead.
You've got the carries online. You've at least been able to get the Titans in place. And the backline will evaporate immediately. Nia Vida is trying to pull back from the absolute edge here. But this board, I think, is strong enough. We got the single target. We got the multi-target. We got everything we need for a comeback of the century.
And looking at the HP totals, Fraud 82 HP and win streaking. This is one of the leading Forge players, so almost guaranteed, considering he will be surviving this stage 5, to get those 3 Ornn artifacts in this game 5.
Ooh.
So something we haven't
Ooh, double or Yorick shop there for Owl.
So from outside of things, oh, hello, what's going on here?
That on the board. That is a fraudulent headliner right there, making his appearance, sneaking into a board.
It's a forecast. It counts. Right? It counts for the challenge still. Don't worry.
Sure, okay, you know what?
Let's take a close look. Thank you, Observer. All right, back to Nero again.
Take it.
Every round is going to be a nail biter because this board is so good, and we're starting to get this front line online for the Morkais. He's finally got an item on him. We're buying a little bit more time for this triple carry setup to chew through. Junichi is up in a little bit of a precarious spot and takes a heavy hit.
But if he does win here, he gets so many points out of the challenges, the 1 HP win, the 4-cost headliner. I mean, the board is looking good. That 7 pentakill, if you do go another carousel, you could potentially get yet another pentakill spat. He's holding the Olafs on the bench for a reason. You get another pentakill spat. There you go. He's ready. A 2-star Olaf as well. You get the pentakill spat, you're in.
Maybe overcommitting, upgrading the Olaf to 2-star with...
Nah. What are you saying?
Nah, it's fine.
You're going to dream big, Panda. You're going to dream big.
Talking about dreaming big, we have a Tom Kench 3 holding down the line on the board with Thresh coming in as a backline carrier, at least cosplaying as one, walks up to the front line.
That's 6 Threshes he's got right there. He's going for Thresh.
Wait, what? Oh, of course, the starter kit. And we're running a Poppy board of all things, which unfortunately is running up against something which is not its friend, which is the focus damage of our friend Ari. Unfortunately, Gabwin had something cooking, but it just wasn't ready in time.
Had a duplicator as well on bench, man. So close.
We'll see now.
Still stays alive.
For this next carousel, if that Pinnacle emblem can be found, massive HP gap between Fraud and really the rest of the lobby, especially Falcor and Novita, who are almost going to be on one life here. KDA emblem is here. No Pinnacle, unfortunately. Some key units, though, like this Kiana, could be interesting. Or players trying to fit in some 5-cost onto their board. Or maybe just going for an Ezreal 2, potentially. That could be also useful.
Hold on a minute, though. Fraud is being chilling #1 spot, playing super fun and an Ari on the board. This could potentially be a KDA, but it's going to be snitched away by Falcor right here, who could potentially sneak in a KDA on his board. He's playing Jazz, so every emblem counts right here. You can get rid of one of your KDA here, potentially Lilia. Looks a little fraudulent on this board as well, I'm not gonna lie. Get a little bit of a stronger Sentinel in, something like a Blitzcrank or a Mordekaiser. There you go, Blitzcrank found.
All right, no, I don't mind this at all. Falcor's in a pretty decent spot here. Has got the, has focused much towards bringing this board online as strongly as possible. The Ezreal items are looking crisp indeed, and a little bit more injection of power would be exactly what the Doctor's ordered. Neovita, though, still fighting up the table. Needs that first place to really come out of this one on top, but it's such a big ask.
And huge for the Zephyr to miss the Viego there. The Akali and the Viego trying to do their best. The Archangel slowly stacking on the Karthus as well, but just not enough of a front line, it looks like. But both front lines have melted. It's going to If this is a big enough pass here, it could potentially win the round.
The Archangel's kicked in.
Oh!
I think he's got it.
Just barely.
He is. Every single round Neovita is playing is a heart stopper for a round, but if he's going to win out here, he's going to have to win out without a single loss for the rest of the game.
Falcor, he does have his 5 Heartsteel still on the board. So this is not the final form of the board, but for now, this is all that can happen. He needs to survive one more round. 8 HP means this could be it. You lose one, you're out right here. Playing still 5 Heartsteel and greeting that last cash out, which is not going to be now. It's going to be, I think, in 1 or 2 turns potentially. It needs to beat this board that has double carry with Karthus and Ari in the backline.
It's really nice to see another Lulu board up in the mix there. Falcor.
Karthus?
Oh, on the left-hand side, you have... Oh, Karthus is going to drop, and that dream is finally done. Neovita gave us a hell of a show, but it's not to be.
Falcor does stay alive, though, so potentially one more loss could be a massive... His will come back into this game, coming to stage 6. That being said, there are 2 scary players who will get yet another Ornn artifact as we move to stage 6. That will be Fraud and Waving, who have Living Forge as their first augment pick at 2-1.
All right, so Living Forges are kicking in now, so we get that extra item coming across the board. Fraud getting the Zephyr coming out of this one as well. So Fraud is at the top with everyone else's HP clustered very closely.
Tricksters.
And it's Infinity Edge. Or the Infinity
I thought it was honestly going to be a Trickster or something like Karthus. Having 2 Karthuses cast at the same time, they can both crit because now it's part of the pack. That could be huge.
Looks like a level 9 here as well for Fraud. So just a massive spike coming in from the player who was already maybe the strongest player in the lobby, spiking yet again with both itemization, the last item coming into the Akali, and also potentially level 9, and maybe a roll down to try and find the Akali too.
Fraud's the only one who's still got money left over at this point, and he will go forward and spend it, hitting the 9 exactly as you said, Panda, while the rest of the lobby spends down to the bone. They know here in stage 6 there's so little room to work with, so everybody's spending everything they have.
Looking for a frontline item right here. Could it potentially be a Protectors? For this side, as we swap over to another board, we see that Falcor has fallen down to 3 Heartsteel right now, 2 more rounds to cash out, but only 1 life to do so. The Ezreal is going to attack another Akali.
Oh!
Is it going to be enough?
Ezreal's still alive.
He's got the healing from the Hexnet Gunblade, or he'd be dead right now.
Oh!
The Falcor stays alive and doesn't quite break into top 4, but it's much more realistic than it would have been.
There's a cash out. It's going to be pretty big, 277 stacks. Gets 2 Sonas, which are immediately so like, all right, thank you very much, game. I'm out.
We've got a really big gem, at least, in the mix here. But we've got the Yorick itemized. We don't have the items on the Lucian as yet. It feels like Falcor can get stronger. I just don't know if he's got time for it.
He was thinking about it for a second right there to try and get that KDA or Big Shot Emblem probably or someone else. He did have a Zed in the shop as well, but he's gonna just to use the same Zed. Z2 is Z2. I've heard this all the time. A 2-star 4 cost is a 2-star 4 cost, so we keep it. One thing to also mention right here is perfect items rolled on every TG, since we've got Lucky Gloves as the prismatic first augment here for Falcor. And this is huge because the more carries you have and the more TGs, that means you have so much more damage that's actually accurate with perfect items coming through. The Lucky Gloves, Owl on 3 HP and Waving on 2, Falcor on 8. The next round could be 2 players getting eliminated.
So unfortunate that it's 3 and 2 HP and not 1 HP, because that's the potential for another challenge if they manage to end up winning this lobby on that 1 HP.
Oh boy, so 3 players down to a single life, and we've got the win streak, of course, coming in from further up the lobby from 168, aka Junichi, we're looking at right now. Waving, who's been doing so well for so long with such a creative board. This marriage of the Dazzler from our friend Twisted Fate and the Ari has been doing spectacularly well, but I think we're about to see 1, if not more, eliminations.
Very nice placement on the tentacles right there from the side of Owl. stops the Akali from having any sort of... Uh-oh. The Akali is now spectating the items on the bench. This is not good for Fraud.
Oh.
John ended up killing the Karthus in the end. The Karthus stacking 2 Archangels on the side for Owl. So it should be a game win. I think Mordecai great, but he's not good enough to 2v1 both of these 4-cost carries here. Akali should be able to clean up in the end, and Owl should be able to survive at least one more round in this stage 5.
That was so unlucky. I think both the Akalis dashed at the same target at the same time, and one ended up being shoved literally out of the board. So many spats.
Bruiser Emblem is big for waving. He was on 3 Bruiser, so that really cleans up his traits to get that 4 Bruiser spike.
But Owl as well, the emo coming in, just to push that board a little bit stronger. We got Crowd Diver. It looks like we're going to see a big step up in power with only one of the remaining players, or 3 emblems coming in, I believe, across the majority of the players left in the lobby. So Waving finds a little bit further of a push.
Still level 8 rolling right here for Waving. He's trying to find that 2-star. Ari cannot. Falcor, though, with the 2-star Lucian. And you could potentially look to sell your 2-star Zed to slam that big shot spat onto your Lucian. That's now a 2-star. Lucian is a huge carry late game for any composition right here. And we see so many items. I'm not sure what was sold from Fraud's board.
Fraud is positioned as the final boss in the lobby, though. Waving barely holding on. Very similar looking boards, but look at that sonar itemization. Absolutely craziness. Maximum attack speed means he's going to be able to share around as much power as possible, as quickly as possible. The triple backliner set up with the sonar is very, very good, but the front line does start to fall to pieces. But the cast is absolutely enormous, and Waving will be waving goodbye.
I love seeing the adaptability from Fraud in this lobby. Fitting in KDA also has Sona that gives attack speed to the closest unit. So Karthus benefiting from the attack speed with the rework. He wants to cast as often as possible. So just a beautiful board from Fraud, really making the best use of Living Forge as well.
Oof, Owl making it as well. I have seen a bunch of Blitzcrank with those. Oh, you've got the 2-star Ilaoi on 9 as well. Everyone is 1 round from dying except from Fraud. You see Falcor is also on a win streak, hasn't lost a single round. Right here, of course, there are a bunch of Akali still in the lobby, so wherever you position your tentacles is going to mean a lot. Exactly, Owl is protecting his Karthus by placing that tentacle on the far left bottom corner, which means the Akali will be dashing through there. There's also 2-star Kiana on that board as well. So he's looking quite strong for contention for first.
See if any of these boards are strong enough to put Fraud down. Falcor, as you said, working his magic off screen in this particular lobby. We've still got the Annie. The big question mark is whether or not she can stand against these late game boards as the last cast comes in and everything is swept away. I do not think it was good enough. Owl is going out this round as well. That's a huge round to bring us down to the final 2.
This is looking very similar to the game we saw in game number 3, where Tacti came back with that Heartsteel cash out, was able to win streak the entirety end of the game and end up coming back with a back win. We'll see the same will happen here. Fraud has been leading the HP the entire game long, but maybe at this point, the cash outs are just too big from Falcor, having survived up until this point.
You see up at the top, Falcor and Fraud are on exactly the same points right now. So whoever wins this lobby will at least be ahead of the other one in the cuts to the top 8, which will be happening immediately following
oh my God, another
the
GG.
game at the end of the round.
You've got lucky gloves and you get gifted another DG. That's actually huge. The only sad part is your Lucian has a tear on.
He's crying.
He
a single tear
crying.
rolling down his cheek.
Yep, absolutely. But here you can actually sell. You can give the big shot over to your Lucian in the KDA and slam that PG onto the Zed. The board just got stronger for the sort of Falcor.
We'll see how it does. Falcor has only got the 1 life, but has a 6-round win streak. This should be set up for success. Lucian is very, very strong, though he's casting slow and he won't have that scaling power from before. A little bit more punch he would have otherwise. Trying to reach forward through the tail end. The Ezreal punches through, hits the backliners, cuts them down. The cast is too late from the Karthus, and Fraud will take the L. Falcor strides towards what could well be a first place, not this round, but perhaps the next.
And that's going to be the end of the 1 HP and a dream potential for any of these players currently sitting on 1 life. Cannot go down to 1 and still survive at this point in time.
Oh, I think we just added 3 Spellweaver right there. I don't know if that will make much of a difference. You've got 5 KDA and 3 Spellweaver right now, which is something that was lacking in the previous round. So maybe this could potentially be the kick that Fraud's team needed. 5 KDA, more HP, more offensive stats as well.
You know, the front line is not the biggest strength of what Falco is bringing out. So a little bit more punch, maybe all that's needed. The Akali is in the corner. The caster coming through. There's a little bit more AP across the entire squad. So backliners get the work done. The front line does collapse, though. Just the raw amount of damage coming through. Falcor has done it and taken Fraud down to -20 off of that last round. A magnificent victory to go from 20 points to 28.
And just great composure, really, to survive past those catches. We saw it. He had 8 HP. He needed to win those 2 more rounds to have that huge cash out come through on stage 5. Managed to do it. And then once again, like Tactic we saw earlier on, was able to get all those extra resources, all those extra items, and become the strongest player in the lobby.
I'm actually in love with the first augment that he took as well, the lucky gloves, and how he pivoted through getting all these TGs on his team, especially since you're running that Heartsteel plus Jazz. That means you have a bunch of damage dealers onto your board, making sure that they have almost perfect items every single round without having to necessarily sacrifice way too many of your resources from the components that you have is just key to victory here.
No, I'm absolutely with you there. Of course, we are, were in the Ari and Akali lobby, which meant we were very heavily incentivized to try and make sure we'd use as many of those forecasts as possible. But, gentle friends, we have reached the moment, or we nearly have at least, where we will be cutting away all but 8 of our top players before they play in the secretive 6th round of the Battle of the Bands Invitational. We're going to break. When we return, we will be, of course, providing you with that information and working towards our final game of the day.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, as I once more check that I am not muted, but I'm not, so everything's good. Stuart, this game was so crazy, I'm already losing track of what we were planning to say. First, Fantasy, my man. I had hopes, I had faith, I had dreams, and it was all crushed. Our observer and I and Stuart, we were all like spamming in our green room chat saying he doesn't have Heartsteel! He doesn't have Heartsteel! I was even copiuming, thinking, okay, maybe we win this one. We get more on the Tiny Titans, more HP to then slot back in the hearts. It was just craziness, Stuart. Help me.
It was honestly, I think, one of the craziest games of TFT I've ever watched, and probably one of the best as well. It honestly had everything that I didn't expect and more. I mean, you got to feel sorry for Fantasy in the end. Maybe him dancing and doing a little teapot maybe distracted him a little bit in the end, because he was trying to get his board strong enough that he wouldn't die, but taking out the Heartsteel units, me and you were saying, where's the Heartsteel? Where's the Heartsteel? There were so many other traits that he could have played, and he didn't play the Heartsteel, and then he celebrated, and then he was just like so distraught at the end. But other than Fantasy, I think the game overall was absolutely great. A couple of players go for Living Forge as well.
He celebrated.
Yeah, look at him.
No Heartsteel. And then the moment he realizes, he stands in the middle of the board waiting for the cash out orb, and it's not there. And he's like, what's going on? Everyone's watching, and he realizes he didn't have it.
He's probably
what
thinking,
a roller coaster.
You gotta feel for him in the end. You gotta feel for him. I mean, it's one of the moments. I mean, he really went for the craziest board possible. He went Tiniest Titans into Hedge Fund and just went for double raise the stakes as well. I've never seen anything like this at all. He really needed a first, and most of these players in this lobby needed a first to try and get into that top 8 for our final lobby that we have coming up soon as well. But only obviously Fantasy's dream. We also had players like Fraud and also Falcor doing really, really well in that lobby, especially Fraud and another player going for Living Forge, which is one of the challenges to get 3 on artifacts. So some extra points towards the style points for these players, which makes the top 8 standings really, really interesting coming into it.
Yeah, I'm already hearing that our admins are hard at work to try and figure out the math, figure out how much multiplier goes on who and who is in our top 8. That's relevant because just as our casters were saying, for the last and final game of today, we are cutting down to the top 8. Everybody else, thank you so much for playing. It's been wonderful to have you, but only the top 8 can get into the final round. They'll get their own new Masters of Ceremony. We'll talk about that in a second, which is going to switch things up one more time. This time though, Twitch chat not going to be able to vote, but I'm so excited for this one. Finishing out our round as the highlights are playing though. I loved getting, the prismatic prelude. You see, first one is prismatic, and ooh, there's a second one. It just toppled over the lobby so much, I felt like, and definitely led to a few lost trays there.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate for some of our players, but some of them also, I want to shout out Owl as well, going for low interest rates, an augment that we don't really see too much as a prismatic augment, but because I guess in a situation where he was thinking that we need to try and get to that 4-cost headliner as soon as possible, because so many of these 4-cost headliners were being contested because of the challenge points, because everyone wanted to get as many points as possible, because this was the final game for them. So really interesting seeing Owl go for that. Did get the KDA in, and also the headliner in at the end as well, the 4-cost headliner, to get a few extra style points. But like you said, Makes, there was so much happening in this lobby, and there was so much to really uncover and unfold that we still got standings to cover. We still got the next ceremony to look at as well. It's just absolutely crazy. Like I said, one of the best games I've ever watched.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. It was super, super hype. So shout out one more time to Falcor for winning this one. But of course, like we said already, we do want to show that ceremony of masters come in. That is going to be the real deal for a final game for a top 8. whoever they are, it is going to be a little bit of new challenges coming in here, but we have our standings ready first, so let's head on over there and see who's actually in our top 8.
Top 8 is going to be really interesting. I wonder if the style points made a difference in the end. But first, we'll say goodbye to our bottom 32 for now. A couple of players at the bottom getting a 1.3x, so I'm sure they would have had fun completing the challenges. But the top 8 is really what we're interested in here. What's going to be happening? Who are the players that are going to make it into that 6th and final lobby?
Let's wait for those top 8. We've been hyping them up. Fraud making it in there, not living up to the name, is actually in it to win it for real. And you can see some of those 1.4 multipliers already coming in clutch. At this point in time, when you're already at like over the 25 point range, it's just so much points that you get from a 0.1 multiplier.
And there was a standing at the top there, I believe the name was Mini Virtue, that actually had lower points in total, but because they have 1.4x and the one below only has 1.1x, them extra points that they're getting from the style points has jumped them up to rank 2, and it's all going to come down to this final lobby now, which, as you said, makes a brand new ceremony to look at.
Well, you keep saying 1.3x and 1.4x. A note for everybody, he's not talking about the eggs in game. He's talking about the letter X, but we are talking about the eggs in game. Here's our ceremony of masters, Lucian and Misfortune. And one of the challenges is to cash out the golden egg. But of course, there is more in here that is going to lead players to maybe play a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, I think flexibility is definitely going to be the key in this final round, especially because of the first one as well. Playing 4 different tier headliners in a single game. So you need to play a 1 cost, a 2 cost, a 3 cost, and a 4 cost in the same game. And they need to be a headliner, or a 5 cost if you get extremely lucky at level 9. That's also could be the key as well. But that's going to mean that it's all about flexibility. It's all around playing what you're given. By Mort Dog, by the gods up there, you know, it's all about what you get given. But even overall as well, just beyond that, you know, in terms of the rest of the challenges, all about flexibility and playing around what you're given.
Well, this is truly a Jazz kind of challenge, and so Jazz couldn't be missing out of this one. Is going to be one of the easier points to grab in this one, just finishing with a Jazz board. And I feel like it also works with like playing flex, because you can just choose any trade so long as you have Jazz at the same time. We've been seeing the Bard go strong on the reroll as well, so we know that's definitely a comp players can be looking at if they find that that's Jazz Baby or the Bard headliner. But I won't let you wait any longer. Our casters are ready to bring you game number 6. So here are Counterfeit, Troublelink, and Apache's Panda.
Thank you so much, Max and Stuart. It's time for the headline act to take the stage. This is what we've been waiting for, the secret source of the entire tournament. Now, Panda, we've already had a little bit of a breakdown of what our players should be doing this one, but can you give us any more insight coming into this final game as to how our final 8 players should be approaching a very, very important game of TFT?
It's time to prove that you can play flexibly. You know how to transition your headline boards throughout every single stage in TFT. Like the last challenge back, rerolling no longer incentivized if you're staying on one headline the whole game. You're missing out on 5 points, which is a lot of points, especially at this stage where multipliers are worth so much when you have 30, 35 points total from the tournament itself. So really around playing flex, around maybe high rolling a few augments. We have one challenge for having 12 units on your board. Endless Hordes could help with that if you are brave enough to pick it. Similarly for Golden Egg, it's not pick Golden Egg, it's hatch the Golden Egg, cash it out. So you can only pick it from some specific spots in stage 4.
I would say the biggest part of this particular challenge, if you want to come out with points and challenge points, is econ. We've seen that if you are lucky and you get that Heartsteel very early on, it's really easy to transition through the Heartsteel as well. You can get Cassante Heartsteel into Aphelios, into Set Yone, into that Ezreal that everybody really loves to play towards these level 9 capped boards later on with Jazz. So I feel like this is that one game where a lot of people could have the exact same direction, and you could have potential of cashing out a lot of these challenge points through that route.
Let's break down what we're looking
Prismatic
at.
Symphony,
Oh,
and every
you
single
gotta do
player standing
you
on
gotta
it,
do it.
knowing that it makes the golden egg that much more of a possibility, as well as things like the endless hordes.
All right, let's break down where we are coming to this one because we've got some very different circumstances. Metabullet has been receiving a lot of attention because they are on not only the highest points, but the joint highest style multiplier as well. So they are by far leading the pack coming into this lobby. They are the player to beat if you want any chance of taking the crown.
Here again, you can see on the side, these are the challenges. You can play 4 different tier headliners in a single game. 1 cost, 2 cost, 3 cost, 4 cost, and 5 cost. You need to play at least 4 out of 5 of these. Of course, the second one with fielding 12 units is going to be a little harder. Panda, you said it as well. Endless Hordes is a possibility, but also really difficult because you also need to get levels up going in there. But Golden Egg, when you play in a full prismatic augment lobby, is very doable. Getting Jazz on your board, very, very doable. So not only the challenges are doable, but it will also cause a lot of chaos with people potentially contesting each other for that Ezreal later on.
I mean, I'm fascinated to see what we get in for that first organ. As said, we've got a lot of power being injected into this game, but I think this was maybe mentioned before, but I just want to bring it back to the forefront as we come into the game. Panda, with having to play the 4 different headlines, with basically having to play a tier 4 headliner in this game, does that basically just remove reroll from the game entirely?
If you want to get those 5 points, it does. There are maybe positions where you have such a great spot to play a reroll where you can guarantee a top 2 or a first place, and you want to commit to that, you can go for that. You can also play a 1-cost reroll, maybe for some time, and then in stage 5 just play a 2-cost, a 3-cost, and a 4-cost after selling that 1-cost. It's up to the players really to try and adapt and figure out the best strategies. We haven't mentioned it yet, but with things like Heartsteel, you can get Tacticians crowns that can help you reach the 12 units on a board. The Golden Egg cash out can maybe give you crowns as well that can help you reach that. So a lot of things to think about when it comes to your augments specifically in this game.
Oh boy. All right, we got some interesting options here for Owl. We know that, if we're looking for the long term here, if we're looking for the big win.
Oh,
You recruit. It's a +1. It's a good start.
One step.
you get +1 from that. Okay. If you play in a traditional board, of course, and you level up to 9, a +1 will make it 10, which means you would need 2 more spaces in that if you're not playing Endless Hordes. So New Recruit is always a pretty good start. Cybernetic Bulk, always a very, very solid augment, if you will, 500 health on each unit that's holding an item. It's going to be the reroll angle here for Owl, and I'm wondering because he already has a Yone on his board. He does have a QSS, he has half a Titans, which could potentially be the start of a very successful Yone reroll.
Yeah, it's definitely like it, especially if we can hold on to those rerolls longer term.
Looking at the augments, we see 2 players on level up, so that could potentially lead to a chance for players to go level 10 in this game, and with a few Heartsteel cash outs or the right augments at 3, 2, or 4, 2, they could potentially have 12 units on their board. So I like the game plan here for most of these players. We also see with Fraud, he did pick up New Recruit in the end.
I have a question here to our observers as well. Does any of our players have a 2-1 Heartsteel on their board? Because this is going to be extremely pivotal for this particular type of gameplay. You get a lot of challenge points, especially if you play through Heartsteel, which inevitably pivots into a Jazz level 9 board. And the answer is no. Okay, thank you very much, observers.
All right, so while we've got some pretty interesting augments for moving forward long term, perhaps they've got a little bit less of the fuel. I believe Summer Reed is moving towards a Heartsteel start with one of our level up players. Has got most of the Heartsteel, but said no one will be able to leap on it from the very beginning of the game.
I come down to the stage 2 carousel to see if players can find that early Yone, that early set, to really give them that initial spike into 3 Heartsteel, and then maybe that very early 5 Heartsteel as well at some point in stage 3.
We've also got the tiniest Titan in place for Mini Virtual as well. So again, another way to keep yourself in the game a longer term. Of course, as we mentioned, Metabullet is definitely the front runner here, but our players, they're all looking to play towards the extreme late game. We've seen some crazy crack boards happening during the course of today. I think here in the Prismatic Symphony, we're going to see the ultimate version of that to end out the tournament.
It's also very important to see which players can pivot, right? Because we have 8 players in the lobby. Not all 8 of them are going to hit that Ezreal. Not all 8 of them are going to be able to pivot towards that Jazz the Jazz gameplay that we need, the Jazz trait. Of course, Jazz is pretty easy to sort of slot into many boards, but that doesn't mean that your particular board caps around Jazz. So seeing which players pivot around what, we did even see a TF do pretty well. That was a top 4 finish for a TF. So again, points are really pivotal here. It's not just about style points, which they do give you a big, good multiplier, and we've seen that top 2 players so far have top multiplier points as well.
I'm still having trouble separating out style points, the mechanic, from style points, the like of which we saw in the previous game, which is merely posing at your opponent just after you've taken away something they like.
I think they're in some way connected, but maybe not the way that players like Fantasy would have hoped in that game number 5. Looking at the Seraphine now, not able to take down this Jinx, so still a win streak going on for Gilgamesh, a win streak going on for CU in space. Very important to preserve HP if you are thinking about that golden egg high roll possibility at 4-2. The more HP you have to work with, the more comfortable you'll feel trying to go for that out and trying to go for those 3 challenge points.
And spat.
And set.
And spat.
One Heartsteel unit.
Okay, fine. Set is all right. Set is all right.
Oh, Minnie's moving a bit too fast.
Yoink. That's the Nico. And the tier. There is an Aphelios as well, if anybody's missing the Aphelios. I think Hamham is sort of like beelining the set. Yeah, it does have a belt as well. Pretty strong for your front line. Can be built into a Sunfire or Warmogs. Both pretty equally good. But the best item that you can build with a belt evades the name evades me right now. He already has one.
I thought you were going to say Heartsteel emblem.
No.
You had it right there, Trouble. You just had to go on with the joke.
I meant Even Shroud. There you go. But he already has an Even Shroud. Fair enough.
3 Heartsteel online thanks to that set for Ham here.
So this is interesting. So we've got a lobby, we've got multiple level up players. You know, we've got the metabolic effect from Mini Virgil in place of Tiniest Titan, but it's the Heartsteel player who picks up buried treasures early on to go stronger. And we can see the contrast there. We've got the 2 Heartsteel boards, one with the immediate power, or at least a near immediate power of those extra items, and Gilgamesh running the long game with level up.
I feel like a lot of people forget that, especially when you're playing Heartsteel, it's fine to win early on. It still boosts a little bit of your gold. You will cash out whatever you cash out, and inevitably, it's around stage 4 that it really spikes. With every loss, you get an insane amount of stacks, and this is where Heartsteel is the most valuable when you have it. But honestly, cashing it out from very early on, it's still very valuable.
We saw there as well, Ham has the Aphelios headliner as well, so already moving up when playing all those different tier cost headliners throughout this game. 4 have to be played in total. He played a 1 cost throughout the early stages of stage 2, is now on this Aphelios, so just 2 more left to go. The only difficult thing here will be if he wants to pivot into a 3 cost before moving on to Ezreal or Zed in stage 4, he has to find a way to keep Heartsteel in while selling his Aphelios in the process.
I know how. Just natural Heartsteel, Yone, or Set.
Oh, well,
you can also just not include Heartsteel on your board for a round, as we've seen other players have mastered already in this tournament.
Okay,
oh, come on, we're going to give Vinci a break at some
It's the last
point.
one. It's the last one, I promise.
So, just for clarity here, Pan, I'm assuming...
Not recommended, guys. Not recommended.
I'm assuming this is the case, but so in this one where players need to play 4 different tier headliners, I'm assuming that it's not just a case of buying the headliner, they need to be in play for a full round.
Yes, as what the play indicates, you have to play it for at least 1 non-PvE round.
Well, that's interesting. I don't want, so we'll keep an eye out if our players manage to make that happen, but one thing I do want to point out here is we got Locke up at the top of the lobby, otherwise known as Siyu and Senpai, on a massive win streak with the level up in play. And Summer Reed, same situation, also doing well with a level up. So we know these are players with big late game potential who are doing well right now.
Oh, I was really hoping for that spat.
An early Zed, though.
The 7 Heartsteel dream.
Already that much closer to stability if he does want to go into the more traditional line of playing Ezreal alongside Zed as a duo carry. Already has Zed here. I don't think he'll be selling it for Econ at this point in time. It's just a very strong standalone unit without items, without synergy. Zed does a lot just with his own flat stats and the amount of damage he can really put out in these early stages.
Take a quick look at our economy across the board. We can see that the streaks have remained actually pretty in place for a lot of our players. Top 3 players, all with win streaks in one shape or the other. Mini Virgil down at the bottom with the loss streak. And Metabolette, of course, favorite coming into this lobby, keeping a streak up as well. So economically, it looks like our players are still on course for that extreme late game. I think buoyed by the amount of Heartsteel cash outs we've been seeing.
And Ham could have considered buying this Misfortune, playing for strongest board, forgetting about Heartsteel for now, because he does have the extra Z here. He has just a very strong board he'll be winning with anyway, so would have been a consideration, would have cleaned up that challenge of trying to play those 4 different tier headliners as well.
Very important to notice right here, because we are in a very Heartsteel heavy, I would say, lobby right here. Owl is re-rolling that Yone. So all these other... Oh my god, there it is!
Whoa.
Twin Terror. But is he actually playing
Final
towards...
reserves. Your favorite augment, Trouble.
Yes, it is my favorite augment, but it no longer gives any style points. We are
Doesn't matter. No. Style points in our heart, maybe.
You know what? He has 79 HP. I don't think he's done anytime soon. But if he's going towards that Jazz board, I think Twin Terror is super strong. It really caps around having all these different traits on your board. Not the strongest in general. Do it. All right. All right.
Maybe next time. We're building up a pretty good edge to our board longer term. Someone's got a good amount of money in the bank to keep moving up towards that board. Remember, level up is going to be an expensive augment to make use of, but hasn't taken a massive amount of damage getting to this point.
Ooh, can I please ask our observers to check out Loke board? He's win streaking with 100 HP right now, and he did get a Radiant item from Radiant Pandora's right there from the augment. So I wonder if it's actually already in use or it's been re-rolled. And what is he actually playing with, or what he's planning to play with that?
I think there might be some crowd divers brewing over there, but we'll definitely check out in a minute. For the time being, Summer going to take the L here and keep the streak intact while building up some more Heartsteel. Certainly has the HP to make that happen. On else, Owl taking the win there, but Locke and Ham Gang both on win streaks, coming close to the Stage 3 carousel.
We're seeing the Gragas headliner as well on this board. Maybe not the most conventional unit you'd play, but again, because of the extra challenge, they have to adapt, they have to try and find ways to play these units when they make sense. The Bruiser being added here, or the Spellweaver rather being added in the end here to try and get benefit from that headliner trait.
Looking for that Heartsteel now. Let's get a crowd diver for now. And here we go. Oh my, a Jin on 7.
What?
A Jin on 7 and
an open tier. Oh no. Oh no. Level up as well. This could be level 10 if he finds a sword or somehow a blue buff. And he's also going to be not first pick, unfortunately. So it's going to be pretty hard for him to actually hit.
Also, something very important and interesting that our observers just told us is that nobody raised the stakes because there are so many Heartsteel boards right here. And not only there are many Heartsteel boards, but the boards that you see in lower HP are also reroll boards, which means that you want to go for the loose streak, so you have the money and the gold to reroll later on. That means all the Heartsteel players actually cashed out and none of them raised the stakes.
Get a chance to glimpse over the entirety of our lobby. As we noted before, our players who are doing, have got the level up in place have been doing pretty well so far. But I'm drawn to, one of our players who's gone for the double health gain. Mini Virgil, in the very bottom right of the scoreboard right there, is gaining a lot of HP per round to go for the extreme bleeding edge board.
And with being first pick as well and having just the extra movement speed on the carousels, he has the beginnings of BIS for that edge rule. He has final already level 7 for Mini Virgil we're seeing there. Unfortunately, no Shojin or blue buff could be closed onto this Jin, but still an 8 win streak from Locke here to start this game off.
Second Jin is there, apparently. 1% all you need.
What is going on?
Oh no.
What is going on?
Level up is broken.
He's looking very calm for a person who's high rolling the hell out of his board.
I don't think you can throw this one on level up, Panda. I'm sorry. I don't know a lot of people who hit 2 Jins on level 7 naturally. I don't think it's the augment here, okay?
Player diff, Trouble. I know a lot of players that are known high rollers who very often hit 2 Jins on level 7.
And seeing space is one of them.
We're checking back in with Metabolette, of course. again, our front runner to win the entire competition. Currently, sort of in the middle here with a good amount of money in the bank. Did go for the immediate power, so very unlike some of the other augments we've seen picked up. We've got the bulk in, we've got the Infinity Forces coming as well. Metablet, I think this game just feels like he's playing to make sure he does not end up low in this lobby rather than necessarily going for a big win.
I feel like he does have the choice to go for a big win. I really love the choice of augments right here. Pentakill tends to be a board that it's really difficult to kill, and you've got 3 carries, the Viego, the Akali, and the Karthus, and he seems to have a bunch of items for all 3 of his carries right now. He does have the bulk as well, which makes them extremely tankier than before, so I feel like this could have a pretty huge cap on his board.
And Mini Virgil maybe potentially going to close out the healthiest 10 loss streak of all time with all the extra health he's gaining from Wellness Trust. We're going to see here 10 loss streak, 50 gold, level 7. Will we go 8 before anyone else and has a chance to dip into those Ezreals and Zed before anyone else can access them?
Of course, we know once this does turn around, then we're going to be seeing that HP coming back. And once the wins arrive, then going to be gaining up the 4 HP per round and just roaring back up the table. You can still see, though, as our econ display comes up, thank you very much, production, there's a lot of money still left to lobby, even if Mini is riding high with a ton of gold.
Is this a pre-level? This is definitely a pre-level. There you go.
Just a straight level. No pre necessary. 50 gold still.
He's gonna go straight into that level 8, potentially instantly hit a headliner Ezreal. This is what really saves his game right here. He does have the 3 Heartsteel.
Oh my goodness! Trouble, can you please stop picking favorite players and blessing them throughout the entire game?
Listen, man, if there's a caster curse in League of Legends and there's a caster blessing in TFT, I'll take TFT.
And this means that he can potentially go fast 9, maybe fast 10, and with the right cash outs from Heartsteel, if he continues to get massive cash outs throughout this stage 4 and 5, he could hit 12 units on this board as well.
He keeps hitting everything, but the only problem right here is the front line is so extremely squishy. This Ezreal only needs 1 ultimate with the Death's Blade as well. That just got slammed right here. You do have the Steadfast and an extra belt, which, fingers crossed, there could be a spat on the carousel and you could have more natural Heartsteel in without having to sacrifice any units. The front line is so squishy, though, and that Ezreal's going to have to do a lot of work on his own.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like he expects to get that 1-shot, 1-kill on the backline, but doesn't do it there. Unfortunately, Ultimate went completely wild. So, I mean, at least Mini's got a lot more room to work with than it appears. Has got still the 2 sources of HP kick in, as other players like Owl are not in that same position. They're going to have to make their moves perhaps sooner rather than later.
All right, friends, it is time to channel all of your mystical energy into the egg. We need someone at the very least to commit to this, to try and go for the bravest play of all time.
Someone took it. Someone is worthy of the title. Lock,
and who's it going to be?
Can confirm is just big enough of a player. We demanded it. We deserve it. Look, just very quietly, bathing in the glory, reflecting glory of the golden egg.
Give him the Gen 2. He deserves it.
That he knows he's doing this for the chat. He's doing this for the challenge points. He is no player who's playing for first is happy taking that golden egg, especially when they know they want to be on a win streak, because it's literally a prismatic augment down. He gives us the 0-7 as well. He's like, yeah, I'm about to go on a lose streak right here. I'm an entire prismatic augment down. It's gonna be worth it on the long run.
Wait, if he cashes out with level up, with maybe an early Gen 2 to help him go fast 9, fast 10, he can pretty much complete maybe every single challenge that is offered for this game 6.
Do we know if
he's on
every
95? Okay, 85 HP. You see, I do enjoy a player who physically reacts to losing rounds. But I mean, if you're ever in a position to pull off this kind of shenanigans, it's here and now.
This carousel could be so relevant, but he's last pick. He has no real chance of finding a Jhin, I think, unless he has just a terrible component, and really no one has been scouting his board.
Uh-oh. Owl right here with 1-star Ezreal. Again, we talked about this from the very beginning. Ezreal is going to be a very heavily contested unit in this particular challenge. That's fine, the set too. So the front line is pretty fortified for now. You do have a 2-star Poppy with Radiant items from the Radiant TG, and you do have a 2-star set, but this Ezreal, unfortunately, is not going to be able to pump out as much damage as you need to get that big fat W.
The shopping spree has already given up a lot of its power already. At least we've got the Radiant Thieves gloves to make this Poppy just a little bit stronger. She is staying up pretty well on the front line, but the second she drops, there's a lot of damage coming this one-star Ezreal's way.
Oh.
The Kane comes through clutch, though, and it keeps Owl up while Fraud goes down to 7 HP.
This is the problem for Mini. He is down 2 prismatic augments because he has that wellness trust. He has this way to get HP back, but no way to get actual combat strength. So he really has to use pretty much most or all of his gold. There's a Jhin on the carousel. Everyone, do not panic. Stay calm. Surely, no one will take this Jhin. And first pick, Fraud yoinks it.
All right, let's take stock of where we are. We've got Ham, Space, aka Locke, and Falco up in the top 3. They're all pretty comfortable in the HP. We've then got a midfield Gilgamesh and Meta, who are all around the 40s and 50s, and a big drop off beyond that, which could lead us to seeing an early elimination.
Yeah, let's see Fraud's board right here. He does have 20 gold to roll down. He's looking for a new headliner potentially. Any 4-cost headliner that he can slam these items on. It could be Karthus. The KDA Akali will work perfectly here. He's going to go straight towards this 5 KDA once the Nico is on the board as well. So you do have something to work for, to play through. You do have pretty good items on this Akali as well. 4 KDA doesn't quite put the Nico in. Is it going to be enough? The board looks quite weak and he has to play against Al, who also doesn't have the best backline.
Yeah, let's do Akali into the mix. You can see how much damage she does, but she's not finding her way to the right target quite yet. The Ezreal will be free to fire on her, and the rest of the board starting to evaporate. What a heartbreaker this one is. Fraud, such great promise, but unfortunately will be the first one out the door here in our final game of the Invitational.
And that Poppy with the Radiant TG is just an absolute menace. Poppy's a unit that can use so many different items well. She's kind of a hybrid between a tank and sometimes a damage dealer, depending on how you itemize her. So really just a great user of that Radiant TG.
Absolutely, and we see here, Mini Virgil's board is actually giga capped right now. Your Zac is so tanky with pretty good items. You do have that 2-star Ezreal that everyone is so diligently looking for. You have found the secondary carry in this particular board, which is usually the Zed. It is going to be a headliner, gives the 3 EDM as well, makes the Zac a little bit more powerful too. So now all that he's missing is a few more items. Luckily, next PvE round, he will be able to get some items for that Zed as well, so he can enable the double carry potential.
We've still got that threat, though, that big old egg sitting there for Locke, waiting to just push this beyond anything we've seen before. I think for the time being, Mini Virgil's in a decent enough spot that, as you said before, Trouble, playing against a player without a prismatic augment is always going to be a much easier time, but first place is still going to be very far away for players like Virgil.
And for Locke, with the egg, you usually want to try and win at least once or twice to pretty much guarantee you are going to be cashing out with the HP that he had to start things off, which was over 90. He did win the round right after Carousel. He stayed on 82 HP. So really just one round at the start of stage 5, if he has matchmaking into one of the weaker players, can pretty much guarantee he gets that cash out and can become most likely the strongest player in the lobby if he does so.
The trouble, something that's leaping out to me here as we look at the economy is nearly everybody's spent everything at this point. Only Locke, Falcor, and Summerreed have really got anything left in the bank, and they're the ones, coincidentally, who've got the streaks. Mini Virgil's got the 11 loss streak, but has spent everything trying to avert it.
Absolutely, and I'd love to have a look at Hamham's board because he was another Heartsteel player that we had, and he was looking for that Ezreal. But currently, there are 2 people with Ezreal 2 on their board, so there's only 4 copies left for Hamham to get any. As for Locke and Falcor, I think it's very important that for Locke, he gets a very strong front line. This is where Jhin shines the most, when you have that impenetrable front line and he gets to stack his violins over on the bench. This is where you get the most damage output. For Mini Virgil right here, very lucky for him, he does fight a ghost, so he's going to get a win here to survive yet another round.
Always a little tricky to tell which ghost board it is, given that we've got a lot of the same circumstances coming in. in this lobby. Do you want to take a second just to recognize the Metabulette, who is our current tournament leader, is down and out in 7th place from the first place to almost the last in the final lobby. This opens up so much space for other players to potentially leapfrog into first.
Hold on a minute. That is a level 10 on 5-2. Hold on a minute. Level 10 on 5-2. Hedge fund and level up with pretty good items on your Jin right here. Finding him as a headliner, yes, sure. Jin headline is not the strongest headliner out of all the 5 costs that you can find, but it's still a 2-star Jin.
Oh, it's pretty strong, I think, with these items especially.
It's pretty strong.
I think maybe Locke might not hit the Jin because there's 4 more Jins now out of the pool. Maybe everyone is just trying to grief Locke. They know he's the real opponent here with the golden egg cash out being imminent, and they're saying, "All right, everyone, hold the Jins. Don't let this guy get it."
Aye.
I just want to hold Makes right here, who said you versus the guys he tells you not to worry about. That is exactly what is happening on these boards here. Thank you very much, Makes. That was too good.
So we check back in with Locke, who, of course, is now in a position to hit the 10% chance of a 5-cost headliner. That Yorick is absolutely enormous. And we're putting together a board to try and get, exactly as you said, David, those wins and that egg cash out just a little bit faster.
Hold on. You want to tell me that you've got a pentakill spat and you hit a headliner Yorick on 9?
And a win here, I think, with how strong this board is with the Yorick coming online, could be enough possibly to catch out this egg. I believe this would be, I think, with the win for sure, with the loss potentially. We'll see if it'll happen after this round. Facing off against Ham, who is one of the hard players who got very, very strong. Has a really strong Ezreal here with a Radiant Red buff.
Ooh. Yeah, even tore through that new Yorick. So we'll see. We'll hold our breath to see if Locke has gone through. I believe you might be right, and we're not seeing the cash out this round, but we shall find out momentarily. It's still on the horizon very soon.
Which is very dangerous for Locke right here because he does have 21 HP. Depending on how hard he loses next round, this could be just one more loss. On stage 5, he loses with too many. He's going to grab the Guardian spot right there together with the Sona. Of course, just having 4 Guardians with a Yorick right there, you could potentially just slam in. Get another one and make it 6 Guardians and make your Yorick pretty much a god. But let's see what he's going to choose to do right here because the board looks quite weak. Yes, you do have a 2-star Yorick, but you only have one other 2-star unit on your board, and that's the Nico.
Well, hello.
Well, you want a 2-star unit.
Right.
Jin 2 comes online. Karthus 2 can come online as well. That should be enough to try and get this last win that he needs to cash out this golden egg.
Wait, if he wins, what does he win? I'm going to ask for half of it.
I mean, you can try.
All right, Trouble. Good luck with that.
You can wear it together as pals. Just walk around with one arm on each side. Yeah, exactly. Locke, whatever happens here, this egg will cash out. So please do celebrate in the chat with spamming egg as much as possible because Locke very calmly, very carefully has been stomping his way through the lobby. And this cash out should surely be enough to put him over the top.
Looks like he wins this round as well. The Stone Plate Karthus tech tanking enough damage for that Jin to clean up. And that should be the cash out. We'll see what the golden egg gives. This could still be a 12-unit board if he manages to level up to 10 and finds a few tacticians crowns. He does find 2 crowns at 9 out of 11. If he can make it to 10, that's a few extra points for the next challenge as well.
Oh, so importantly, he gets 6 Guardians in. There wasn't a Mumu in the shop. Now this Yorick has a 6 Guardian backup, a Radiant Even Shroud as well as a Bloodthirster. He should be absolutely invincible. The TG is so crucial for having for his Karthus as well, since he does have the Pentakill buff in. Pretty good stuff right here for Locke. He could be looking for a first place, but look at this Giga capped board. My God.
Yeah, King Gilgamesh, aka Summers, functionally got the very similar setup here. The level up is absolutely enormous. The Jins on both sides. The symphony being played out here in the Jazz venue, our last lobby of the entire tournament. And it will, the Edge of Night is enough to buy a little bit of time, but it's not enough. Locke nodding with satisfaction. A job well done.
Did you see Locke's camera?
He's like, what can I do? You know, what can I do?
What can you do? What can you do? Yeah. that was
Just
so
me
good.
playing the best game of TFT of all time. Just to recap for viewers, this is, I think, the hardest challenge pack to accomplish, and he is on route, if he makes it to level 10, to complete every single challenge that was available in this pack, potentially mounting an incredible comeback and winning this entire tournament in the process if the multipliers line up with the current points that he has right now.
Yeah, just a reminder, thank you very much, production, for showing us on the side of the screen. So the 4 different tier headlines, we can pretty much be sure that's in 12 units. That's 5 more points in. Jazz Trait, 3 more, and a Golden Egg, 3 more. We are seeing the full force of our players here as they embrace this format in its entirety.
That is so huge right here. Mini Virgil is literally channeling his inner Setsuko. He survived on 11 HP, just about enough to level to that level 10, get some more Jazz in there, 3 Jazz with the addition of the Lucian. He finds the headliner Ilaoi as well. His board is also very, very, very capped, but let's not forget that there is Locke's board somewhere around the corner.
Up against Falcor. We've got the 8-bit board coming together for Falcor. Looking pretty damn scary indeed. Lucian with the 8-bit spatula is going to hit like an absolute truck. The front lines are starting to trade. That's so much damage as the Ezreal shot goes wide, and that opens the door for Falcor to get his shots in instead. The stuns are good, but the Caitlyn is bigger. Mini Virgil will be going out there. The Tiniest Titans did not pay off.
And 4 players now remaining for what could be the last stage, really, with the HP total right now. Ham leading the pack, 42 HP. Locke just barely on 2 lives, potentially, but Owl and Falcor are both at 11 HP. 1 loss at this point in the game, and they're out.
Honestly, this Poppy with the Radiant TG has been a lifesaver for Owl right here. Manages to grab that 2-star Ezreal as well. Let's see what's stronger, Poppy or Yorick?
And Locke did it. He's level 10. He has 12 units on his board. Everyone you can count at home, but I'm pretty sure this locks him in as, I think, the only player that will be able to complete every single challenge available in this Game 6.
I mean, that's quite a way to finish out the final lobby. The 6 Guardian is enormous. The Yorick stays up with massive shield after shield after shield, surviving the infinite damage and handing out another L there. Falcor goes out in 4th place. We're down to our final 3.
More upgrades rolling through the sun right next to the gym. Just say you want to stay safe. I got you. Don't worry. I'll tank the hits. I'm good. Zig's coming online as well now.
But with the points of the players remaining, Owl and Locke 27. The Ham gang coming in with 31, so they're well positioned. Of course, we'll have to wait once this game is done to know who the winner is with all the multipliers still to account for. But in this game, at this moment, Locke seems to be an unstoppable force. Has a chance to knock Owl out in this round.
12 units on the board as well. Super huge. Top 3. You get the challenge points as well as the multiplier. But this could be it. You are sitting at 21 HP. Pretty comfortable. You could lose potentially 1 more round. And that Jhin looks so freaking strong. Owl, he did survive with that Poppy, but that Poppy was not good enough to take him to the top 2.
It's going to be a 1v1 in the end. Hyperpop available to pair with that Ziggs at this point in the game onto the Echo. A lot of emblems actually available that could actually be massive spikes from these players. Pentakill, just the raw stats you get from the damage reduction is big, even if you don't hit that, very high vertical Pentakill. Regardless, in this but could be the last fight. Could be very, very relevant.
Oh boy. I mean, I love having this many units for Locke on the right-hand side with the Sonar in place in particular. Such a massive amount of raw power, but I don't see anything that can turn this for Ham.
And look at the disparity in these boards. You have a Poppy headliner compared to a Yorick headliner. Level 8 versus level 10. Jhin versus Ezreal is your main carry. Everything points in favor of Locke dominating this next fight.
It's not level 8 versus level 10. It's technically level 8 versus level 12.
That's true,
There are
sorry.
12 units on Locke's There are 12 units on Locke's board and only 8 on Hamham's board. And unfortunately for Hamham, his secondary carry is a melee, which is
Yorick's down
pretty hard from the Jhin.
It's all you're gonna need. Ham is staring down the barrel of the godlike board of Locke. It's absolutely ridiculous. Ham gets obliterated by a board that should not be. Lock wins the final game here of Invitational. What a hell of a show. But we still don't know when it's all said and done how it's gonna play out in the end. Still though, a fantastic final game.
And this goes down to the player diff of Locke able to find 2 Jins on level 7 with level up, then knowing how to catch out the golden egg, getting those few extra wins despite everyone trying to stop him from getting that Jin 2. Gilgamesh had 4 Jins somewhere in stage 4 as well. Just perfectly played game from Locke. I think I could not have expected my wildest dreams for a player to actually complete every single challenge in this game 6.
Absolutely. I think the most difficult one was fielding 12 units, but he was like, what, golden egg? Surely it'll give me double Nico in there. Easy.
Yeah, absolutely calm, cool as a cucumber to the very end. But of course, the Battle of the Bands Invitational is not completely done as of yet. We'll be headed to break. When we return, our analysts will be breaking down the previous game, the tournament itself, and announcing the final results, as well as likely talking to the winner of the overall tournament. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back momentarily with our final segment of the tournament.
Welcome back to the Analyst desk. And, you know, I could say it with my words, but Stuart, you said it best behind the scenes. This game was incredible. I thought the last game was really good. You know, the whole situation with Fantasy and everyone getting insane late game boards. We come into this one and we knew we were going to end on a prismatic, but we didn't know we were going to get a triple prismatic. We finally got the egg in the last game and it had everything. It was one of the craziest games I've watched. And I know I said that in the previous game, but honestly, this was far and beyond my dreams of what a last game could look like. And not only having our Prismatic Symphony kick in, but also the new challenges, as well as getting some of the prismatics to actually play the way we wanted them to. Now, of course, to name the big elephant in the room, Locke with that egg pick on a very high win streak, sacrificing, saying, yep, I'll be playing down a prismatic, but I have so much HP, I'll be okay, even in a prismatic lobby where notably the damage is so much higher that goes out from other players' boards, so you bleed far more than in any gold or silver lobby, of course. And so playing around it, then finding that Yorick headliner in the next shop, finding the Jhin, finding the Karthus, everything kind of coming together. It was a culmination, you could say.
It's a Giga Chad play, that was for sure. And you can see the reaction as well from his camera. I think you got a perfect screenshot of it as well.
I did. The full stretch, chilling, it was back. So nice.
Sitting back, chilling, was just like, yeah, this is just a normal game of TFT. I didn't high roll 2 Jins. I didn't high roll the egg. I didn't do anything else as well. Like, that was an incredible way to end it as well. And I believe he got all the challenges done in the end for that final lobby as well, because he got the egg, he got the double Fawn or double Tactician's crown, which got 12 units. Also being able to end the game on the Jazz board. We're not too sure if he actually played 4 different headliners of different tiers. That's difficult, but still, either way, it's just an incredible game to round off such an incredible tournament.
100%. The moment after he hit that chop and knew, okay, I'm okay now, he fights a player and he just goes like, you know, he knew it was all over by then. He gave us the salute when he picked it. Locke was the main character of this lobby. And this moment right here, the big stretch, just saying like, yeah, what do you got? I mean, I knew I won that. So good. Just so good to see. Love that. Love the entire moment. And I also love the entire event. I feel like it's so fun to have these invitational events and spice them up a little bit, you know, because while we all love competitive and sweaty gameplay, sometimes it's just cool to see what TFT can be as well.
Different variants as well is always great. You know, we don't like to see, you know, the same compositions all the time, the same traits being picked up, the same augments and everything as well. So seeing this and seeing like all the players standing on that prismatic augment right at the start of the game just because of the golden egg cash out, people standing on training dummies earlier to try and get 4 training dummies. This tournament had it all, and it was such a pleasure to cast as well. And like I said before, it topped off in perfect fashion.
Absolutely, I agree. Only thing that I would point out is maybe, you know, make the entrance a little bit more known. I feel like many people wanted that golden ticket. Many people didn't know how to get it, but we got a nice little spread of players participating today. I said it before in the previous analyst desk as well. Thank you so much for everybody who has been playing. Of course, we are getting ready to show you the final winners, the final take-it-alls. Although in my heart, everybody is a winner. Just saying, you know, gotta stay true to my players, but we're gonna prepare those final podiums and then get it to you as soon as possible. It's ready and it's here. Let's see our top 3.
Drum rolls at the ready. I've got my imaginary drum here trying to play my musical instrument.
On 3rd place, we have High Rollers Hum Hum Gang, Metablet on 2nd, and then Locke taking the 1st place with this crazy performance in that last game. Just so cool to see.
Just to put in perspective, Locke was, I believe, about 12 points behind the top with Meta at the end. He was 12 points behind going into that final lobby. He cashed out the egg, he gets 12 units, he gets the extra style points, and it wins him the whole tournament.
Yeah.
What?
Producer is saying he needed exactly top 1 and to complete all of the challenges, and he did. And honestly, I can just come back to my German phrase that says a good horse only jumps as high as it needs to. And that's exactly what Locke did, knocking it out here, making sure he is on pace to go where he needed to. Perfect.
Honestly, that's one of the craziest, I think, endings we have ever seen. You know, even if within a standard competitive scene, you know, that's a crazy way. But because of how this competition worked with the extra challenges and the style points in the end, to go from 12 points behind to leapfrog, he was sitting in 6th place. He leapfrogged 5 places, being able to complete every single challenge to end it off. I mean, that is just perfection in the end. Honestly, it's just perfect.
It was so cool. Of course, he's here with us now. Welcome to the broadcast desk, Luck, and congratulations to taking this one home in what can only be described as an absolute giga chat type of way.
Thank you guys. It was a lot of fun to play, and well, tiny high roll at the end there for the finish.
Don't mention it.
Amazing games.
So how did you think of the tournament overall? You know, in terms of your background, many people might not know your background. What's your competitive experience? Is this kind of your first tournament, or have you been playing competitive games before? And what was your mindset coming into this different style of tournament?
I've played some minor, small tournaments way back in the day. I've been playing since set 1 pretty much. Also, I've been challenger since set 1, I think, unless I missed something. I played the Vegas Open. That was the first big tournament I played. Not so much luck in that one, much less than here. But that was pretty much it. I did a bit of prep for this tournament, looking at the challenges in advance, thinking about 1 or 2 strategies I could implement. But in the end, it was a lot of fun and a lot of high rolling, I feel like. Got a bit mad in like 1 or 2 games in between. The game before the final one, I got an 8th place, just hitting nothing. But overall, I think skill could still be implemented very well, and playing around the multipliers was actually a lot of fun. After actually managing to hit them, a few of the lobbies had a bit too difficult multipliers to actually hit. I think, did anyone ever hit the 5 TGs? I'm not sure.
I think somebody hit in day 1, but
okay.
I'm not sure.
But yeah, I started the tournament with 2 first places, and that gave me, I think, quite the momentum to go through. So that helped a lot.
Awesome. Now, you said you played Vegas. Of course, you played this weekend. Both of these tournaments involve, as you said, a little bit of high rolling, but also some strategic planning for what you can expect coming into this. Is this kind of like the thing you like to play competitively, or can we maybe encourage you to join us in the Rising Legends circuit as well?
I'm always looking to play more competitively and join anything around the TFT community. Is what I've been playing for years now and enjoying. So yeah, definitely.
Give us an example. You were mentioning briefly about some of your strats that you were thinking before coming into this. You did a little bit of preparation. Was there any kind of crazy examples that you were thinking of trying to pull off today? Maybe not high rolling the egg and high rolling 2 gins at level 7, but was there any crazy strategies that were kind of playing on the back of your mind or what you were working towards?
The main thing that I was thinking about is actually not playing around the multipliers as a strategy, as I was thinking a lot of people would be brute forcing, trying to get the multipliers, and me trying to rather go for just straight up placement points. I noticed then halfway through the tournament that as you acquire more and more points, the multiplier actually becomes a bit more relevant than I thought at first. So I tried to go more for those. But for example, in game 2, I completely ignored Heartsteel as well, even though it was pretty much one of the easiest multipliers to actually get. That's where Meta also got, I think, his head start, which I didn't think I could actually catch up to. But yeah, that's the main thing.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it was amazing to see how you kind of went into that final game and ticked all the boxes that you needed to. Of course, a little bit of luck is part of it, with like Meta placing lower as well than expected, but I still think you've showed up greatly today, and we were really excited to see you play. Now, as is tradition, is there anybody you want to shout out, anybody you want to thank for today, or just in general that might be watching?
Pretty much just shouting out friends and family that are watching right now and cheering me on and bearing with my constant complaining and cursing the game on Discord.
I think that's a way of life. We can accept that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, Locke. It's been amazing. Enjoy your prize, and hopefully we'll see you out there on the Convergence.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Bye-bye.
Congrats. Thank you.
Oh my lord, I did not think that this day was going to shake out the way that it did, but it was so cool to see all of these challenges. If you liked it, give some feedback in the known places. I personally think it was amazing to see a little bit of a different spin, and specifically players that maybe we don't see a whole lot of. We've done a couple of influencer invitationals, which are always fun as well, but it's also cool to see like the more normal players to get a chance at these kind of events, at least to me.
Yeah, for sure. And we can see the overall standings now as well to take a look and see what the actual points were added up to in the end as well, because the crazy thing is Locke needed to get a first place, also needed to get all the challenges completed, and look at that, he finished with a 1.6x in the 32 bonus points from the challenges, and that was the difference between him getting first place and him potentially coming second in the end.
So cool. I love seeing the 1.5 on Mini as well here, but yeah, really clutch in the end there with the 26 points. Not gonna be enough, but just amazing to see what players have been up to for the entire day. Now, of course, if you like this and you want to see more from, EMEA TFT, you can mark your calendars for February 9th at 4 p.m. CET. Our Golden Spatula Cup number 2 for the set is going to start. Keep in mind, there is only 2 Golden Spatula Cups to set, so pretty important this one. You don't want to miss it, I promise you. And if you want to stay in contact, Stuart, I'm sure you can tell people where to find us.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as you said already, if players enjoyed the tournament, and if viewers at home enjoyed the tournament, make sure you shout out about it. Hopefully we'll get more of these as well. On Twitter, it's at TFT. Instagram is Teamfight Tactics. Facebook and YouTube is Play TFT. And if you want to follow us talents as well on social media, mine is It's Stuart with a 4 instead of an A because I'm weird like that. Meeks is Meeks underscore, and the 3 lovely casters that casted the last 2 games was Impetuous Panda, Counterfeit Cast, and also G_Troubling. But yeah, overall, an amazing tournament. I don't think we could have predicted it to be any better than what it was, and it was an absolute pleasure to join yourselves and everyone, all the players as well, to be able to cast this event.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to the entire team for making this possible, and we're going to see you out there on the Convergence. Until next time.